Well, the midnight headlight blind you on a rainy night. Steep grade up ahead, slow me down, making no time. But I gotta keep rolling. Those are windshield wipers slapping out a tempo. Keep the perfect rhythm with the song on the radio. But I gotta keep rolling. Looking for a better way for me. Ooh, I'm driving my life away, looking for a sunny day. Well, the truck stopped cutie coming on. Said I wouldn't be sorry, but she was just a baby. Hey, waitress, pour me another cup of coffee. Pop it down, jack it up, shoot me out, flying down the highway, looking for the morning. Ooh, I'm driving my life away, looking for a better way for me.
Remember that song. Yeah, and I bet you remember this one too, Mr. Owl. I'm going to take you back in time to the future. I'm real confused now. What time is it? It's 25th century time! Yeah! Oh, fuck. Yes, sorry about the language there. Had a little live screw up with my board. It's Chance Bartels. This is the nostalgic Podblast. Happy that you're out there. As I'm live, it's the middle of the night on a work night. I have been busy, sidetracked with other projects, so it's been a couple weeks since I Podblasted with you, but I have a big show for you today. I sort of stole that from Steve Harvey. He always says that before Family Feud. I got a big one for you today. Welcome to Family Feud. I'm your man, Steve Harvey. We got a good one for you today. Anyway, it's Podblast time, except no uncreative substitutes, copycats, liars, or copy readers. This is the nostalgia show with a bite. Welcome. I was playing a bit of Dodgebot Ball, a little phrase that I've coined with that opening music. That was Eddie Rabbitt, and I'll explain why I chose that song in a bit. It all will come clear, as you'll know why I played that music by Stu Phillips for Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. My main topic today, this is my mogul series in terms of television moguls like Aaron Spelling. Going to talk about Glen A. Larson. And I know a lot of you out there are like, who the F is that? You actually know who this guy is, and you know his work throughout the decades. We're talking big-time television hits. He didn't have as much success as Aaron Spelling, but he was very revolutionary and controversial. And there were a lot of people, big stars in Hollywood, that wanted to punch him right in the head for copyright infringement. He had been sued. He's no longer with us, but we'll get to that in a little while. I am behind. I want to get caught up. I'm going to talk about something that happened on January 10th, 2022. We're well beyond that. We're almost February 2022 as I'm live. But my God, I am in Georgia, and I'm not an alma mater, but I'm very, very happy. I've always been a fan of the Georgia Bulldogs football program, so I just want to play a couple clips. Brief clips from January 10th, 2022. I am just thrilled. This is the first time since January 1st, 1981, that the Georgia Bulldogs are the national college football champions. The nostalgic piece is that, and unfortunately it was nostalgic for far too long, that Georgia and Herschel Walker and all those guys defeated Notre Dame on New Year's Day, 1981. And Georgia had come close in 2018 with Alabama, but they finally sealed the deal. The drought, as they say, is over. You know, I put that on social media. No hubris, no delusions, but I guess that's not so original, is it, to say the drought is over? All of a sudden, everyone's saying the drought is over. No credit to me. I'm probably just kidding myself on that. But let's listen to a couple clips. How about that quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV? And his story. You've heard it all before, and it is in no way old news because this just happened, and I couldn't be happier for this kid who started pretty much at a junior college. It was his dream to play for the Bulldogs, and man, did he come through in a big way. Let's listen to a little bit right after the victory over the Crimson Tide. Roll Tide!
Well, I didn't get a full taste, but I can tell you this.
Hang on. Let me start this from the top. I want to play this from the top.
No, what does that trophy taste like? Well, I didn't get a full taste, but I can tell you this. There's going to be some property torn up in Indianapolis tonight, baby!
That's Kirby Smart.
The great Larry Munson with that one. A few minutes ago, right before you came up, you said...
That's Kirby Smart, who played for the University of Georgia. He's one of those few coaches that took his alma mater to a national title.
Finally, you've had to try to keep your team in the right frame of mind to scale this mountain.
What's the cathartic moment like to finally get to the top for you?
It's surreal. Look at these fans and the people that travel that came up here with confidence that we were going to take this thing over. I can't tell you how many people reached out to me and believed. And you know who really believed? All these men right here. We told them before the game, we're burning the boats. The only way home is through them. That's the only way you're getting home, and they did it.
For the moment when the ball was in the air, before Keeley picked it off, Keeley Ringo, and had the pick six, what was that moment? What did you see in front of you?
Actually, I saw about 1,000 drills we did during the year playing the ball with Keeley, and I knew he was going to catch it. I didn't know he was going to run it back, but I knew he was going to catch it, and what a big play and a big moment.
First time since the 1980 season, Georgia is national champion. Kirby, congratulations.
Yeah.
And now, these dogs have had some moments, and let's find the offensive player of the game, Stetson Bennett.
The fourth.
Stetson 2 for 2 on offensive player of the game. When they went ahead after the turnover, what changed for you mentally in that moment?
You know, defense played such a great game all game. I wasn't going to be the reason that we lost this game. And we just went out there and we executed. Our boys made plays. AD went up over the top. You know, they had to tackle Jermaine right there so he wouldn't score. And it was awesome.
You've believed in yourself. You've stuck with it. You laid it out. It was all or nothing for you in this game. So now that you've reached the summit, what's this like for you?
I mean, I have no idea. I can't describe it. I love these guys. I have no words, man. This is the greatest fans in the world. This is the greatest team in the world. I love everything about this place.
You envisioned this a lot of times as a kid. How does the actual moment compare to the way you dreamt it would be?
Well, I mean, I cried, so, I mean, pretty good.
When's the last time you cried before then?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Well, shed the tears if you want to. Smoke them if you got them, my friend. Congratulations.
Smoke them if you got them.
And the offensive MVP. The defensive player of the game, and what a performance from this defense, which has been elite all year. Lewis C. Lewis, congratulations. What was the significance of being able to stop them in the red zone, keep them out of the end zone for as often as you did?
I feel like all these things are basically things we practice every day, day in and day out. So it was basically a routine. The goal is not to beat ourselves. It did basically just execute.
Tell me what you saw on the game-clinching play when Keeley had the pick six.
I just saw the ball in his hands, and that was all she wrote. And I basically went and celebrated with my team.
This defense has been talked about as being one of the best in the modern era of college football. After this performance tonight in the national championship, where does this defense rank? Well, how should it be evaluated?
I think our defense is definitely in the history books for what we've done all year round. Credit to the coaches, credit to the players, all the guys that we did this with. So we definitely made the history books.
Lewis Singh, defensive player of the game. Congratulations. Dogs, national champions. And I guess, Chris, to join in what Kirby said and quoting the great Larry Munson, there might be some property torn up and the Dogs hunkered down one more time for a national championship.
Yeah. All right, that's enough of sports talk. This is a nostalgia show, but again, I'm in Georgia, and it was so nostalgic. Their last victory back on January 1st, 81, as I just said. But it was so great seeing Stetson get emotional on the sidelines when he knew victory was in hand. So those were just some brief clips, about 4 minutes worth, from Victory Night out in Indianapolis, Indiana. Good stuff. And there was a big parade in Athens, Georgia. And here in Atlanta, there were two major stations that had media coverage, WAGA TV, which is the Fox affiliate, Fox 5 Atlanta, and WSB. And they have the rights, their radio station, to the Georgia football games. And so they were the only television station that was allowed inside Sanford Stadium to show the event itself. And I was watching, but I got to tell you, both networks, or both stations, let me down, WAGA and WSB, for two different reasons. One, WAGA-TV had faulty equipment. They had like a very pixelated, watered-down stream. One of their cameras was obviously operating on Wi-Fi. It wasn't a real camera. It was like an internet-based camera, and you could see it. Now, not every camera of theirs was faulty, but one of the main ones on the parade itself, it looked terrible. And then WSB, they are like number one in the Atlanta market number 8 or number 7 in the country in terms of media, and they just kept putting ads in. Like, they would shrink down the image of the parade and then play audio of commercial after commercial after commercial after commercial after commercial. It was outrageous. But when it got to the actual ceremony inside the stadium, they chilled out and they did a great job. WSB TV, which is the ABC affiliate here in Atlanta, Georgia. Now back to the nostalgia. This begins a series on TV moguls, as I said at the top of the show, like Aaron Spelling. Well, this week, we're going to talk about Glen A. Larson. And man, I've got some clips, some footage I think you'll find very interesting. These are shows that you know, and you're going to learn a lot about this guy. And let's get started with a brief bio. He's dead, by the way, unfortunately, and he's no longer with us. He's been gone for some time, since I think 2014. But let's just quickly talk about some background on who Glen Larson was. Glen Albert Larson was born on Sunday, January 3rd, 1937 in Long Beach, California. And he was a musician before he was a television writer, but he became a TV producer, writer, and director. His best-known work in television was as the creator of the TV shows Elias Smith and Jones, which was a ripoff of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. We'll talk about it in a minute. Battlestar Galactica, the original, from September 17th, 1978. That's when the 3-hour epic debuted. Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Hence, that's the reason why I played the theme by Stu Phillips at the very beginning of the Podblast today. He also created, again, this is a ripoff of successful movies, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo, which was a spinoff of BJ and the Bear. That was the show, remember, about the trucker played by Greg Evigan and the chimpanzee? It was a mismatch of like Convoy and Smokey and the Bandit and Every Which Way You Can, Any Which Way You Can, Every Which Way But Loose. That's it. Every Which Way But Loose was the first one with the orangutan and Clint Eastwood. But in this, it was a chimpanzee with Greg Evigan going around the country. It's a very, very unlikely situation, but it was a funny show. It was a dumb show. But I really liked BJ and the Bear. I've got a brief clip later from that show. I liked the theme song, and it had a lot of TNA in it. What can I say? I'm shallow. And, you know, growing up when you're like a preteen and you're a boy, it was just good stuff to watch. So getting back to Glen Larson and his impressive list of television shows that he created or produced or wrote for. Quincy, the first NCIS type show starring Jack Klugman. It ran from 1976 to like 1983, a longer run than I realized. He also did the Hardy Boys Nancy Drew Mysteries, which started in January 77. The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors and Doug Barr and Heather Thomas, that I've talked about for their 40th anniversary, which was on November 4th, 2021. It debuted November 4th, 1981. Oh, my God. I want to show you a visual aid. Anyone, by the way, listening at fistfulofradio.com, this is on camera, and it's on the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. That's the name of the Facebook group. And it's a very active site. I'm going to read some comments later. You know, it's more like a blog than anything, a nostalgia blog. And we don't talk politics or anything like that. And I'm not against it. I'm very political, but I keep that under my hat, at least in terms of the show. I don't like to go there. I like to have a neutral site. So anyway, that's just how I roll when it comes to the Nostalgic Pod Blast. Another big show for Glen A. Larson, Knight Rider. Magnum PI, my God. He had some really successful shows that did last a long time, and he had other shows that didn't last long that should have, that networks scheduled against really popular shows where Glenn really got the short end of the stick in terms of network scheduling. Let's talk about some history of Glen Larson. Larson began his career in the entertainment industry way back in 1956 as a member of the vocal group The Four Preps, with whom he appeared in one of the Gidget films. The four preps ultimately produced 3 gold records for Capitol Records, all of which Glen Larson himself wrote and or composed. Here's some songs. Here's the titles: 26 Miles, Santa Catalina, Big Man, and Down by the Station. Those are some of their songs. A later member of the four preps, David Somerville, and a session singer he knew, Gail Jensen, later collaborated with Larson to write and compose The Unknown Stuntman, which was the theme song for The Fall Guy that Lee Majors tried to sing. No, I'm just kidding. He sang it, but he ain't much of a singer, let's face it. After working for Quinn Martin on productions, including The Fugitive as a writer, I'll talk about that. He only wrote 1 episode, by the way, and that was his first writing credit, was in the last black and white episode of The Fugitive, which guest starred little Kurt Russell. I'll talk about it in a minute. And then Glen Larson signed a production deal with Universal Studios, and he'll talk about it in his own words from Beyond the Grave. I have a great clip of him, and his clips are brief. They're just a couple minutes each. It's not like, if you're familiar with my show, the Nostalgic Podblast, our show, I do play clips that are really long because I need content for fistfulofradio.com, and also because I think it's interesting, and I like to have a time capsule. So some of my Letterman clips can be 12 minutes long. These are shorter clips, just saying. So yeah, he did a production deal with Universal Studios, and his first hit series was Elias Smith and Jones, a 1971 to 1973 Western, which described the activities of Hannibal Hayes and Kid Curry, concentrating on their efforts to go straight. And again, Joy Roy Hill's film, scripted by William Goldman about Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, is commonly believed to have been the inspiration, in air quotes, for the series. We'll talk about that later. I have some interesting facts about that in terms of the money that movie made. And I have a brief clip of the trailer of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Woohoo! So let's see. I don't want to give too much away in this synopsis of who Glen Larson was, but you need to have some background because I know most people don't really know or really care who he is, but I think you will care once you learn about all the other shows he did, not just the ones I've already mentioned. There's some that are classics that may not have lasted long, but they made a lasting impression in pop culture history. So Larson was involved in the development of The $6 Million Man, which was based on Martin Caden's novel Cyborg. And a really nice guy in the Nostalgic Podblast audience, Mr. Adams, reminded me of that. And I knew that. I have a copy of that book, but I did a post because recently, back on January 18th, it was the 48th anniversary of the first 1-hour episode of The $6 Million Man, an episode titled Population Zero. And do you remember those Kenner wind-up? I've got it right here for the camera. There were little film strips. They didn't have sound, but Kenner Toys made them, and they made some with the $6 Million Man and later Star Wars. And if you're watching on camera, I'm going to hold it up for the camera, but I had one for the $6 Million Man, and it was from this episode, Population Zero, which was the first $6 Million Man episode. I got some funny clips, too. And some bloopers of Lindsay Wagner as the Bionic Woman I'm going to play, where she drops the F-bomb. Oh, she'd probably be pissed if she knew. These were never meant, there it is. These were never meant to be seen or heard in public. There were blooper reels that TV shows would put together for the Christmas party, the annual Christmas party for cast and crew only, and some of these got leaked. You know, you've heard of the Star Trek bloopers. I'm sure some of you have. And remember Bloopers and Practical Jokes with Ed McMahon and Dick Clark? They would feature a lot of those bloopers, and that's what it came from. It was for cast and crew only, and they would censor them. Well, I've got some uncensored stuff. And there were nudity on these, too. The Bionic Woman bloopers, I have them in my collection. They're hilarious. They're really a hoot. So let's see. Yeah, so he was he helped develop the $6 Million Man. In fact, he wrote a theme song he'll talk about in his own words that was used in the second movie. There were 3 movies based on the $6 Million Man, Colonel Steve Austin, that aired and were really successful in the ratings before it became a 1-hour series. And one was called The Moon in the Desert. That's where he's injured, in a test. He's all torn apart. And there's no real Oscar Goldman. It was a different actor. The actor who played Oscar Goldman is Richard Anderson, who often had trouble pronouncing simple words. Like he was in the last episode of The Fugitive. I'm all over the place, folks. I'm digressing, but I've talked about this before. He was in the very last episode of The Fugitive, which is the highest rated television show. It knocked off The Beatles on Ed Sullivan's show, for goodness sakes. And then it held the record from August 29th, 1967 until November 21st, 1980, when the famous Who Shot JR Resolution episode aired on CBS TV. But before that, in the final Fugitive, Richard Anderson is playing Leonard Taft, Richard Kimball's brother-in-law, and several actors had played this role. James Saking. Anyway, they just always put a different head on him for whatever reason. Like the original actor wasn't available, but they had a script with that character, so they just put whatever actor in there. And Richard Anderson played him in the final Fugitive. And there's just a funny line. I'm going to pull the audio for a future Podblast because it just cracks me up. Lieutenant Gerard shows up, and he's captured Dr. Richard Kimball in the very last episode. They're handcuffed together, and they show up at Dr. Kimball's sister's house, Donna, and that's who Leonard's married to. Hence, it's Dr. Richard Kimball's brother-in-law. And he sees that he's been captured and Gerard's there, and he goes, "What are you, some kind of a sadist, Gerard?" Instead of sadist. Maybe it's not laugh out loud funny, but I've got to play the actual clip because he's so dead serious, too. He's like, "What are you, some kind of a sadist?" I don't know. I can't believe a script supervisor or the director, somebody said, "Hey, Rich, give me another take. It's sadist." Anyway, and he would mispronounce all sorts of words on the $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. By the way, I'm going to pose this question. I have a question of the week. This is going to be a future question, but I might as well ask it now while I'm thinking about it. What actors do you remember who were on two shows at the same time? It doesn't have to be the same character. I think you know where I'm going with this. Oscar Goldman was the boss in both the $6 Million Man and the spinoff The Bionic Woman. But there were also actors that were on two shows at the same time. I won't go into detail, save that for a future Podblast, but there are several that are noteworthy, and there's some that you think were on at the same time that really weren't. Example, I talked about Quincy M.E., medical examiner, which was a Glen A. Larson show. Jack Klugman was on The Odd Couple at the same time as Quincy. That's what people thought. No. The Odd Couple had just ended when Quincy began. There was no overlap. Anyway, so scratch him from that list. But there's several actors that were on two successful shows at the same time. I'm going to go ahead and tell you one. Robert Reed, who on the Brady Bunch, of course, was Mike Brady. Did you know that he also was on Mannix at the same time? He's a reoccurring character in a serious role as like a detective. And at the same time he was doing Brady Bunch. And they even used on Mannix, as were both shot at Paramount Studios, the Brady house, the interiors were used on both the Brady Bunch and Mannix. It would trip me out when I'd watch a Mannix episode. I'm like, that's the Brady kitchen right there. There's the stairs that what the kids would come down on. What the hell? It's because they were just using the same set. They would minorly redress it. They wouldn't even do a big job redressing it. It had that tacky orange kitchen and everything. But what I thought was funny was that time when at the start of, I think it was season 4, all of a sudden Mike Brady has an afro. Remember that? And the Brady Bunch? It was the one where they went to Hawaii. And in the very beginning, his hair's straight. And they shoot scenes out of order based on convenience in the script. But like in the episode, it's straight. And then most of it, he's got an afro like it was in Hawaii. And obviously he straightened his hair. Right? In reality, that's the deal. And he got tired of it, right? So he let his hair go natural, which is why all of a sudden he had an afro. But on Mannix, he always straightened his hair because even in the afro years of the Brady Bunch of season 4 and 5, he was also on Mannix in those years, and his hair would be straightened out and everything. But he was a serious actor, Robert Reed. Unfortunately, he died in 1992 of AIDS, but he did not really like playing or being typecast in that role. He loved the kids, and he bought them. I've read in their books they've written, according to the actors themselves, really expensive gifts for the holidays, and he took them to England and got them cameras, like film cameras, which were really expensive then, long before the iPhone, right? Even before the VHS camcorder, you had Super 8mm film. Talk about nostalgia. And Robert Reed bought all these and film and everything for the kids. He was a great, great guy by all accounts. Never met him. I wish I had. Robert Reed, rest in peace. So back to the main topic, Glen Larson. I write like a script. So if you're watching on camera, it looks like I'm reading. I got a complaint from somebody. Actually, I'll just tell you who it was. It doesn't really count because he's a behind the scenes. Al Hardy, my former co-host. He says, your video's not very good. It just looks like you're reading. I go, well, I am reading, but I wrote this stuff, or it's stuff I found online. I mean, I wrote it. So what? And I go, this is not a video show. This is an audio show for Fistful of Radio. And it streams on fistfulofradio.com overnight and Saturdays at 2:00. The lengths vary, but since I program it, it doesn't really matter. I just program it. But I don't really overnight. I'm trying to add some new shows besides mine because it looks kind of lame to just schedule my own show all the time overnight. During the day, I have different shows up. I'll just mention some of them. There's a great show about pro football. It's called Pro Football Fast Break. It's about the NFL. If you like sports, it's on noon, Saturdays and Sundays, and then it's on Thursday evening at like 9:00. And then you have the Saving Our America show, which is a kind of a political and historical show. It's not really a hard political show. There's a lot of history in there because there's a journalist named Randy Wiles with Sean O'Neill, and they co-host it. It's a pretty good show. And then also on Fistful, you've got the Cigar Store Idiots. These guys are in Rome, Georgia, and they're really, really funny. They grow on you. They're real country. I love it. Real down home. And I'm in Georgia, so I like that. And then our newest and latest and greatest edition, the Retro Zest Show. And they have a lot of good guests. I mean, real guests, real actors and stuff on that show. Anyway, just check the schedule at fistfulofradio.com. And you'll see when I'm on in the Nostalgic Podblast. And I have just secured, I have verbal commitments from some actors and guests I'm really excited about. And later I'll talk about someone I tried to interview who doesn't grant interviews at all. And I have a clip of him, and very nice. And he's mailing me out of the goodness of his heart, according to his assistant, an autograph photo. But I'll talk about that in a minute. But I have booked someone who has agreed to be on the Podblast coming soon in the next month or so that I'm super excited about. Don't want to announce the name. I want to surprise you. But it's someone that pertains to tonight's and today's topic, Glen A. Larson. So getting back to $6 Million Man, boy, did I go off topic there. Glen Larson, as I said, was in development for television for Universal with the $6 Million Man based on the novel Cyborg. And into the show, he became one of the show's early executive producers. And Glen Larson later secured a then unprecedented $1 million per episode budget for Battlestar Galactica. The show incorporated many, many themes, and we'll talk about later. And he was actually a Mormon, Glen A. Larson. He was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in real life. So he put a lot of, in Battlestar Galactica, a lot of spirituality in it. Spirituality. I can't talk tonight. Spirituality. There you go. Into the show, and heavily influenced by the Egyptian culture. And he'll talk about it in his own words in just a minute. Let's see. And the original title for Battlestar Galactica, by the way, was Adam's Ark. And I've got a really rare clip from my personal collection that's not on YouTube. It's not on the internet. I don't know why it's not, but I have it, where Glen Larson's talking about submitting Adam's Ark to the networks in 1969, but Star Trek had just failed. So at that time, it was, years before Star Wars. The networks passed. They were not interested in anything science fiction related. Lost in Space had just gone off the air. Star Trek, like I just said. So, it just wasn't really hit. But then Star Wars came out, and there's always trends in Hollywood. Like in the 80s, it was the Vietnam movie, right? Hamburger Hill. There's so many. Platoon really started it. I think that was the big blockbuster Vietnam movie. And then you had all sorts of Vietnam movies that made good money. Even Aliens was kind of a Vietnam movie in space, in my opinion, in 1986, directed by the great James Cameron. So let me get to some more background. Okay, so Battlestar Galactica was very expensive. It didn't really last that long. They tried to bring it back as Galactica in 1980. After the show was canceled, the ratings were phenomenal at first, but then they tapered off. And with it being so expensive, ABC decided to cancel. ABC canceled a lot of shows prematurely, like Wonder Woman. After the first year, ABC axed it. At the same time, it axed The Bionic Woman after The Bionic Woman had been on for 2 years. At the same time, at the end of the 76-77 season on ABC anyway, Wonder Woman and the Bionic Woman were out, but two other networks picked them right up for that next season. Wonder Woman was picked up by CBS, and the Bionic Woman was picked up by NBC. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Oh yeah, and then after Galactica ended, before Galactica 1980, which was a dumbed down version of Battlestar Galactica, where the plot of Battlestar Galactica, for those that don't know, they're trying to find Earth. It's one of the 12 colonies in outer space, and it's all based on the fact like that humanity came from a space seed, if you will, of aliens that came here like Adam and Eve. They were aliens, right? Look, if you're religious, I'm not trying to be offensive here. I'm not a Scientologist or anything like that. I'm just saying this is what the story was about. And so they'd found ancient writings in the Galactica world, Caprica, that indicated there was Earth out there. And so Adama, who was the leader of the Galactica, was on a mission to find Earth. And in Galactica 1980s, couple generations after the end of Battlestar Galactica, where they had to recast basically, they were on the cheap, they had budget cuts and stuff, they found Earth. And that was intriguing. And there was like a 3-part story, the first Galactica 1980 story, where the Galactica did find Earth. And I thought that was great because all these shows I liked when I was a kid, like Lost in Space, they really had no ending. You know, like Space 1999, it never had an ending where they finally found a planet to live on or found Earth or Alpha Centauri or wherever the hell they wanted to be. The show just was canceled because the networks didn't believe in doing a final episode. Thank goodness for Netflix and Disney Plus. And now we have the luxury for new shows of finally getting a satisfactory resolution to the plot. So after Galactica ended, Glen Larson reused some of the sets, props, sound effects, and special effects for his lighthearted sci-fi series we'll talk about, Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, which debuted in September 1979 on NBC. And it was, of course, based on the comic book character created in 1928 by Philip Francis Nolan. Larson co-developed the series with Leslie Stevens. Leslie Stevens was one of the creators of the original Outer Limits show on ABC that lasted for a season and a half. Leslie Stevens. So he worked on Buck Rogers. And the feature-length pilot episode was actually released as a theatrical film in March of 79, which grossed $21 million at the North American box office, if you can believe it. I mean, again, it was the Star Wars craze. That's why. That was 6 months or so before it was re-edited for television as a 2-hour premiere of the weekly series. The weekly television show, as I said, began in September 79, running for a season and a half. It says 2 seasons, but it's really a season and a half. I always have to correct the internet, you know, and thanks to my books and my knowledge, I'm a TV junkie. I have no life. I never have, you know. I just love television, and so I studied it. And anyway, let's see. So Buck Rogers ended in April 1981. But Glen Larson rebounded before that. In the 1980s, Glen Larson had further success as one of the creators of Magnum P.I., starring Tom Selleck, which ran from 1980 to 1988. It was one of his most successful shows. And that was around the same time he left Universal Studios to work at 20th Century Fox. Additionally, Glen Larson created The Fall Guy, which ran from 1981 to 1986. But Larson's next prominent series was Knight Rider. But that was a Universal show. That wasn't for Fox. That was Universal Studios. So that's kind of unusual. He went back to Universal for that one on NBC. And, of course, Knight Rider featured science fiction elements with a lighthearted action-adventure scenario with limited violence. These basic elements characterized many of Larson's series. They became formalistic. You know, that was the formula. And let's face it, this was lowbrow fare. But it was fun. It wasn't boring. Glen Larson really delivered when it came to action. And yeah, he ripped off a lot of movies, but so do a lot of Hollywood seldomly. Well, there are a lot of original things in Hollywood. I don't subscribe to the popular notion that I see that Hollywood's out of ideas. That's why there's all these reboots and remakes and stuff. And there might be some truth to that, but I think there's still a lot of original stuff on Netflix and the like. And we'll talk about Kevin Costner's latest that's streaming on Paramount Plus. It's really good. So yeah, Knight Rider. And now in 1983, Glen Larson had 3 shows that all tanked, but they had interesting concepts. We'll talk about that later. I don't want to say what they are. They're in my notes, but I don't want to give it away. Well, screw it. I will, because you may not be around later. I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight. So in 83, he had 3 shows that just tanked all within a matter of months. Automan, Manimal, and Trauma Center, which actually had a good cast, and that wasn't a bad show. Trauma Center, as the name implies, it was a medical drama. And then he had in 1988 another show that didn't last very long at all, The Highwayman, which starred Sam Jones, who played Flash Gordon in the movie. And it was kind of a takeoff on Mad Max, but by 88, no one cared about Mad Max anymore. So those all bombed, lasting, most of them less than a single season or even a handful of episodes. So, by the end of the 80s, Glen Larson's profile declined in Hollywood. But though he did make a brief comeback in the 1990s with an adaptation of the Ultraverse comic book titled Nightman, which lasted 2 seasons. And then in 2003, Battlestar Galactica was remade and reimagined for the Sci-Fi Channel as a miniseries, and it was a big, big hit, followed by a regular series in 2004 that, unlike the original, lasted multiple seasons. Glen Larson was not involved in any capacity with the new Battlestar Galactica series, though he did receive a screen credit as a, quote, consulting producer, unquote. After the series ended, in 2009, a short-lived prequel series, Caprica, followed in 2010. Larson was again not involved, but he was given screen credit for the creation of certain characters, and I'm sure he got a check, too, more importantly. In February 2009, media sources reported that Glen Larson was in talks with Universal Pictures to bring Battlestar Galactica to the big screen, though any potential feature film would not be based on the recent Sci-Fi Channel series remake, but would possibly be based on the original series. Oh, that'd be cool. But the project stalled for some time when the economy tanked. I'm adding that. In 2011, a re-announced version was now no longer a continuation of the original series, but rather a complete remake. Despite his success, much criticism has been aimed at Larson for his perceived general lack of originality, as many of his television series are seen as small-screen knockoffs or rip-offs, if you will, of feature films. Sci-fi author Harlan Ellison, who's a known jerk, but he's a brilliant guy, once referred to Glen as Glen Larceny. Instead of Glen A. Larson, Glen Larceny, for the notorious similarities between Larson shows and the cinema blockbusters. This is kind of interesting. In his autobiography, The Garner Files, the great James Garner, who, of course, was in the Rockford Files and Maverick. Before that, he's a legend. On the screen, The Notebook, a more, not even that recent, my gosh, it's been almost 20 years since that movie was released. Can you believe it? The Notebook. But James Garner stated in his book, The Garner Files, that Larson stole a number of plots of the Rockford Files. Hell, the star of Magnum P.I. in the last couple years of the Rockford Files played a P.I. He played a younger version of Jim Rockford, played by Tom Selleck. So anyway, in his autobiography, The Garner Files, James Garner stated that Larson stole a number of plots from the Rockford Files, which Garner's production company co-produced. And then Glen used them for his own shows, simply changing the dialogue minimally and using different character names. Garner's group complained to the Writers Guild of America Union, and Larson was fined. And an episode of Larson's series Switch that we'll talk about, called Death by Resurrection, had the writing credits revised to give sole credit to the writers of the original Rockford Files episode titled This Case is Closed, as it was very clearly the basis of the Switch episode. Nevertheless, James Garner felt the fine had taught Larson nothing when Larson persisted in plagiarism and later copied the theme music from the Rockford Files for one of his shows. James Garner stated that when Larson showed up on the Rockford set, he put his arm around James Garner and said, "I hope there's no hard feelings, Jim." After Larson ignored a warning by Garner to take his arm off him, Garner claims that he punched Larson so hard that Glen Larson, quote, flew across the curb into a motorhome and out the other side, unquote. And that scene was actually, it sounds like a scene in the pilot of The Fall Guy, where Colt punches Howie for unintentionally insulting him, and he goes out the side of the motorhome. My God, he used that. He ripped that off, that real incident, as a plot point in the pilot for The Fall Guy, which aired on November 4th, 1981. So in July 2011, Larson began a lawsuit against Universal Studios alleging a decades-long fraud. And claimed that the studio had not paid him a share of the profits owed from the television shows he produced while working with them. Larson's involvement with Universal Studios had begun in the 1970s, and his contractual agreement had secured him net profits from the revenues generated by the shows he worked on as a producer, including The $6 Million Man, Quincy, Emmy, Battlestar Galactica, Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, Magnum P.I., and Knight Rider. The dispute was settled 4 years later in December 2015. I think that was after he died. This was not the first legal wrangle Larson had with the studio, Universal Studios, and there had been previous disagreements over ownership of rights to the Battlestar Galactica franchise. It was ultimately determined that Larson no longer owned the television rights to the property, but retained feature film rights. Some awards. Awards and honors. Quincy was nominated, didn't win, for Outstanding Drama Series in 1978. A Grammy Award in 1979, there was a nomination for Best Album of Original Score written for a motion picture or television special for Battlestar Galactica. That was a nomination shared with Stu Phillips. Stu Phillips scored a lot of the Glen Larson shows. He did some really cool music. He's very underrated. He did the Battlestar Galactica theme and music and Buck Rogers and Fall Guy and just Knight Rider. And that music was sampled in rap songs. The theme to Knight Rider, we'll talk about it later. And so the nomination was shared with Stu Phillips, who was the composer, John Andrew Tartaglia, and Sue Collins. An Edgar Award in 1973. He won for Best Episode in a TV Series for a teleplay for McLeod titled The New Mexico Connection. And then in 1981, he won an Edgar Award for Best Episode in a TV Series teleplay for Magnum P.I., an episode titled China Doll with Donald P. Belisario. And that guy went on to produce like Walker, Texas Ranger, very successful guy in his own right. He's going to be in a future Moguls Podblast. He's got a really cool story. So Larson has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for his contributions in the television industry. He was married a few times. To Carol Jean Gurley, Gourley, Gorley. And he was married to her from 1961 to 1982. And then he married Janet Prescott, who he put in a lot of his shows in the 80s. And she was the girl on roller skates in the first season of The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo. She was in the Fall Guy pilot, and she was in a 2-hour special Fall Guy episode with Charlene Tilton as herself called Colt Breaks Out. Yeah, Colt Breaks Out. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. And then they divorced in 2008. Yep, and he has 9 children. So Glen Larson died on Friday, November 14th, 2014 at the age of 77 at UCLA Medical Center in Santa Monica, California, from cancer of the esophagus. He's buried at Rose Hill Burial Park in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I don't know why, because he's a California guy. He's a California dude. So yeah, he got his settlement with Universal after he was deceased, but I guess his estate got it. Maybe some of those 9 kids got a piece of that action. But let's get to Glen Larson when he was alive. I want to play our first clip where he's talking about his band, the 4 Preps, and I have some really cool clips to share with you. Thanks for hanging in this long. I get really, really long-winded, and I think this will be worth it. There is a payoff here. Trust me. Let me get to this clip. And gosh darn it. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here it is. Thank you.
I think we really put the group together because they were having a talent show at Hollywood High School, and only girls were coming out to be in the show. There were no guys going to be in it for whatever reason. I think we decided that's why we wanted to be on the show, because that's where the girls were. So we formed a group called the 4 Preps, and somewhere in this room there's a picture up there of the four of us standing on the stage. And we took some tapes to UCLA for a co-op. And we met a guy who was just lived around the corner. He managed a group, Les Paul and Mary Ford, who were huge on Capitol Records. And the producer of Les Paul and Mary Ford was also the producer, Frank Sinatra. I brought him back from virtually the dead when he had left Columbia Records and was practically out of the business until he did a huge movie, From Here to Eternity, which he won the Academy Award for. Voyle Gilmore brought him to Capitol, and Voyle listened to our tape, this really, pretty simple tape that we had made at this co-op, and he said, you want to be on Capitol Records? Yeah, it didn't take long to say yes to that. And so we went down and we sang a few songs, and the very first song we sang got a little attention around the country. It's called Dreamy Eyes. Not one of my favorites. In retrospect, I listened to it later. It wasn't so bad. We went through about 5 records and then did a song that Bruce and I in the group wrote called 26 Miles to Santa Catalina. And that took off.
For the record, the 4 preps were who with the names?
At that time, it was Marvin Ingram, Bruce Belland, Ed Cobb, and Glen Larson. And the personnel changed a little once in a while over the years, but that's what we started. And our second record in that group was a big hit called Big Man. And we went on the road, and we were on Ed Sullivan a bunch of times.
Was that your first TV appearance?
I think our first TV appearance was before we had a hit record. We actually were invited to be on a show called the Edsel Show. Don't laugh. Don't snicker. We introduced a new car called the Edsel. And I don't know if we had anything to do with killing it, but first and last Edsel hour. But it was Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney, Frank Sinatra, Louis Armstrong, and the 4 preps. I don't know how we got that billing. We were really backing Lindsey Nelson, his son, Bing Crosby's son. Anyway, we did that, and then we did a lot of Dick Clark shows and Ed Sullivan shows.
What was it like doing Ed Sullivan and Dick Clark?
Well, we developed a great relationship with Dick. I had my first solo.
That's what she said.
In the group, and the audience is laughing, and I don't know why. And Dick Clark is on his hands and knees, and you've seen that kind of plastic stuff that's supposed to resemble something unmentionable on the air. It's if you're either ill or you have a dog or whatever. He pushed this stuff out in front, right underneath me, and I'm convinced that my fly's open because the audience is screaming, and the guys around me are not. Of course, those are lip syncs when you do Dick Clark. I don't know what's wrong, but anyway, things like that went on all the time. We sent Dick Clark. We found a fish down on the banks of the Allegheny River. They were breaking in a new radio station upstate New York, and we later sent him one in the mail. And apparently it destroyed their offices for weeks. So we had these running gags that would go on, and again, it's broadcasting. We're doing live stuff, and I start taking my typewriter with me because as we got more and more successful, we were on the road longer and longer. We helped pioneer what was called the college concert circuit. It really hadn't been big before then, and it got down to, because we did an in-person album which we dedicated to President Kennedy, and it was about drafting all the other groups into the Peace Corps. And it made us a college concert album. A college concert act. And we recorded it at a high school in California, but it said recorded on live in Southern California. Everyone assumed it was USC. It became a huge album, and you either bought Peter, Paul, and Mary or the 4 preps.
Oh, and that's from the Archive of American Television. Thank you for use of that clip. Now, as I said, Glen Larson began as a television writer before he was a producer, and I have a clip of the very first show he ever wrote for way back in late 65 is when he wrote this script. Let's see if I can get just a go for you here.
Name, Richard Kimball. doctor of medicine.
Profession.
Destination, death row, state prison. Richard Kimball has been tried and convicted, but laws are made by men, carried out by men, and men are imperfect. Richard Kimball is innocent. Proved guilty, what Richard Kimball could not prove was that moments before discovering his wife's body, he encountered a man running from the vicinity of his home. A man with one arm. A man who has not yet been found. Richard Kimball ponders his fate as he looks at the world for the last time and sees only darkness.
Lighten up.
But in that darkness, fate moves its huge hand.
Train wreck. It's a train wreck like this show. Which you have to watch, right?
The Fugitive. A QM production. Starring David Jansen as The Fugitive. With special guest stars Vera Miles, Brian Keith, Harry Towns. Also starring Barry Morse as Lieutenant Gerard. Episode, Fear
in a Desert City. I'll open the phone lines in a little bit and give out the phone number, but I just want to talk about this just a little bit. You know what I forgot to play while I was talking about the Bulldogs, by the way? I was going to play a little bit. Oh, man, I forgot. I had a music bed for the background, and I forgot. Oh, well, there it is. I'll be damned. Ooh, yeah. Hail to Georgia. Look, anyway, congratulations, Georgia Bulldogs, on winning. Talked about that at the top of the show. So The Fugitive, that show that I just played the theme from, you know, I'm going to play just a little bit more of the theme. This is the end title theme because I am a music nerd. I like incidental music as well as mainstream rock and roll. The Fugitive. A QM production. The Fugitive. It aired on ABC television at 10 p.m. Tuesday nights from September 17th, 1963 until August 29th, 1967. 120 one-hour episodes were produced over 4 television seasons, the last season being in color, the first 3 in black and white. So on The Fugitive, Glen A. Larson wrote the story for a 3rd season episode titled In a Plain Paper Wrapper, which aired on Tuesday, April 19th, 1966, and that was the very last black and white episode to be filmed. It wasn't the last one that aired for season 3, but it was definitely the last one filmed in black and white ever on that show. And little Kurt Russell plays the leader of a gang of kids who buy a rifle through mail order to use to capture Dr. Richard Kimball because this kid recognized him, who was the nephew of a character played by Lois Nettleton, who died not too long ago, a few years ago. And Lois Nettleton is best known for a classic Twilight Zone episode titled The Midnight Sun, where it's getting hot and hot and hot, and finally she just has a meltdown, and like the thermometer bursts and she screams, "Ah!" And then she wakes up from a bad dream. and her fever has broken. But it turns out the Earth is going away from the sun. It's getting colder, colder. That was the classic Twilight Zone twist in that episode titled The Midnight Sun. Anyway, that was the actress Lois Nettleton, and she did several fugitives. But in this one, she played an aunt to this kid, played by a kid actor at a time named Pat Carty, who recognized Dr. Kimball because he had just transferred from Indiana, Stafford, Indiana, where Dr. Richard Kimball was from. So he and this gang of kids are going to capture him with this rifle they ordered through the mail. And Glen Larson wrote that story. And who else was in that cast for any fellow Trek nerds out there, Trekkers, Trekkies, whatever you want to be identified as? The future Dr. Roger Corby from season 1 of Star Trek is in this. The actor Michael Strong, like muscles. And he played Dr. Roger Corby in What Are Little Girls Made Of? And that episode of Star Trek also had Ted Cassidy. The season after Addams Family was canceled, he was Lurch, Ted Cassidy, and he had a bald cap on, a really bad bald cap on. In that Star Trek, I'm digressing here, but that was a really good Star Trek. It centered around Nurse Christine Chapel, and Michael Strong played her lost love, who they'd lost contact with on an ice planet. And it turns out he's put his mind into an android body, which, I think there's people like Bezos that are trying to do that right now in reality. I think there's experiments so you can be immortal. They got to learn from Star Trek. It never works out. But the author of that episode, What Are Little Girls Made Of, was Robert Bloch, who wrote Psycho, the Hitchcock classic. And he also wrote another Star Trek in season 2 about a space entity. It was like Jack the Ripper. It's called A Wolf in the Fold. That was written by Robert Bloch. Anyway, I'm digressing all over the place. So the future Dr. Roger Corby, Michael Strong, was in this fugitive written by Glen Larson. And it was a really good one. Good episode. You know what? I'm going to read from my book. I have a note here. Read from book about that episode just briefly. And Richard Donner directed it. My God, I forgot to mention that. Who went on to direct Superman the movie, The Omen. I did a whole Podblast when Richard Donner died back in July 2021, where I talked about everything he'd done with clips. It was a pretty good little tribute, if I say so myself, to Richard Donner, who also directed a great episode in that same season 3 of The Fugitive titled Wife Killer that had the one-armed man. In the first 3 years, the one-armed man was only featured in one episode per season. And in season 3, it was Wife Killer, directed by Richard Donner. But in a plain paper wrapper, as I said, aired April 19th, 1966. Story by Jackson Gillis and Glen A. Larson, directed by Richard Donner. Prologue. Now, I have a shitty voice, but, excuse my language, I have a bad voice. Just imagine William Conrad narrating this. A target may be paper, an animal, or a man. To a gun, it makes no difference. Nor does it care who pulls the trigger or why. To Richard Kimball, a fugitive, guns are a familiar enemy. For he is always a target for which the law has issued a mandate, if necessary, shoot to kill. Terrible impression of the great William Conrad. I just don't have the pipes. Okay, so synopsis. Kimball's relationship with waitress Susan Cartwright becomes doubly complicated by the arrival of her orphan nephew Gary, who himself is trying to break in with the local group of boys. Upon recognizing Kimball, who is masquerading as Bob Stoddard from when he grew up in Stafford, Indiana, Gary tells the other boys who decide to capture Kimball with the rifle they just purchased from a magazine ad. Meanwhile, the social worker assigned to investigate Susan, played by Michael Strong, future Dr. Roger Corby in Star Trek Season 1, and he interrogates Kimball instead. Here's the epilogue by William Conrad. Love needs time to grow, and a hunted man has no time. Yesterday, a need that found hope in a look, a word, a touching of hands is today denied by flight, a flight from guns. Today's guns are already miles behind, but the need remains. Anyway, so I guess it was like it was anti-gun. It was just saying you shouldn't buy guns through a magazine ad. It wasn't an anti-gun really, no matter where you stand on the issue. It didn't preach. It was just, I remember that was, because it's been a while since I've seen it. That was the main beef they had was that these children could buy a gun out of the back of a magazine. Anyway, I guess it's like today with cigarette machines. You know, you don't have to. A cigarette machine, you can still find them, but granted they're in bars. But some bowling alleys have them, and a cigarette machine doesn't check ID, right? You just put the coins in. Anyway, I'm surprised there's not a beer machine like they have vending machines for sodas. You know, why not? If they do it for cigarettes, why not for booze? But I guess booze would impair you. I mean, there's more of a danger to getting drunk than getting, lung cancer, which takes years to get, right? You could have immediate problems with alcohol in the wrong hands. So this author, this book, by the way, is by Ed Robertson, The Fugitive Recaptured from 1993. It's a great read if you like the show. He writes, although in a plain paper wrapper was not the final episode to air this season, it was the last to be filmed, like I said, and therefore the last episode produced by Alan Armour, who would leave the series at the end of the year. He says, I did 90 hours of The Fugitive, said Armour, and after a while you kind of feel that you've been everywhere and done everything, and there's just no more new roads to explore. Armour felt ready for a new challenge, and he immediately accepted Quinn Martin's offer to produce the pilot for The Invaders, a projected science fiction series about a lone man's effort to protect a disbelieving public from an alien takeover. Quote, Quinn had a pilot for The Invaders, Alan Armour said. Quote, Larry Cohen, who conceived the idea for the series, brought it to Quinn, and Quinn let me read it. He said, what do you think? And I said, I like it. I think it's exciting. And Quinn said, do you want to produce it? And I thought, after doing 90 hours of The Fugitive, you really feel you're kind of burned out. And I said, yeah, I'd like to do it. Continued Alan Armour, and we did a pilot titled Beachhead, which was written by Anthony Wilson, who had written a great Fugitive 2-part episode in season 3, Landscape with Running Figures, where Gerard's wife is with Kimball anyway, on the run, and she loses her sight. Anyway, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. Joe Sargent directed it, who had directed Ill Wind in season 3 of The Fugitive. And the first cut was gorgeous, but it had to be cut down to 49 minutes from an original running time of 65 minutes, and the show suffered from the editing, I'm afraid. My agent said the long version was the single best pilot he'd ever seen, and thank God they finally released that in long version of The Invaders on DVD. It's in the season 1 DVD set and the complete series DVD set, which these days you can get really inexpensively. I think there's 43 episodes of The Invaders. You can get them on DVD, uncut. If you can still play DVD, the Blu-ray player, by the way, will play a DVD. It'll upgrade the image. It'll make it look a lot nicer than just a DVD player would. And they finally released it in 2008. And it's so much better, like they said, because the main character, the hero of The Invaders, is an architect, David Vincent. And there's a cool cut scene where he sees an alien ship land in the middle of the night, or he's trying to find a place to get hot coffee in the middle of the night. He's about to fall asleep. He's on a long business trip as an architect, and he sees a sign for a diner ahead. And he turns in, and it turns out the diner's closed, and he's like, God, I can't get any coffee. So he just decides just to take a nap in his car. And at that moment, a spaceship lands. It doesn't see him, but he sees the ship. And so he's trying to alert everybody, my God, I just saw a spaceship. And so he draws a sketch. This was my point. In the extended pilot, it really makes sense. And they cut this out. There's a cool sketch that some artist that the production company hired drew. Obviously, it wasn't Roy Thinnis, the star of The Invaders, who drew it, but it was a really cool sketch of the ship. And there's other little things too. And the grandma from the Waltons, the future grandma, Ellen Corby is the actress's name. She's in the pilot. You have a lot of actors from future shows that you know and love, and it's like a dark, cool pilot. Anyway, Diane Baker's in it. A few months before, she played the woman that Kimball wound up with in the final episode of The Fugitive. So, The Invaders premiered in January 1967, on January 10th, 1967, actually, on ABC TV. Like The Fugitive, The Invaders was based on one man's efforts to resolve a disadvantageous situation. Invasion of Earth from outer space. Despite the tremendous odds, because no one believes him, he's up against the wall. The series starred Roy Finnis and featured such Quinn Martin trademarks as the superimposed Act 1, Act 2. It had excellent writing, including several scripts by George Eckstein and Don Brinkley, familiar guest stars. Even Barry Morse, Lieutenant Gerard himself, appeared in the episode The Life Seekers in season 2, and a great narrator who wound up narrating. His name's William Woodson. He wound up narrating The Odd Couple. Same guy. Unlike The Fugitive, The Invaders never caught on and was canceled after just 1.5 seasons. The Invaders was such a way out concept that I guess it would be more successful today than it was then, Alan Armour speculated in 1993. Alan Armour later produced Cannon, starring William Conrad, the rotund detective who narrated The Fugitive for Quinn Martin, plus several made-for-TV movies, including Birds of Prey in 1973, which starred David Janssen. He truly enjoyed working on The Fugitive. It was enormously gratifying, Alan Armour said. Fuge facts. I'm almost done with this article. I'm sorry. In a plain paper wrapper written by Glen Larson is one of the few episodes in which David Kimball is not chased out of town by the police. The landlady calls the police in Act 4, not so much to report Kimball, but to report Gary's injury. However, Kimball remains imperiled in this episode because Shaw, the social worker, has been interrogating him relentlessly. The fugitive must leave town before the truth comes out. Okay, and there's like a blooper, but nobody cares, so that's all I had to say about that. So that was the first thing that Glen Larson wrote for major television, was that episode of The Fugitive. And then the next thing he worked on was also for Quinn Martin in 12 O'Clock High, which is based on the feature film. And I love the show. Of course, it's about World War II. In the first season, Robert Lansing was the star, and he left under controversial circumstances. They say he was difficult to work with. Others say he wanted too much money. But I want to play the great opening to 12 O'Clock High, and this music's by Dominique Frontier, who had left The Outer Limits season at the end of season 1 to score 12 O'Clock High, which began in 1964. Just listen to this opening, and I'm going to play the end titles too, because I'm a music nerd.
12 O'Clock High. A QM production. Starring Robert Lansing. Also starring John Larkin and Frank Overton. With guest star Paul Burke. Tonight's episode, Golden Boy had 9 black sheep.
That was Wesson who narrated that. Different than the narrator, like I said, William Conrad narrated The Fugitive, but he had a different guy that would say, tonight's episode, this'll kill you. That was Dick Wesson, was that announcer's name. And he did all the Quinn Martin shows in those days. Here's the end titles, the music to 12 O'Clock High. I just love this score. It's beautiful. If I could get it from the top.
O'Clock High has been brought to you by
Preparation H. The old 20th Century Fox logo. And of course, Walt Disney now owns 12 O'Clock High because they absorbed the 20th Century Fox film and television massive library. So 12 O'Clock High, aired on Friday nights. It lasted for 78 episodes, with Robert Lansing as the lead in season 1. Then Paul Burke took over in seasons 2 and 3. It debuted September 18th, 1964, and it ran until January 13th, 1967. By the way, The Invaders had started at ABC on January 10th, 1967, just 3 days before 12 O'Clock High ended. In the last season of 12 O'Clock High, it was in color, just like the last season of The Fugitive was in color. And that was the same season, the 66 to 67 season, that it went to color on ABC. My trusty book, says about 12 O'Clock High. It was a war drama. This was one wartime action-adventure series in which the top brass did not stay behind the lines. It was the story of the 918th Bombardment Group of the U.S. 8th Air Force, stationed near London during World War II. During the first season, the story centered on General Frank Savage, as he personally led his pilots through bombing raids and narrow escapes over enemy territory. Major General Crow was his boss, and Major Harvey Stovall, his adjutant on the ground. The action was hot and heavy, and at the start of the second season, it got a little too hot for General Savage, who was killed during a mission in the season 2 premiere. It didn't show the actor Robert Lansing. They just wrote about it, and you didn't see it on camera. Colonel Joe Gallagher then assumed command. And the lead in the series and for the rest of its run was Paul Burke. Let's see if there's anything else of interest here. Anyway, it was a really cool show. And our friend Al Hardy, that's one of his favorite television shows of all time. I think it's his favorite Quinn Martin show. And I've got several of them on 16 millimeter film, big whoop. So I did like that music by Dominique Frontier. And he did the music for The Invaders, too, I might add. Dominique Frontier did. He did a lot of cool, moody music back then. So let's see. The episode that Glen Larson wrote for 12 O'Clock High was titled To Seek and Destroy, from the final season, airing on November 18th, 1966. I'm going to open the phone lines in a little bit, just a moment, but I want to also mention that the next project that Glen A. Larson wrote for in terms of television, he wrote 11 episodes of a TV show titled It Takes a Thief, which lasts 2.5 seasons with 66 episodes being shot. That starred Robert Wagner long before Heart to Heart and the drowning of Natalie Wood. It began on Tuesday, January 9th, 1968 on ABC, and it ended on Monday, September 14th, 1970. Also in the cast was Fred Astaire and Malachi Throne. And this is a very brief 1-minute clip. I'm just going to play the clip of that theme and then we'll move on to something else that Glen Larson worked on. And I got some heavy hitting clips from the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman R-rated bloopers that Lindsay Wagner would probably get pissed off if she knew people were putting it out there. But that was a long time ago. Let's see. Here is It Takes a Thief. So that's the second version of the theme, and it looks like Glen Larson actually wrote a bunch of episodes. He wrote like 19 episodes of It Takes a Thief. I'll just read some of the titles. Birds of a Feather in 1968. Get Me to the Revolution on Time. Hans, H-A-N-S, like the name, Hans. Hans Across the Border, parts 1 and 2. Guess Who's Coming to Rio? The Artist is for Framing. Cat's Paw, Boom at the Top, The Great Chess Gambit, The Beautiful People, The Great Casino Caper, Flowers from Alexander, The Three Virgins of Rome, The King of Thieves, The Second Time Around, The Steel, like Thief, The Steel Driving Man, Situation Red, An Evening with Alistar Mundy, and finally Project X. Those are the episodes that he wrote. And he also next wrote for a really great 90-minute Western. It was in color. It was one of the first, well, Bonanza came before this show did, but this Western was a long 90-minute show called The Virginian. James Drury was the star. And he wrote an episode titled With Love, Bullets, and Valentines in 1970. It was written by Glen A. Larson. And I am going to play the theme to the Virginian. It's not very long. Let me get that here for you now. Here it is. I just love this. This is a reorchestration. Virginian. I love that theme. In 1970, Glen Larson wrote his first of 11 stories for McCloud, which was a police drama that starred Dennis Weaver, which aired from Wednesday, September 16th, 1970, until August 28th, 1977. And it started as part of the NBC Mystery Movie, which was the title of an umbrella series, which means a rotating series broadcast from 71 to 77, even though this particular show started Wednesday, September 16th, 1970. McCloud did. 3 shows debuted under that umbrella: Columbo, McCloud, and McMillan and Wife. In the fall of 1972, they were all moved to Sunday nights, and these were 90 minutes in length, if I'm not mistaken. I know at least, of course, Columbo was 90 minutes. It's more like a movie length, but not quite 2 hours, and joined in rotation by Heck Ramsey. Meanwhile, a second mystery movie rotation was introduced on Wednesdays featuring Banachek, Cool Million, and Madigan. The theme music for McCloud was composed by Henry Mancini, best known as the composer of the Pink Panther theme. I'm going to play a little bit of the NBC Mystery Movie. I love this music, and I first heard this on TV's Greatest Hits Volume 2 in 1987, which MTV actually produced. And it wasn't the original version. Back then, they didn't have access to the 35 millimeter negatives and the original tracks and the masters. So they would have, if they couldn't find a decent copy from film, they would just have someone reorchestrate it and do like a cover, like a yacht rock for classic TV themes. And let's see, I thought I had it right here for you. Yeah, here it is. I want to play. This is the NBC Sunday Mystery Movie. I love this music by Henry Mancini.
Starring Rock Hudson and Susan St. James as McMillan and Wife.
Woo! I love that. It's kind of funky and just trippy. And then later, here was the McCloud theme. This is like 30 seconds long, after it's been running for a while. Dennis Weaver in McCloud. And then I got a quick clip of Glen not terribly inspirational.
Hi,
it
I'm
was a
Dr.
minute
Brian
long.
Petty.
There's an ad. It was a minute long. I thought it was 30 seconds long. Now we come to the rip-off portion of the Glen A. Larson story. But first, I do want to play a brief clip. I gotta go to the bathroom so badly. I hope this is longer than I realize. This is Glen A. Larson talking about McLeod with EmmyTVLegends.org. Thanks to them for use of this clip. This is Glen A. Larson on McLeod.
It as part of the NBC mystery movie, which was called, I think, the Wednesday Night Movie. And he took a different tack with the show. He took a tack where McLeod would sit around headquarters and they would just send the kooks to him. He would talk to people with funny hats. And my feeling was that if you're going to do it, they really should do it if you had John Wayne or Clint Eastwood in New York. And they wouldn't want to give him the time of day because I don't want to be bothered with a guy who came from Taos to learn big city techniques. So they would not assign him anything, but he would horn his way into, the big murder in Manhattan and walk in. And if he asked, they had him asking all kinds of questions. They really had him doing Columbo because Lincoln Levinson had created Columbo and Dean Hargrove had worked on Columbo. So he would be standing around the door and saying, yeah, golly, I just kind of wonder. Well, he was doing Chester from Gunsmoke. What he should have been doing is asking if it's one question, it's the right question. And it would propel him to the next stage of the episode. Now, this kind of started a career MO for me. And we recall, as a kid, I would watch sitcoms and I'd watch dramas and so forth. I developed sort of a style that isn't sitcom. I call it predicament humor. You don't do anything that cuts your star off at the knees or worse. You make him intelligent. You give him great ideas and great things to do. But sometimes things happen. Circumstances go wrong, and if he's out there with a police car he had to commandeer, something goes wrong with it, and the chief is yelling at him the next moment, and pretty soon something. By the time you get to Act 4, he comes in with a steering wheel from his third car, and he's in trouble, but the audience is looking forward to it. And I found that if you could find a way to put a little humor in a lot of these shows, it elevated them a little bit more to what we expect from movie making when you get into detective shows and things like that. There's more style in it, and I enjoyed that, and it served me very well later when I wanted to do a concept that everyone had tried, and Frank Price told me he had tried to develop 8 times, and he wanted to do huge things, Gandhi and Stripes and all those things as head of Columbia and all that. He said, you'll have a hard time licking that concept. And it was also going to be put into the mystery movie. And the concept turned out to be Quincy.
We'll get to Quincy a little bit later.
But I'm just telling the chronology of how it's humor that made it possible to do a show about dead bodies.
There you go. And I think I have it licked. That's like an old expression like hairy. That was a really hairy situation. Kind of a silly expression. If you're watching, by the way, live, my God, the camera I was holding up my stand was holding up a fugitive book, and it fell over right into the camera, and the camera went crashing down. I thought I was going to have to stop the show, but I got it together. So thank you, God. All right, so now we're going to talk about the movie ripoffs, which really began at this point in time with a TV version of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid titled Elias Smith and Jones. Let me just play what the opening to that show sounded like. And it is right here. Elias Smith and Jones, a Western. Come on, God bless America. This is just not my day. Not my night, and I got to pee.
Hannibal Hayes and Kid Curry, the two most successful outlaws in the history of the West. And in all the trains and banks they robbed, they never shot anyone. This made our two latter-day Robin Hoods very popular, with everyone but the railroads and the banks.
There's one thing we gotta get, Hayes. What's that? Out of this business.
The governor can't come flat out and give you amnesty now. First, you gotta prove you deserve it.
So all we have to do is just stay out of trouble till the governor figures we deserve amnesty. But in the meantime, we'll still be wanted.
Well, that's true. Till then, only you, me, and the governor will know about it. It'll be our secret.
I sure wish the governor'd let a few more people in on our secret.
Alias Smith and Jones, starring Pete Duell and Ben Murphy.
There you go. That was the opening, obviously, to Elias Smith and Jones. Now, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid was released by 20th Century Fox, now Disney owns it, on Wednesday, September 24th, 1969, and it earned $102.3 million at the box office and only cost $6 million to make. Again, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid earned $102.3 million, but only cost $6 million to make. That's almost $100 million in profit. 102.3. That sounds like a radio station. 102.3 FM. So that was really, really astounding box office take back then. And I want to play a little bit of some scenes from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid for those that aren't familiar with that classic movie. Let's see. I'm going to play the actual preview trailer.
Paul Newman is Butch Cassidy, and the Sundance Kid is Robert Redford. Catherine Ross is Etta Place.
Dynamite's ready, Butch.
Well, that ought to do it.
Think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?
Most of this is true, and all of it blazes with action. You've never met a pair like Butch and Sundance.
Well, we're back in business, boys and girls.
Outlaws with style, in a class all their own.
You know, when I was a kid, I always thought I was going to grow up to be a hero.
Don't tell me how to rob a bank. I know how to rob a bank.
And anything you ask of me, I'll do. Except one thing. I won't watch you die.
You just keep thinking. That's what you're good at.
An incredible pair of rugged adventurers, creating a living legend on 2 continents.
But it's just one guy.
Don't you get sick of being right all the time?
They robbed trains.
Stop it.
Looted banks.
Manos arriba. They got him up. Ah, you're so damn smart, you read it.
And one girl shared their love and larceny.
Raindrops keep falling on my head.
Oh, go.
And just like the guy whose feet are too big.
Gotta hum over this part of the song.
Nothing seems to
From Spider-Man 2, years later in 2004.
What are you doing?
Feeling your woman?
Take her.
Boy, you're a romantic bastard, I'll give you that.
Then, Mr. E.H. Harriman of the Union Pacific put the top lawman in the West on their trail.
They're very good. If he'd just pay me what he's spending to make me stop robbing him, I'd stop robbing him.
They were outlaws, running out of time and out of space, and a changing world was closing in on them. From the American West to New York.
It's better.
To the dangerous new frontier of Bolivia.
Bolivia. Well, he'll feel a lot better after he's robbed a couple of banks.
I'll jump first.
And you jump first.
No, I said.
What's the matter with you?
Recognize that narrator? That was Dick Tufeld, the voice of the robot in Lost in Space and narrator for the Time Tunnel and Disney movies. He was the voice artist for a lot of trailers. So, yeah, that movie did big box office, almost $100 million in profit. So TV wanted to cash in on that trend. And so Elias Smith and Jones ran on ABC TV from Thursday, January 21st, 1971 until Saturday, January 13th, 1973 for a total of 50 episodes. Here's a quick clip of Glen A. Larson talking about Elias Smith and Jones. I'm losing my voice, folks. Sorry about that, but I'm glad I could pee just then. TMI. Here's Glen Larson.
Networks are a lot like automobile manufacturers or anyone else who's in commerce. If something out there catches on with the public, it could be the Mercedes grill, and the Japanese decide to make a luxury car. Sometimes, amazingly, the grill will look a lot like another grill, and I guess you could call it market research. But you can go in and pitch one idea to a network, and they'll say, what we'd really like is something that's a little more like this or whatever. That's why you'll often find a lot of television shows that will resemble movies. And when I was very young, I remember Love on a Rooftop came along with Peter Duell, who went to work in my first series that you're talking about now. But he was it was Barefoot in the Park, like cookie cut. It was just almost identical. Well, we did a show called Alias Smith and Jones, which was certainly in the genre of Butch Cassidy, the new wave Western. And you could include in that, what's the William Holden movie?
The Wild Bunch.
The Wild Bunch. And those are all about the same group, by the way. The Wild Bunch is the group that Butch Cassidy ran up in Hole in the Wall, and they were the Hole in the Wall gang. All of these things were the coming of age of the more contemporary Western, moving out of the post-Civil War period into just pre-automobile or concurrent, just the changing of the West. And I had meetings with ABC to talk 2 or 3 areas. The one they wanted to go forward right away was Alias Smith and Jones, and that became my first series. And I wrote a script, and I was, we went to pilot, and it became it was picked up by ABC right away. It just was very attractive. But I had done McCloud, but this was the first time I had come out of a box with a show that I was putting together. Frank Price was my executive producer on that show, and he had not yet quite become one of the cornerstones of the studio. That is, one of the guys who ran one of the networks, as was Grant Tinker and Sid Sheinberg and so forth. It's hard for me to recall exactly what went wrong, but for some reason, Frank's father-in-law was Roy Huggins. Roy Huggins was Mr. Maverick. And I must say, growing up and on the road in my early days, Maverick was my favorite show. I loved the tongue-in-cheek, the humor of it. And we were looking for that element. And in launching a brand new show, I think there was some concerns whether or not I could handle it.
Even after McCloud, which you'd proven there?
Yeah. Boy, that was my position.
Now we're getting to this. Thank you again, Archive of American Television. We're getting into the stuff that Generation Xers treasure, like the $6 million man. Before we get there, Glen Larson had just joined Universal Studios, as I talked about at the beginning of the Podblast, and I just want to play another short piece of audio about Universal and Glen Larson joining that studio, in his own words, from Beyond the Grave.
I used to think at Universal in terms of semesters. I started with Gene Kuhn, who just was without fear. He was just a great writer.
Gene Coon, I'll stop it right there. He had worked on Star Trek. He wrote a lot of key episodes like Devil in the Dark in season 1, about this, what they perceive as a monster that's killing miners, and it's really trying to protect its babies that are like in these silicone. Really, it turns out to be eggs, and they think it's just like a gold ball, and they've been crushing them and smashing them, and unbeknownst, they're killing this creature's children. So it goes on the offense against these guys, the red shirts, as they would say in Star Trek. So Gene Coon wrote that one. He wrote Metamorphosis in season 2, which Al Hardy gave me a production still, a publicity still, from. I'll hold it up for the camera. Our friend Al Hardy, that's from Wilmington, North Carolina, the NBC affiliate he was with at the time. I forget the call letters, but that's from that episode Metamorphosis, written by Gene Coon. And he wrote a bunch of others, too. Episodes of classic Star Trek. By the way, I was just snacking on a whatchamacallit bar. Remember that candy bar, whatchamacallit? But now I'll resume the clip. This is Glen Larson talking about joining Universal Studios, which is now
one of the things that works
owned by Xfinity, Comcast.
Well, for me is he hated to go to the stage. And I enjoyed it. I like to get up from the typewriter and go down to the stage. So I got to do a lot of producing when I was an associate producer or a story editor. I got to really get into the nuts and bolts and find out why we had to change the script and things like that. So on my first show, going back to Take Steve, I got a chance to grow and learn a lot about the nuts and bolts of producing. So I worked with Gene Coon, and then the next season I worked with Leslie Stevens. And Leslie Stevens had a Tony from Broadway for Marriage Go Round. He had done a couple of really, really big shows like Outer Limits and a rodeo show. He was a big creator in his own right, and he was on the lot, and he was one of the guys. And I learned from Gene. When it came to producing and working with actors and directors, Leslie showed me a whole new, I got a whole new instrument working with him. Then right afterwards, I go to work with on the pilot with Frank Price, and Frank Price had done matinee theater. He had done all kinds of things. So by that semester, I was with Frank Price. The next semester, I'm with Roy Huggins, and every one of them had their own bag of tricks. Is how you fix a show, how you turn it around, how directors will take what you give them, and it's not always what's on the written page. You got to improvise, or sometimes someone would just miss the point, or there's so many mistakes you can make when you're making a show, especially on a 6-day schedule or a 7, which is what we really had in those days. So you get this film, and in many cases you're rewriting it, you're recutting it. You say, well, you can't go out and redo it all. It's not the movies. You might do a pickup shot or two, but you learn in the cutting room. And every one of those guys had tricks and marvelous approaches to how to make these things work. And I learned from every one of those guys. At this point, I'm learning so much that I'm really, I know how to fix a show, even if when you first see it, you want to disown it. And there are films which we would hide for a whole season. And every time we were within proximity of where we could do a pickup shot, we'd grab it. And these are things you'd want to send to UCLA. Look at this and look at this. And this is what you can do with film. And so that was a Universal at that point. It was something like 16 shows on the air. I mean, that lot was. They called it a factory, but it's a bit of a disservice. There's such talented people there, all doing really good work, and to be in your first 4 or 5 years in the business, to be put with each one of these. I mean, you could imagine if you could give college campus opportunities like that anywhere in the world. I had that opportunity, and it was just great.
Glen A. Larson. Now we transition to the $6 million man. I was holding up for the camera one of the Kenner hand-cranked clip reels that have no sound, just picture only, that I talked about earlier in the show. But I want to play a clip of Glen Larson talking about the $6 Million Man theme song before I play a clip of it. Let's hear Glen in his own words.
Dusty Springfield did such a brilliant job on that. That's the only thing that really upset me was that Harv's first thing was to bring in a sort of a conventional theme. I thought her theme on the 90-minute movie was terrific.
Did you write that theme?
Yes.
So
yes.
Tell me about, because it became a signature of all your shows that you would do the theme. How did you get yourself back into music and doing the theme for the $6 Million Man?
Well,
movies?
I had written themes. I mean, I had written hit songs. I had 2 BMI awards for 26 Miles, Big Man. And I liked music. And sometimes I felt, the theme, and eventually it would be proven to be probably one of the more valuable assets that we could pull out of a trunk. And because I sold one show just off of singing the theme in the office of ABC. So I got started doing it on that. That didn't prove to be one of those milestones in my career, because when they went on to the hour episodes, and again, I really wasn't thrilled with doing, it's a lot of work to grind those out. And I still had McLeod to do. You said, did I stay with it? I did. But right in that mix too, then along came Quincy. So that was the perfect opportunity to move over.
What he's talking about, the Dusty Springfield theme song. Like I said at the beginning of the show, towards the beginning, there were 3 television movies before The $6 Million Man became a weekly hourly show. And these were 2-hour movies. And the first one was The Moon in the Desert. The second one was called Wine, Women, and War. And Glen Larson wrote the screenplay and this song. And he wanted it to be like a James Bond type song, where you had a woman singing it, and there was a nice, sexy introduction. And Britt Eklund, future Bond girl, just a year later, was one of the beautiful women in Wine, Women, and War, the second $6 Million Man television movie, long before it was a series. It was really well done. Also, one of the actors best known for The Man from U.N.C.L.E., who played Ilya, was in it, in the cast, and Earl Holliman was in it. He was hilarious, and some of the lines were kind of dirty for TV. I've talked about this before in the Podblast, but there's a scene where they're on a yacht, and Steve Austin's trying to rescue Britt Eklund's character, and so he tears apart a side of the boat to dive out, grab her and dive out of the boat, and he goes, "I'm sorry I had to violate your porthole." And I was like, wow, that even for a movie, that's kind of out there. But anyway, in the way he delivers the line, Lee Majors, it's funny, but it's creepy. Anyway, I didn't mean to violate your porthole. But here is the theme song that Glen Larson was talking about for Wine, Women, and War. And this was the first time you had Richard Anderson as Oscar Goldman. It was in the second movie. The second movie was where the character of Oscar Goldman was introduced, played by Richard Anderson. Let me find that. Yeah, so here is the song that Glen Larson wrote.
Mission Control. Steve, what is it? What's wrong?
I was hoping you could tell me.
He's alive. He lost an arm, 2 legs, and 1 eye, but he's alive.
I'm not sure he'd want to live if he can't be the man he was.
What if he could be more than the man he was? We have the technology to rebuild him. I want it done no matter what the cost.
He's the man. $6 million man. He's the man. $6 million man. Catch him if you can. Feed him if you can. Love him if you can. Now he's the $6 million man.
Well, like I said, we rise to the occasion.
He's the man. He's the man. He's my man. Oh, he's my man. Yeah, let me tell you about him. Can't do without him. He's one of a kind. Now he's the man.
Yeah, and that aired October 20th, 1973. And it had other interesting people in the cast. The villain was played by Eric Braeden, which a lot of soap opera fans will know from The Young and the Restless. He's been on there for decades. And he was in the movie Titanic. Oh, Marley, he played Astor. Anyway, he's been in a ton of things. And he was clean-shaven, really young in this as a villain. And David McCallum, as I said, was in this as a good guy. And he was best known for acting in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and to me in The Outer Limits. And Alan Oppenheimer played the original Dr. Rudy Wells, who was recast later on down the line. But that's my favorite of the three movies. I even like it better than the first one, The Moon in the Desert, where it's the origin story where Steve Austin is injured and rebuilt, and he goes to the Middle East on a mission, his first mission. I thought Wine, Women, and War was more like a Bond film. It was funny, and it's just better. And then I didn't like the third one. It was called Solid Gold Kidnapping, also in 1973. About a month or so after Wine, Women, and War. Russ Mayberry directed Wine, Women, and War, who went on to direct the pilot of The Fall Guy in 1981, March of 81. Is when the pilot was shot, I believe, according to my research. I'm going to open the phone lines in a little bit. Jason's out there. Hey, Jason, thank you for watching. It's an ungodly hour on a work night at 1:14 in the morning. I need to rest my voice. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Before I talk about some facts of $6 Million Man, here is Glen Larson talking about the $6 Million Man. See how long this clip is. It's only a minute and 11 seconds.
$6 Million Man was a failed pilot. It was called Cyborg.
The Moon in the
One
Desert.
day, I'm sitting with
book was
Michael,
Cyborg.
and Frank Price calls me, and he says, you have a new show. And I said, oh. He says, but you can't say anything yet because the people who did the pilot don't know that we're going to go off in another direction. And so I sat down with Frank, and we, in like a page or two, just re-examined where we were going, what went wrong with the other one. And I went off to a cabin I had next door to Dennis Weaver and wrote the pilot for the $6 Million Man. And added in a lot of the other ththings that he could do with the eye and found ways, do the running so that it would look fast with so that then started a whole new adventure and started a relationship with Lee Majors.
That's right, the $6 Million Man. If there would be no Terminator if it wasn't for the success of the $6 Million Man on television. And some notes about the $6 Million Man, which, like I said, not too long ago, back on January 18th of 2022, it was its 48th anniversary of the regular 1 hour series after those three successful TV movies aired. So it ran for 5 seasons on ABC TV, debuting, like I said, on Friday, January 18th, 1974, as a 1 hour series. The first TV movie aired on March 7th, 1973, so that's towards the end of the 1972 to 1973 season, The Moon in the Desert, based on the book Cyborg. 99 one-hour episodes were filmed over 5 TV seasons. And actually, it's less than that. I should have given you an accurate number, because what happens is, on the internet, these people, they count the syndicated numbers instead of the aired numbers. And what I mean is, okay, say there's a 2-hour episode, like there was a season 5 episode of $6 Million Man called Lost Island. It aired as a 2-hour episode, but in reruns, of course, it was recut as a 2-parter for reruns because of the time slot. In reruns, $6 Million Man had a 1-hour time slot, not a 2-hour time slot, so they had to cut a 2-hour episode into 2 parts. And so what's happened years later is that a lot of people that don't know any better will count that as 2 episodes. No, it was 1 episode. I always go by the air date. So when I tell you there's 99 1-hour episodes, I can tell you right now that's 99, 98, 97. I think it's 94 actual episodes, whether they're 2 hours in length or 1 hour. And when I get to a long clip, I'll go ahead and do the math and give you an absolute accurate number, just because I want to give you all of the correct information. But at any rate, it was 5 seasons. The first season was a winter replacement show starting on January 18th, 74. So that was towards the tail end of the 73-74 season. And then there were 3 reunion movies produced in 1987, 1989, and 1994. And the ones in 87 and 89 aired on NBC. And the last one, called Bionic Breakdown, aired on CBS. And I'll give you some details in a moment. Now, another Bionic anecdote, I posted this in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. In season 2 of The $6 Million Man, a character named the $7 Million Man, he was coined that, was introduced in the 5th episode of season 2, which aired on Friday, November 1st, 1974, and it starred Monty Markham as an injured pro race car NASCAR driver named Barney Miller. And he was injured and reconstructed, but instead of just one bionic arm, Steve Austin has a bionic eye, 2 bionic legs, and a bionic right arm. But Barney Miller had the 2 legs, an eye, and 2 arms. Steve Austin just had the 1. And this guy, Barney Miller, went rogue, so he becomes sort of a criminal. And after that episode aired, The $7 Million Man, a new sitcom titled Barney Miller premiered on ABC on Thursday, January 23rd, 1975. Now, they brought back Barney Miller for season 3 of The $6 Million Man because he was a very popular character. He had a great epic battle with Steve Austin in that episode that introduced him. But when the Bionic character returned in the 9th episode of season 3 on November 9th, 1975, he mysteriously had a new last name, Hiller, Hiller. No explanation was given for the name change on the show, but obviously the sitcom Barney Miller was the reason, even though both shows were on ABC TV and the $7 Million Man, Barney Miller was first before the sitcom. So kind of lame that they didn't explain that, or they should have kept it Barney Miller. Also recently, back on January 14th, 2022, it was the 46th anniversary of the debut of the $6 Million Man spinoff show, The Bionic Woman. And that also was on ABC. It debuted on Wednesday, January 14th, 1976, as a winter replacement show in the middle of the 1975 to 76 TV season. ABC canceled the show, as I said earlier, at the same time as Wonder Woman back in 77, which led to both Super Lady shows moving to other networks in the fall of 1977. The Bionic Woman moved to NBC, airing Saturday nights at 8, starting on September 10th, 1977, with a gimmicky 2-part episode titled The Bionic Dog. Maximilian. Get it? Max a million. You cost $1 million to rebuild after a terrible fire. Actually, it was kind of a sad episode where they have flashbacks. Every time this dog, German Shepherd, saw flame, it would freak out. And it was having a flashback because it was in a terrible, terrible fire. And it was really kind of well done. A little hokey, but it was well done. I've got it on 16 millimeter film. It was a 2-part episode. Anyway, Wonder Woman, after ABC canceled it, landed on CBS on Friday, September 16th, 1977 at 8 o'clock. With a special 90-minute episode. I'm old. I remember seeing it when I was 6 years old. 90-minute episode titled The Return of Wonder Woman, which brought Diana Prince and Wonder Woman out of the World War II era into the quote-unquote modern times. And that reminds me, they've made some really cool slot machines of late, like in the last 5 years or so, that are in Las Vegas and in the Atlantis Resort. They're killer. One is based on the World War II Linda Carter Wonder Woman on ABC, and the other based on the CBS quote-unquote modern 70s Wonder Woman. And they're so fun to play and funky and well-made slot machines with like killer music and stuff. I want a bundle at the Atlantis Resort in the Wonder Woman 1970s slot machine. Man, it's a hell of a lot of fun. So let me hold up for the camera. I have some Bionic Woman stuff. I've posted this already, but there's some stuff I haven't shared. I have a photo with Lindsay Wagner, the star. I look so bad in it. I haven't posted it online, but I'm holding up right now a TV guide that she signed for me from 1976. But in terms of the Bionic Woman, 58 one-hour episodes were shot. And the interesting thing is both shows, The $6 Million Man and The Bionic Woman, were canceled at the end of spring 1978 in terms of new episodes. Again, I think these were victims of the Star Wars craze because something more sophisticated captured the public and the kids of the time, the Generation X kids, and that was outer space. And space was in. Even James Bond was rushed into outer space in Moonraker. After The Spy Who Loved Me, at the end, it says James Bond will return in For Your Eyes Only. Well, they shelved that, and they rushed Moonraker to the big screen to capture the space box office dollar and demand. I'm going to play a few clips from the Bionic Woman and $6 Million Man, iconic clips. Now, like I said, the Bionic Man had that bionic eye. In case you're not familiar with the character, he could see for miles. He had like scope vision, and there was a kind of a cheesy sound effect that went along with it. And likewise, the Bionic Woman, she had bionic hearing. And so there's a separate sound effect for that. Let me see if I can find that. And I have an interesting, Chuck Adams wrote in the Facebook group, he reminded me that Lindsay Wagner was in a car crash shortly after the Bionic Woman started as a spinoff series, and her face was pretty badly damaged. We'll talk about that in a second. But all right, here's some Bionic sound effects I want to play. This should be some good audio here. That's the Bionic Vision. You saw like this target, you know, looks like a camera. And that was the Bionic Eye sound effect, obviously. Let me play the Bionic Woman's ear sound effect. That was the Bionic Eye. Here we are. Let me see if we can get this to go. Yeah. Kind of trippy. And of course the bionic sound effect of the powers. Come on, you booger. You little bastard. I'm going to play the bloopers in a second. Any day now, it'll come around. God dang it. Let me try one more time to play this for you guys and gals in the audience. Okay. This should do it. Pretty cool, huh? I like that. Kill that ad. Sounds pretty groovy, man. Those sound effects. So here's a little bit of the classic theme to the 6 Million. This is a cover of it. And I'm going to hold stuff up for the camera while this is playing. That was cool. Dan J. Schulte did that cover of music by Oliver Nelson. And I'm going to open up the phone lines. And the question is, do you have any $6 Million Man memories of being a kid or even a teenager or whatever watching the show? Do you have a favorite episode? Did you have a toy? Let me get the phone lines going here and see if this will work. You should wake. Let's see. Oh, sorry about that audio there. Phone lines are open, 770-438-1050. If anyone's out there in the middle of the night, ooh, I got to fix this. I got to fix something here. Somehow I screwed up. Oh, it's when the camera, I had it all framed. Earlier, the camera friggin' fell. Ah, shit. Well, I think you can see it well enough, but it's off. It's off center. Anyway, I am nostalgic with my graphics. I intentionally do not want to have this look like a TV show. And some may say you're not keeping up with the times. I don't give a crap. I want this to look nostalgic, hence the sign that's before the camera now with the phone number on it. But let me just tell you a little bit about the character of Jamie Summers, the Bionic Woman, and how she was introduced and how there was a big backlash when they killed off her character right from the get-go. So, and the weird thing was, well, I'm all over the place. Let me, I'll mention this. I did. The last thing I said to you was that both shows were canceled at the same time, and ironically, Lindsay had just won an Emmy Award for playing a dual role on The Bionic Woman. All right, we got a call coming in. The nostalgic Podblast. Is this Jason?
Yes, it is.
How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Hang on a second.
I can't believe you're awake because I can't believe you're up on a work night, but I'm glad you're calling in.
Yep, glad to be here, man.
Do you have any memories of the $6 Million Man? You're about the same age as I am.
Oh yeah. You're about 2.5 years older than me, I think.
Yeah. Well, do you in reruns or do you remember watching it first run on ABC?
Yeah, I did. I was really young. It was a great show. I loved it, actually, especially when he was focusing in with the eye, getting ready to whoop some ass.
That's right. It's a little, of course, it's cheesy by today's standards with the slow motion. They should have done fast motion, which they did originally in the first pilot movie, not Wine, Women, and War. I think they did it in that too, but in the Moon and the Desert, he's going fast, and that made more sense. Yeah. And then I hated the slow motion, and then, the stories were pretty good. There were some that had some really good writing that still hold up to this day, but let's face it, man, it was the 1970s, and bell bottoms and flyaway collars and big knotted ties are all you see in those shows.
Well, everybody was eating brownies and smoking the stuff, and so we had to slow it down for them a little bit.
Maybe that's what it was, yeah. For the potheads out there, yeah.
Yeah, I had the action figure. I was out there with some friends one day, and we just, I grew up around motorcycles and go-karts and stuff, and, all kinds of motorized vehicles, and, I don't know, for some reason, I had him, he was just standing there, and I just poured some gasoline on him, and just lit him on fire. He just melted to just a blob on the ground.
Yeah, I murdered Luke Skywalker too. The Kenner, I slit his throat, and I played with those dudes in the pool, and who knew they'd be worth some money down the line,
Oh, I know. I wish I had never taken it out of the package. It's just like my Star Wars thing I have is signed by all the original actors,
That's right.
It's that had never been out of the package. It's framed and everything. It's the script.
I had the $6 Million Man figure as well, and you would look through the back of his head for like the bionic vision, but it wouldn't even like zoom. It was kind of lame. I remember.
Yeah, it was.
But I always wanted the Maskatron. That was like the robot that Steve Austin fought, and I never had that toy. That was cool with the robot face that would come out. I don't know if you had a friend that had that. That was a cool. And these aren't dolls; these are action figures, folks. There's a difference.
Yeah. I believe I took a hammer to his.
God dang, yeah. And I killed my Stretch Armstrong too.
I was a pretty violent child, like that. My guy always came out on top.
And remember Stretch Armstrong? I used to tear that one apart to see what it was made of, what was making it stretch.
Yeah, maple syrup.
Yeah, it was like purple. Yeah.
Originally, I think it was maple syrup they put in because we could stretch them as wide as we could stretch our arms, out.
That's right.
And we'd try and draw and quarter them, and, the head popped off.
Do you remember the episode with Bigfoot? They had several episodes with supposedly Bigfoot, who it's revealed as an alien robot that aliens put in the Northern California forest.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who played him the first time? Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant,
exactly
the wrestler.
What I was gonna say,
And then when they brought him back in season 4, the $6 Million Man, they recast him for whatever reason. I'd never learned why. I guess Andre the Giant wasn't available. It was Ted Cassidy, Lurch from the Addams Family, the second go round.
Yeah, because he's so tall, they just added the weight.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a great show. It was. It was funny. You remember how I said earlier about looking in front of you and then back of you, and then all of a sudden the picture flew off.
Yeah, I had a book. I was holding up. I put a book before the camera, a fugitive book, and it fell over into the camera. That's what happened there, and then I fixed it. I fixed the camera shot.
Yeah, I know, but it was kind of strange. I was like, I don't know, man. It was weird. It was like you weren't all by yourself in that room.
Oh, you saw somebody? You saw a ghost?
I saw something in front of you and then behind you.
Are you fucking with me?
No, man, I'm not.
Well, I don't see anything now.
I said it before it happened, didn't I?
Yeah, I'll have to play back the tape later, or not tape. It's not tape, for God's sakes. It's digital, and see if I can see what you're talking about.
No, yeah, and you can see shadows of you, like when you're turning in your chair, you can see like shadow there, but it looked like something, I don't know, in the background.
It's probably
in the doorway.
Probably a fembot.
Behind you.
Probably.
Behind you.
Look out! It's behind you. Yeah, it's like a fembot. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know. It looked like something. I don't know. Something was there, and then the door closed.
Damn.
I don't know. It was really strange. Yeah, maybe you can look back through it, but it was weird. I said, you're not alone.
Well, something knocked that book up. No, actually, when I put the book up, I could feel it was a little unstable. It was just the weight. It wasn't a force that knocked it into the camera. It just fell over. That was my stupidity. That's all that was.
Okay, well, maybe that was just a prediction of that, but I know I thought I saw something behind you.
Man, that's weird.
I know, and I was saying I wasn't trying to scare you, because it obviously would have done something, by now.
Well, I'll be damned. So what else you got?
Well, I'm glad my dogs won.
Yeah, I'm talking about that at the top of the show. The Georgia Bulldogs, national champs, as everybody knows. It's great.
I know it. I was here and broke that 40-year-old or 42-year-old record.
Yep.
So that we put Saban to shame here and cut him back down a few yards. I think Alabama has been so dominant because I think he's got Bear Bryant's playbook.
Yeah, probably.
I really believe that.
Well, who do you think that Nick Saban? Well, I mean, if you look at the numbers, I think he's overshadowed the great Bear Bryant. That's for sure.
Well, he's taken his plays and improved on them.
Yeah, there you go. God dang.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, but he hasn't, because I guarantee you that shit's kept in the vault, baby.
Oh yeah. All right, man. Well, I got a little bit more material to cover. I appreciate you commenting and calling in. This was unsolicited. Yeah. I'm glad, and I like talk about your show that you're a part of on Saturday night.
Oh, Man Talk. It's basically you can say anything you want. You call, talk about anything you want. The phone number is 718-508-9816, and it's from 7 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. Chance calls in too. We're getting a larger audience now, so it's. But if you want to chime in and actually say something, just hit 1 on your phone. It'll prompt you. It'll tell you what to do.
Awesome.
But it's 718-508-9816. Saturday nights, 7 to 9, unless it's a holiday.
That's awesome, man. Well, Jason, thank you for calling in, and I hope you call in again and have a really good rest of the week and an awesome weekend and a happy 2022.
Hey, you too, man. Well, we got to get together and go get ourselves a cold one.
I love it. Yeah, it's going to happen. No shit. You'll see.
Yeah. Maybe you join us for trivia one night, man. We'll pay our bar tab. The knowledge you have, man, it's incredible.
All right, man. Well, I will talk with you later, man. Thanks for listening to the Nostalgic Podblast.
Okay, you too, and God bless the listeners.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, brother. All right, bye.
Jason, everybody. I'm going to get back to the $6 Million Man Talk. Man Talk. See what I did there? Let's see here. That camera falling really effed me up. It really threw me off a little bit here. Let's see. I'm going to check that video he's talking about when he's saying there's a ghost. But getting back to the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman, in terms of the Bionic Woman, yeah, it was pretty cool. Not cool, but let's see. Where was I? Yeah, she won an Emmy Award for the show right as the series was terminated. But the character, Jamie Summers, whom Lindsay Wagner played, was first introduced towards the end of the second year of the $6 Million Man in a special two-part story titled The Bionic Woman, in which Steve Austin is reunited with his high school sweetheart, Jamie Summers. The couple became engaged and were planning a wedding in Ojai, California. However, tragedy struck during a skydiving accident in which Jamie is torn apart when her parachute falls apart. Steve Austin begs his boss, Oscar Goldman, to rebuild his companion, which government man Goldman agrees to do with strings attached. In that teleplay, written by Kenneth Johnson, who went on to do V, the original miniseries with the lizard aliens, big hit NBC miniseries, and he also brought The Incredible Hulk to TV screens back in November 1977. He directed and wrote The Incredible Hulk, like the first episode with Bill Bixby as David Banner, who was Bruce Banner in the comics, but the network thought that Bruce was not masculine enough, so they changed the character to David Bruce Banner from just Bruce Banner in the comic books. The character was introduced in 1962 in Marvel comic books, but I digress. So, yeah, Kenneth Johnson wrote the Bionic Woman two-part episode, and at the end of the episode, Jamie is killed when her bionics ultimately destroy her body and brain. And she has like a brain aneurysm, and it's really dramatic stuff for a quote-unquote kids show. But fans of the $6 Million Man, back when this aired in March of 75, were outraged, and they bombarded ABC with angry letters. Plus, the ratings had spiked for that two-part episode, so Kenneth Johnson was rehired to create a story that resurrected the role of Jamie Summers. In the September 14th, 1975 season 3 premiere of the $6 Million Man, Jamie Summers came back in an episode titled The Return of the Bionic Woman. It was a two-parter, and it explained how Jamie survived. She had died on the operating table. And what it was explained is what happened was, like, she flatlines, and then Steve Austin gets emotional and leaves the room, and it's explained that there were some cryogenic techniques by this other doctor that revived her and like froze her brain temporarily, but unfortunately her character suffered brain damage, so she didn't remember her love for Steve, hence the wedding never happened. In reality, the writers didn't want Steve Austin to be married. They wanted him to be able to have relationships and story material for different guest stars and characters. So that was the reason that they killed her off in the beginning and then brought her back in that way. Johnson did. He wrote that story where her memory just, she can't remember her love for Steve, and she forgot her love for the Air Force Colonel Steve Austin. So the show was spun off as The Bionic Woman, as I mentioned previously, on January 14th, 1976, in a two-part episode titled Welcome Home, Jamie. And there was a little bit of a controversy. People thought that, all right, $6 Million Man aired on Sunday. The Bionic Woman, the new show, would air on Wednesday. And the episode on January 11th, 76, was supposed to be part one of the spinoff on $6 Million Man. Well, supposedly, and there's evidence to corroborate this, the network recut part one, not to be a $6 Million Man episode, but to be episode 1 of The Bionic Woman. And it was postponed because I have the original TV guide and it says postponed from an earlier date. So there's speculation on whether or not there's a film print out there of the original $6 Million Man episode of part 1. Isn't this just riveting, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, most people don't give a crap, but nerds like me, I think it's pretty interesting. Because I always thought it was an episode of $6 Million Man part 1 titled Welcome Home Jamie, but it was recut. So, and some guy has surfaced on YouTube that actually recorded part 1, and he put it on YouTube like an audio tape of it, and you do hear that it's definitely a Bionic Woman episode. But was it the rerun? Was it the rerun and not the original? It still, to me, is not proof, because what happened on January 11th, 76 on the $6 Million Man, the Sunday night episode? Was it a rerun? According to episode guides, no episode aired that night. So why would the show not be on? There's not even proof of what the rerun was. So I'm not convinced. I think that the guy's tape could have been from a rerun, but I don't know. He's like, it's proof because it says at the end, stay tuned for Beretta. Beretta was after the Bionic Woman. Again, that could have been the rerun. You might be misremembering what you recorded there. I don't know. So there were several crossover episodes of both Bionic shows on ABC between Steve Austin and Jamie Summers until ABC canceled the Bionic Woman at the end of the 76-77 season. So once NBC picked up the Bionic Woman, the crossover stories ended, as did the mentions of each Bionic character for the most part on each show, since both shows were on rival networks at that point. But it didn't make much difference, because even though $6 Million Man remained on ABC, after that sole year on NBC, the Bionic Woman was let go because the Star Wars craze took off in the minds and hearts of kids everywhere at the time, and kids turned off the Bionic Woman and $6 Million Man. They had moved on to bigger and better things. And those Bionic shows were now old hat and stale in comparison to Star Wars. Now, as I mentioned, 3 reunion movies were produced, starting with the return of the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman on NBC, which aired on Sunday, May 17th, 1987, in which Jamie's memory returned, as did her love for Steve Austin, because now it wasn't a weekly series and they actually could have it where they were a couple. And then the following year, young actress Sandra Bullock was introduced as a new, younger superheroine in the second reunion movie titled Bionic Showdown, which aired on Sunday, April 30th, 1989 on NBC. And I held up for the camera a still picture of Lindsay and Richard Anderson as Oscar Goldman, and they both signed it. And who else is in that shot is Sandra Bullock, and I've not had an opportunity to get her autograph. That would be the trifecta, the final autograph I need for that photo. And I've never tried to meet her or, see her on set or anything, even though she's been in Atlanta where I live shooting productions. I'm not going to stalk the lady, but she's still, still prominent where she's not doing autograph shows and that sort of thing yet. But eventually she will do an autograph show, and I will add, God willing, that final signature to the photo that I just held up, where Lindsay signed it, and Richard Anderson, who passed away, sadly, he's gone. But I got his autograph on several items before he passed away. God bless his soul, Richard Anderson. Now, the final Bionic reunion movie, Bionic Breakdown, aired on CBS, in which they finally married. The Bionic couple finally tied the knot. And the original title was Bionic Ever After. And it aired on Tuesday, November 29th, 1994, in which, at long last, both Bionic characters tied the knot some 20 years after their original engagement, and they lived bionically, happily, ever after. Here's a quick little bit of Bionic factoid information for you. According to the little scroll in the opening credits, Jamie's ear is capable of amplification of up to 1,400 decibels. Jamie's arm requires 1,550 watts of continuous power to operate. So what does that mean? Was she charged, or did she have a battery in there somewhere? Anyway, that's just what would be on the screen. You see all this. I guess someone slowed it down with a VCR or DVR or Blu-ray and transcribed what was written on the screen. Continuing, Jamie's legs require 4,920 watts of continuous power to operate and also contain a 2,100 watt reserve of power. Okay, well, there you go. I should have read this before I ran my mouth. There's a reserve of power. It is interesting to note that despite Oscar Goldman's statement that Jamie's parts were smaller than Steve Austin's, her arm and legs actually require the exact same amount of power as listed for Steve Austin's limbs. The catalog numbers are also identical. Okay, now you know. That seems like kind of a thing like in the Saturday Night Live Get a Life skit, from November 86 when William Shatner hosted. They did a classic skit. It was the first time you ever heard the line "Get a Life," and it was a funny skit where these Trekkies, really Trekkers, a serious Star Trek fans, a Trekker, not a Trekkie, but a Trekkie would say, "What was the combination to your safe in your Enterprise cabin?" And he says, "I don't know. It was just a job. Get a life, man." And I don't know who wrote that. It could have been Conan O'Brien because he was one of the writers on Saturday Night Live at that time. And I've never heard who took credit for writing that line, "Get a Life." It wasn't an ad lib by Shatner. It was a writer that wrote that. And that was before the sitcom. I love that sitcom, Get a Life, with Chris Elliott, where he's a paper boy. That was funny. But Get a Life on Saturday Night Live came first. November 27th, 1986. Whatever that Saturday was. I could look it up real quick. But let's see. Oh, and I got to mention something Chuck Adams wrote. In the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, I made a post where I showed a TV guide cover that Lindsay signed for me. And I posted that in the anniversary of her spinoff show back on January 14th, 2022. And Chuck Adams wrote, quote, "Remember when Lizzie Wagner was in a car accident and had her lips badly damaged? They tried to cover up the scars, but even low-definition TV of the 1970s couldn't hide that. It took years of plastic surgery before she was close to normal again," unquote. He's right. And I knew that, and I forgot to mention that little factoid. And her lips were definitely scarred. It was similar to Mark Hamill's car crash in January 1977, months before Star Wars was released on May 25th, 1977. And there was definitely permanent facial damage. From International Movie Database, quote, "The Bionic Beauty, which was the 7th episode of The Bionic Woman airing Wednesday, March 7th, 1976, is the first episode filmed after Lindsay Wagner was in a car accident with her then-boyfriend, Michael Brandon, in the passenger seat. It was reported that the car lost control and hit a tree. She suffered some cuts to her face and scalp, as well as leaving a permanent scar to her upper lip." That's awful. Then I found an article, which I actually have in print form, but it's in storage somewhere. And it's a scan. This is like an old microfiche scan. It says, "Can't keep a good woman down," from March 15th, 1976. Let me see if this will play. If it doesn't, then F it. Here we go. Let me try to zoom as I do this live. Okay. "Can't Keep a Good Woman Down" by Bob Thomas, Associated Press writer. Lindsay Wagner still doesn't know how it happened. One minute she was driving her sports car on Coldwater Canyon, and the next she had crashed into a tree. The car demolished. Within those seconds, a multi-million-dollar television series with her own acting career hung in the balance. A month later, she has returned to the Bionic Woman set, her wounds healed, the series and her career intact. It was the kind of happening that television networks and production companies dread. The Bionic Woman, an offshoot of the $6 Million Man, had its premiere on ABC on January 14th and proved an instant success. Only 4 days later, the star of the series had her accident. Now, see, it's funny. It says on January 1Q. So it's this. I was going to say this might be proof that Part 1 was an episode of The Bionic Woman and not of the $6 Million Man, which I still contend. I still think it was a $6 Million Man episode, not re-edited like it says in the internet these days. Because why wasn't there an episode on January 11th, Sunday, January 11th, 76, a $6 Million Man, huh? I still think that tape was a rerun. Anyway, I digress. But if you could see this article, it says, had its premiere on January 1Q. It doesn't say a number. Anyway, it proved to be an instant success in the ratings. Only 4 days later, the star of the series had her accident. Quote, "She must have been partying. I love Lindsay. I met her. I showed a picture of me and her from 2006 together. It was at a convention. You know, I paid for it, so it's not like we're buddy-buddy. You know, I don't mean to make it sound... I mean, I paid to have that photo. Let's see. This is a quote from Lindsay Wagner at the time. "It was the most absurd experience of my life," unquote, said the actress. Quote, "There's no way I can explain it. I hadn't been drinking." Yeah, right. I'm just kidding. "I had just gotten up on a Sunday, so I was completely rested. The sun was shining, and I was only going 30 miles per hour. The car was totaled. That's the next segment of this article. Quote, what happened? Did I look away at the wrong moment? Was something wrong with the car? It was so ruined that there is no way of checking, the insurance company told me, unquote. Miss Wagner, 26, was in the midst of filming the 4th episode of The Bionic Woman. She and boyfriend Michael Brandon had gone out to buy groceries. They were returning when the accident happened. Her first reaction, she couldn't breathe. Quote, I had the wind knocked out of me, and it had never happened to me before, unquote, she recalled. Quote, I thought perhaps my ribs had punctured my lungs. It seemed so weird. I couldn't believe it was happening to me. Fortunately, I had the presence of mind to say to myself, I can't breathe. What'll I do? Try the breathing exercises I learned in yoga, unquote. I started taking short breaths, and it worked. I looked at myself in the side view mirror. Oh, God, I had 3 lips. This is sad. I didn't want to look that way. I looked over to Michael. He was unconscious. Thank you very much, with his head cut open. I didn't want to look that way either. So I went back to gazing up at the tree. With the luck akin to that of the Bionic Woman, the first person to arrive at the scene was a former ambulance driver, an ambulance attendant who administered first aid. The second person was a surgeon who lived nearby. He checked for internal injuries. We were lucky in all respects, the actress said. My car is a $S sign. I guess, I don't know what that means. It says, quote, $S sign, totaled, and the seat springs have never been replaced. Michael and I were so close to the ground that we weren't thrown out of the car. We didn't wear seatbelts either. Her head was split open, but the skull wasn't fractured. Despite the lip gash, she lost no teeth. Actor Brandon's temple injury was more serious. It required bone and plastic surgery. There's a slight scar as evidence. Filming at Universal Studios was suspended for 2 weeks. Then Miss Wagner returned to finish episode 4. After another 4 days off, the regular schedule resumed. Fortunately, 2 weeks of Winter Olympics preemption on ABC gave the series more time to catch up. Miss Wagner displays only a slight scar as evidence of the accident. Despite remaining aches and bruises, she is back at full speed in a role that ranks with Angie Dickinson's Policewoman as the most strenuous for a female TV star. Lindsay Wagner was enjoying a promising career in movies, especially with her role in The Paper Chase, then elected to undertake an exhausting series. Why? Quote, aside from the money, which is very good, I thought it would be good for me at this stage of my career. The contract guarantees me 1 movie a year with Universal Studios, now owned by Xfinity Comcast, so I won't lose any hold on features. Meanwhile, I'm getting a great deal of exposure and I'm able to display my versatility. Unlike Steve Austin of The $6 Million Man, the Bionic Woman doesn't work for the government, so she can do a lot more things, unquote. I thought she did work for the government. I don't know, but that's an actress talking. I thought she did work for Oscar Goldman to help pay her bill for making her whole after her tragic skydiving accident. Talking about her movies, I have a movie on film in which she is fully nude. And this, I'm not being creepy here. I just think this is interesting. It's a movie called Two People, directed by Robert Wise, and it has the late, her co-star was the late Peter Fonda. And he played a Vietnam War deserter. And they meet in Paris or on a train, and they wind up in Paris and fall in love. And Universal yanked that movie when The Bionic Woman was so successful in 1976. Before there was VHS rentals, this was back in the 70s, in the mid-70s, there were a couple film prints that were struck for rentals. Movies used to be rented through catalogs for movie projectors. Like Al Hardy, he has in his collection an old catalog. You could pick whatever movie you wanted to rent through the mail for your projector. And so I have a print of Two People, R-rated print, and Robert Wise had directed The Sound of Music, and he went on to direct Star Trek The Motion Picture. He's a really good director, and this was a tastefully done love scene. But I have a adapted CinemaScope print of it that I got back in, I think, 2002. Yeah, 2002. But, yeah, she's fully naked in it. So Universal never released Two People on VHS, Laserdisc, DiscoVision, DVD or Blu-ray. Maybe that'll change in the future. I don't know. But because this was a kids show and Universal owned the rights to that movie, and they didn't want that out there for kids to see. So let me see if I have any other clips. I played the Bionic sound effects for you guys. We'll move on to something. Oh, the bloopers. I do want to play some of the bloopers now. I love Lindsay. She was hilarious in this, and she says some things. I don't think I'll play a lot of it, but there's nudity in this, which won't help you because this is an audio show. But she says some pretty outrageous stuff. I mean, there's drug jokes. It's pretty hilarious. Let me see if I can find the blooper. Yeah, here it is. This is freaking hilarious. Let me get this for you now. I got to take a leak too. She cusses like a sailor.
God,
F-bombs, be warned.
I gotta get this take. All right, ready? And...
Fuck you, this is gonna be perfect. Right, then you know it's right.
Oh, shit.
Right. Jamie, where are you? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm staying with a friend of mine up in the Sierras. It's just a... Shit, it's a ranger station above Hardin Corner. It's the ranger station above Hardin Corner. I'm staying with a friend of mine up in the Sierras. It's the Hardin Ranger Station. It isn't either. You're comforting me, and you're the one that's sick, and I just blew her wine. John?
Yes?
What's my line? But Dr. Cooper, I need your help. The world does. There are some people in the Mideast who do not believe that you have created this doomsday device, and they're about to fuck this scene up. And...
One more time.
Pierre, if we can psych Beaumont out, and... Mother, Fletcher... Come on now, you've got to tell me how I can, what the fuck's that line?
Cut it. How in the world?
Just listen to me. Slotsky is going to pass that chip to one of the shit fuck any minute now.
Say that one. That's what
I got the first line out. They cut to a close-up.
I got here as soon as the police... Shit.
Please. And how do we get out?
There's a quarry 6 miles south of the prison camp. A helicopter will land there at exactly 3 o'clock. If you're not there by 10 minutes after 3, the helicopter will take off.
So what if we fuck up the shot? Then what happens?
If we fuck up the shot, then it's
Goes in the
25 after
Christmas
7.
reel.
You realize that, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello, Oscar. I'm in the men's room. Actually, I'm here to wish you all a Merry Christmas because I'm going to be gone to England. But more than that, I want to thank each and every one of you on the crew for all of your love, support, and prayers in the last couple of months. And say, gee, it's nice to be part of a great big family like this. Best of holidays and, oh, shit. What's my line, Winnie? Quick, come on.
I think it's Mary something. Wait a minute.
Merry
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Bye.
That was a harebrained stunt, and you know it.
She's hooked up to a can of oil in a hospital bed. All right, I'm going to cut this because a lot of this is visual, but it's funny hearing her cuss and stuff. Oh, wait, I want to find a picture for the camera. Hold on.
You okay?
My head.
Listen, who did this? Who did this?
Thorpe.
Tom Thorpe? Of course, he's the only one who knew how valuable that program of yours was.
Ready?
What the fuck was that? Where'd he go?
Hey, Evil, let's dust for girls. How about some baseball? There's a good game over at 20th. I'll meet you at the commissary, all right?
Sure. Gonna have to go back and do a 16-hour day, get you back in shape.
Herbert? Herbert! Wie kommt denn ein Korb in das Gitter? Hilf mir heraus, du Trog, du Trottel! Ich breche mein... Ah, fuck.
Even if we have the forces right here ready to go, there's no way we could... I'm sorry.
You know how many lives we lose trying to storm in there?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oscar, even if we had the troops right here ready to go, do you know how many... The Alex computer has... the Dakota complex has a Class 16 automatic fortification. Do you know how many lines troops we'd lose trying to storm?
This is only an hour show, for Christ's sake, pal. I mean, you know. All right, come on.
Jamie, there's nothing you can do about it. Rudy has finished your... Jamie?
Only an hour shows.
Is this 3? 4.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
All right, that's kind of, let me advance this. This is definitely a visual clip. She's sitting in a chair at a hair salon, and this guy gets on top of her like he's going to screw her. Let me find this right here.
So what do you want me to do?
Be a courier. The lab's 20 minutes across town. After what I've seen, you'd be the safest person I could think of to take it.
And she makes a drug joke
think you
here.
can handle it?
Like she's snorting coke.
Hey, the frog's ass watertight. Are you kidding me?
Cut it. Cut.
Got that, King?
He probably planted that figurine of Marcel, too, knowing that I'd find it.
Yeah, look at this. Yes.
She has real nice teeth. What the fuck?
Okay, we're going to Cannes. And I want to get there soon enough to do some shopping, okay?
Shopping? What for?
Well, be for something that's going to make me look like a Swedish bride.
Right.
The
car won't go. I tried to make the car go.
Come on, baby, it's Lindsay. Oh, shit.
I thought we ought to do it again.
Keep going.
I thought it was bionic.
30 miles an hour, and he's loafing.
Wait a minute, do it again.
30 miles an hour, and he's loafing.
I worked for William Wyler once. We did 87 takes.
Oh, look at that.
Print 270. Oh, no, let's do it again.
Look at this fantastic
We got speed.
rat, mouse.
You better put your arm where it was before. That's it. Here you go.
Adrenaline. Oh, look at that thing go.
Anything else, say?
Are you doing fishing?
Look, pal, I'm not a politician.
Good, I'll see you soon then, huh?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Anyway, you get the idea. Some of these are kind of visual. They're on YouTube if you want to look up the Bionic Woman bloopers. It's pretty funny, especially the scene where she's flashing the crew, rather, not the cast, the crew. Funny stuff. It looked like that was a fun set to be on. One other clip, and then we'll move on past this Bionic stuff. See if I can get it. obviously that's the theme to the Bionic Woman. There was a more heroic version. I always thought that was just too feminine, of a theme, but there was a heroic version. I'm going to play this just because I'm a dweeb. This is what I call the heroic version, and it only aired in one episode, Kill Oscar Part 1, which was a 3-part story. Part 1 was a Bionic Woman, Part 2 was a $6 Million Man, and Part 3 was a Bionic Woman. And it covered like the Halloween season. The $6 Million Man 2-part aired on Halloween night, 1976. But let's listen to this theme. This is the heroic version of the theme of the Bionic Woman. It's more of a cool, it's not as like girly. I don't know. And they used that in the end credits of season 2 and season 3. They adapted that little bit of music. Like, here's an example for 30 seconds. Logo. And so the Kill Oscar story was really cool. It was kind of a takeoff on Westworld, where John Houseman plays this guy who was fired by the OSI because he had grandiose ideas. He wanted to create these robots that look like human beings, women and men, and it was abandoned for bionics in terms of the budget. So this guy wants to get revenge, and he's going to infiltrate the OSI with like these robot women imposters. And he's going to kidnap Oscar Goldman and hold him for ransom and then kill him. And it had some really cool scenes. And I found the fembots as like a 6-year-old to be terrifying. They had like a little speaker mouth and these eyeballs, and they looked a lot more drastic than the Westworld robots. Of course, Westworld came first, as did the robot maker in the $6 Million Man, the guy that played by Henry Jones, who could make androids. But I am going to play, and I'm really embarrassing myself here, a little bit of some of the incidental music of Kill Oscar Part 1. I thought it was really cool. Here's the theme of the fembot. It was like a little note on a piano. This is like one of the first major, no, it's the second major crossover story. The first one was The Return of Bigfoot, parts 1 and 2. Part 1 was a $6 Million Man season 4 premiere. Part 2 was a season 2 premiere of Bionic Woman. But this was a great 3-part story with both characters. There it is. There's the fembot music, like the theme. That little piano note. I was talking. Just from a child's mind's eye, shit was terrifying, man. It really was. Now it's on DVD. And I have it on 16mm film, too. All right, you get the point. Listen to this funk, this 70s funk in the background here. that stupid fembot music. It's just nostalgic for me anyway. So we're going to move on beyond the bionic bullshit, but I do want to play just the opening to the Return of the $6 Million Man Bionic Woman movie from 1987. Martin Landau must have needed a paycheck. He guest starred in it as one of the minor characters as a villain in the Return of the $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. But let's listen to the original opening from NBC TV. It was a big rating success in 1987. As you can imagine. Shit, I haven't even gotten to Battlestar Galactica yet. Movie of the week.
Lee Majors and Lindsay Wagner are back in an all-new bionic movie. Looks like fun. With their most incredible powers yet, they've come out of retirement to take on international terrorists.
There's been a series of sabotage raids.
Joined by a son with a blinding force.
It's the microchip off the old one.
Nothing can stop them.
Unless you stand too close to a microwave.
Together, the adventure explodes in the Return of the $6 Million Man and the Bionic Woman. Next.
Damn it. So, what a fall from grace, the guy that did the music. Well, nothing wrong with doing TV work, but that was Marvin Hamlish, who had scored a lot of big movies, including A Spy Who Loved Me 10 years before on the big screen. Actually, I thought it was one of the worst James Bond scores in all of the James Bond. Not all of it, one of the worst, in my opinion, the Marvin Hamlish, even though it had its moments. But that's the guy that copied You Should Be Dancing by the Bee Gees in one of the riffs in the ski scene, the pre-opening credits scene in The Spy Who Loved Me, before the Carly Simon song. There's a big ski action scene, and he copies the riff. It's so blatant that bow, 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 bow. Anyway, you should be dead. You should be dancing, yeah. Jesus Christ, Lord in heaven, forgive me for this. I'm really making a fool of myself this time. But moving on, we're going to finally move on past the bionic BS. So, because of the success, in large part to Glen Larson, with these bionic shows, he got to be pretty hot for a while. And he wrote for this show called Get Christy Love in 1975. And this was an action series starring black, sexy Teresa Graves, who formerly was on Laugh-In. And she played in this show a super cop, Christy Love, of the Special Investigations Division of the LAPD in Los Angeles. She went undercover and under the covers, if you know what I'm saying. Now, Jack Kelly was also in the cast, who was in Maverick as Maverick's older brother. It didn't last long because it aired opposite moderately successful Patrick Petrocelli on NBC. And it was against another dud detective series titled The Manhunter on CBS, which lasted 23 episodes. And The Manhunter starred Ken Howard before he was Carver High basketball coach Reeves in The White Shadow. But Glen Larson wrote episodes for Get Christy Love, and the episodes he wrote were titled The Deadly Sport and I'm Your New Neighbor, which was the series finale and final episode of the show. Get Christy Love lasted 22 episodes from Wednesday, September 11th of all dates, 1974, until Friday, July 18th, 1975 on ABC. I want to just play the theme tune to Get Christy Love since I pulled the clip. And it's a not very well-known show, but Teresa Graves was a beautiful actor and comedian. She was really funny on Laugh-In. So let me find that for you now. And then we're going to get on to some really big shows that Glen Larson created and wrote. Okay, here's Get Christy Love. Let me get this going for you now. Let's see. Get Christy Love. God dang it. Okay, here it is.
Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. Just make her walk, get Christy Love. If it's trouble, she's your girl, get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. Cool as ice when things are tough, get Christy Love. Gets rough, get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. Get Christy Love. She's the cop? Oh, yeah.
You're under arrest, sugar.
Okay, so, it's kind of like, almost like TV version of blaxploitation, I suppose. I guess it's like the TV version of a Pam Grier movie. So next, Glen Larson wrote for a show called Switch, which was a show on CBS about a strange partnership between a former con man and a retired lawman. The show ran for 3 seasons on CBS from Sunday, September 5th, 1975, until Sunday, September 3rd, 1978. A 2-hour pilot movie plus 70 one-hour episodes were made starring Robert Wagner and Eddie Albert. So I'm going to play the theme to Switch, and then some brief words by Glen Larson about Switch, thanks to our friends at Emmy Legends. Let's see here. Switch. Here's the theme. This is the musical theme. It's from video, so the quality's going to be a little shaky.
Stop being a con man?
Do you ever stop being a cop? You know, I was never particularly fond of cops.
I was more comfortable when he was a crook.
Very uninspiring music, like I said about the other one. Let's see. So let's listen to Glen Larson talking about Switch. Let's see, because he was fond of it, I suppose.
Switch I did with Bob Wagner and Eddie Albert. It was the era of the con show. Dean Hargrove was writing a con show for NBC. I had this idea of doing a thing where I put a cop and a con man together, and Roy Huggins was big on cons, and he had introduced me to the concept of the big store, which really was the movie Newman made.
The Sting.
The Sting. And I met Jimmy Cagney at a party. Happened to be at Sean Cassidy's mother's house, as a matter of fact. And I was doing a show with Sean, too, at some point. But I met Jimmy Cagney. He introduced me to another book that came out of the 20s in New York. And all of these things together, you know, they percolate. And then the timing comes where I sold CBS this idea of Switch. And there was a wonderful actor in it. Blank out on it for a minute. Anyway, Eddie did the show and Bob did the show.
And did you have to talk Bob into it, or is he already...
No, Bob wanted to do the show. Bob loved the show. Eddie didn't. Eddie wanted Bob's part. Eddie wanted to get the girl. We had a wonderful director named Bob Day, and I get a call from the set on the first day of shooting. You know, Eddie, you're going to wear a simple, cheap suit. Bob, you're going to wear a wonderful sweater, alpaca, cashmere, something. And they get a call from said, Glenn, yeah, he says, you're not going to like working on this show. And I said, what's the problem? And he said, Eddie just out-sweatered Bob. He came in with a sweater that went down past his knees. He said, he's supposed to be the cheap cop, you know, and he's not supposed to be flashy. He says, no, you can get any $100 a week actor to do that cop. I want my parents to have been in the circus. And then he came in with this whole thing, and we did one season. It was good, but our cons. We had a writing staff. Michael Kozel, who did First Blood, which became Rambo. David Chase, who did Sopranos. Our staff just was unbelievable. But our cons were so complicated. We decided to do like the Maltese Falkers. And we said there's this guy who had embezzled money. The statute of limitations was about to run out, and he wasn't about to take another case until the statute ran out. He says, we got to get him involved to find out where the money is, and we have 48 hours. So I said, they took a book off the shelf. It was like the Maltese. Says, let's give him the best detective story he's ever had, the best client, the best everything. And we start with Jacqueline Smith walking in the door. You know, she walked in with legs like alabaster dolls, and Rogers E. Carmel does a double take, and she says, I'm in so much trouble, I need help. And he can't take his eyes off her. She's so gorgeous. And he says, look, I really am temporarily on assignment, and I can't take anything. She says, I can't pay you more than $1,000 an hour, or whatever he said. She just threw everything at him. Then Charlie Callis, who used to open for Elvis, was one of our guys, and he came in playing the limping man. And we were doing these things, and we were having so much fun that the audience kind of, if you went to the bathroom or you left the room, con games can lose the audience just as much as they can lose your mark. And so the truth of the matter is that the Paul Newman movie, what's it called? The Sting, tested so badly they had to put those cards up, the setup, the shutout, the Sting, to help the audience to get it. Well, we had the same problem. We started in the top 10 and it started to slip. So the idea was, let's just simplify it a little bit. Let's use smaller cons and so forth and so on. And it started to come back up, but it was, we were learning lessons.
The Switch. So he was about to have some big time success. Now of course, the $6 Million Man wasn't his creation, but he is credited towards that success. But he did have some stuff that did really well on his own right. But before that, Glen created another short-term series called Sword of Justice, which NBC carried from Sunday, September 10th, 1978, until Saturday, August 11th, 1979. Dak Rambo starred as Jack Cole, a Zorro-type character. It was another ripoff that went nowhere thanks to NBC scheduling Sword of Justice against Dallas on CBS and Fantasy Island on ABC on Saturday night. That's where it moved the show to. So let's see. Did I pull a clip? I should have pulled a clip from Sword of Justice just to play the theme. I always like to play the opening of these shows that you've probably never heard of. Damn, I didn't. Oh, well. I thought I did. Let me try to get that for you now. Let's see here. Sword of Justice. By the way, Guy Williams was the original Zorro. And he had a birthday not too long ago. Birthday in heaven. He passed away in 1989. His real name's Armando Catalina. And, of course, he went on to do Lost in Space. Sword of Justice opening. Let me find this for you real quick. I thought I'd pulled this clip, but obviously I didn't. Rushing to try to get this on. Let's see here. Come on, you got blessed. Here it is, TV intro. Let me find this for you. Sword of Justice.
Martin Cole guilty of 25 counts of embezzlement. That is an absolute lie.
Those criminals framed me for something I didn't do. And I'll pay them back for every single day of those 3 long years. They say this place is like a college, but I want to go to school.
So you want to know about burglar alarms, huh?
You never know when precision acrobatics will come in handy.
And any lock can be picked if you got the right tools and the right touch.
You mean we're going to bug the federal building?
There's a whole level of crime operating above the law. We're going to help put an end to it.
Sword of Justice. Dak Rambo. But finally, there was success for Glen A. Larson in the form of Quincy M.E., the prototype for the NCIS show. It debuted on October 3rd, 1976, and ran all the way until September 5th, 1983 on NBC, starring Jack Klugman. Here's the theme song to Quincy in the opening.
Fascinating sphere of police work, the world of forensic medicine.
Yeah, I seen that show, but it wasn't one of my favorites. I guess I was just a little too young to dig that. But let's listen to Glen Larson talking about Quincy and how it came.
Let's talk about Quincy and how that came about. The very first forensic show on television.
That's a show that everyone said we couldn't do because, and the truth of the matter is, Jack said he had gotten 80 scripts because he had just left
The Odd Couple.
The Odd Couple, and everybody thinks Jack's funny. Jack's funny when Neil Simon's writing. He can be a handful other times, but very talented actor, obviously, going all the way back to some of the great early dramas in television. And he wanted to do a doctor show. He had a thing about doctors, and he really liked this script. It's the best script he had read. And Lou Shaw had come into me with an idea for something, and I had always thought that we should work in this area. He had the name Quince on a piece of paper and a character. I liked the word Quincy, and for no other reason than Quincy Jones is one of my favorite people, and I thought the name is lyrical, and I always thought names were very important. in a television show, and labels and things like that, and quick audience identification. We did a script on our own. This was not bought by a network. Nobody was buying this. We sat down. The studio said, "Go ahead and write it."
But you pitched. Was it Frank Price who said we want to do a show about a coroner, or
No,
did you have the idea about doing a show about a coroner?
He said, I told him what I wanted to do, and he said, I've always felt there's a great series in that, but we've never been able to lick it. Okay, I mentioned to you that I felt I had developed at least a style, and my style was that you could, if you infused it with a certain amount of humor, you could present subject matter that maybe otherwise would not be, thrilling to the audience, or there might be a turnoff. What happened here was beyond belief. We write the script, and we write it for someone like Bob Wagner, and it's a true story. Bob plays a swinging young doctor. Women love him because he's a doctor. Unfortunately, they find out that he works with dead bodies. He only works with dead people. They're not as attracted to him. But we got a scene on the boat where he lives, and it's a beautiful thing like this. Bob comes to me and he said, "You can't tell anybody that you pitched this to me because I'm getting out of my contract." And he said, I'd love to do it, but I really want to get out of here. So we offered to James Earl Jones. Now, James Earl Jones is quite a contrast to Bob Wagner. And James Earl Jones is a Great White Hope, all these terrific things. He wants to do crib death and things that are very, gutsy current topics. And we said, fine. But he says, I won't do an hour show. And the studio wanted the option to go to an hour. And this was for the mystery movie. So they can't make the deal. So then someone says, what about Jack Klugman? Well, everybody's been pitching Klugman, and he doesn't want to do anything. He reads it. He says he has maybe 2 notes, and it's the best writing he's ever seen. Everything's wonderful. We bring him aboard. We shoot it. And we take it, and it's Erwin Siegelstein's first day on the job at NBC as the new president. And the story dealt with a couple of missing checks in the city of Los Angeles, which is a true story. And he looks at it, he says, well, of course, the story's ridiculous. No one's ever going to believe that 2 checks disappeared that were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and boom, 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 boom. And I think he's kidding, by the way, as this is going down. And he says, and we can't possibly do a show about corpses. And they said, well, we've already committed to 13 with Jack Klugman. And he said, well, it's 13 and out. We go. And they put it on the air against their will, and it ran 8 years. You couldn't kill it with a stick.
There you go. Now, next up in terms of success for Glen A. Larson was a little show called The Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew Mysteries. It was very successful, but for a short time. It aired on ABC TV from Sunday, January 30th, 1977, as a winter replacement show during the 76-77 TV season until August 26th, 1979. It always aired at 7 o'clock on Sunday night. Only 46 episodes were produced during 3 TV seasons. I'm going to just play a little bit of the opening. Sean Cassidy was in the cast, as was Parker Stevenson, and then Pamela Sue Martin played Nancy Drew. And here's how the intro sounded. And here's a couple scenes from the Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew Mysteries, and then we'll move on. Check that, no scenes. I don't like this theme. Again, this one's uninspiring. I like a theme with a strong drum beat like Hawaii Five-0, the $6 Million Man. Bionic Woman I played is my favorite. The one, you know, at the beginning. I just love a strong drum beat for a theme.
Tonight, the Hardy Boys in the mystery of the haunted house.
Okay. Uh-oh. Shit. Sorry, a little inside baseball. Excuse my language, folks. I hope this isn't on closed caption. I have another quick clip of Glen Larson talking about Fred Silverman, the legendary CEO. Let's see. He was a legendary head of the network at ABC.
Silverman, I have a special place in my heart for him because he said I was one of the few producers he'd ever worked with who could do comedy as easily as drama, and would throw things at me too. I mean, when we started getting into BJ and the Bear and Sheriff Lobo and stuff, that was pure
on NBC.
Silverman picking up a phone and, you know, and we're just we had more fun. One night we sat in a Hawaiian restaurant trying to identify radio shows by their theme. And he was great at it, and so was I. We could tell you it was FBI and Peace and War. It was I Love a Mystery. It was this and this. He was a student of broadcasting, as was I. And the fact that he went to 3 networks and successful at each one.
Right.
I'm the guy who smuggled him out of the Kahala Hilton the day he was fired, and took him out through the kitchen. And we went to my house and we watched 3 networks. I had 3 sets at this house. And we watched all of the networks treat him great but his own. And it was both painful and educational. And I love the man. I think, you know, he really made a huge contribution to television. And he loved it. It's because he loved it. And I guess I'd have to say the same thing. I mean, you know, I love the line from from Patton when he's looking around at all the dead bodies and the flies, and he says, he's looking around, he says, war is just, he says, I love it. He says, God help me, I love it so. And you can feel about television that way at times. I mean, it sucks everything out of you because everything's a deadline. And you're trying very hard to rise to the expectation levels of the audience and your studios and your stars. And but I don't think you set out to say, I want to become an icon or I want to be the most successful of this or that or the other. You do sometimes keep an eye on someone else out there, though, who, you know, where you might get into a contest with some major, says, I'm going to wipe them off the map with this show. So, I don't think so. Let's take that bet and go at it. And you can guess of the 3 or 4 top guys in town who I might be talking about. But competition's fun.
Yes, it is. And always compete with yourself. Don't compete with anyone else. That's my advice to the audience in this episode of the Nostalgic Podblast. So finally, we've come to the point where outer space, we're beyond the bionics. Star Wars was released May 25th, 77. So now the country at that point in time, the kids, teenagers were all into Star Wars and pretty much outer space movies. So we finally come to the point we're going to talk about Battlestar Galactica. And to set the stage, I want to play a clip talking about, let me make sure I got the right one here for you.
He's going to have to go into isolation immediately.
Nope. Got it. Here we go. Here is the clip talking about the origin of Battlestar Galactica. This one's about 11 minutes long, but it's really, really good. And it's from my personal library. It's not from YouTube or the internet. I've not seen it anywhere. Let me play this for you now.
You probably don't remember the 1978 Emmy Awards. Nobody does, because nobody watched them. Sure, all the big names and beautiful faces were there, but America had already made other plans that night.
Here on CBS, ABC Star.
God dang it, I messed up, folks. Oh, Shinola.
You probably don't remember the 1978 Emmy Awards. Nobody does, because nobody watched them. Sure, all the big names and beautiful faces were there, but America had already made other plans that night.
Here on CBS,
This is
ABC
Norman Lear.
stars and shows will receive awards. So will the stars and shows belonging to NBC. So proud are ABC and NBC of their very own shows and stars who will win Emmys here on CBS tonight that they have scheduled against us a 3-hour debut of the most expensive new series ever made.
That was Norman Lear at the beginning of the Emmys in 1978, on September 17th, 1978. A Sunday night.
The story of Battlestar Galactica is a long, twisted tale that starts more than 10 years before that night. It's the early 60s, and future Battlestar creator Glen Larson is in a band called the Four Preps.
We were with Capitol Records about 12 years. We had a number of hits. The Beach Boys give us credit for having come to Redondo Beach High School and inspiring them.
Not a bad claim to fame. 13 top 100 hits and an appearance in the beach film Gidget. But there's more to life than surfing, playing guitar, and beach parties. There's also television.
I was fascinated by television. And while I was on the road with the Four Preps, I carried a little 4-inch Sony with me so I'd keep up on things like The Fugitive and 12 O'Clock High. But I love broadcasting, and I'd always intended to get into that business. So I started trying to write while I was on the road.
So now it's 1967, and Larson has written a screenplay called Adam's Ark. It's a cosmic tale starring a Howard Hughes-like character who leads a group of prodigies into outer space.
Howard Hughes' computers had projected the end of the world, had given certain hostilities and logical conclusions and projections. We had only so much time left. My story started off with all these people being invited to this huge edifice out in the desert. The number one scientist, number one doctor, number one sports figure, number one anything. And a couple of our heroes make their way up to what becomes a flight deck, and they realize that this building has lifted off and is heading out into space.
The story was a bit far.
Now, that story I'd seen in an Outer Limits episode in season 1 called Fun and Games. So I'm not saying he took that idea from that show, but you never know with Glen Larson.
Out, but hey, it was the 1960s, and through his music connections, he managed to talk the king of space-age bachelor pad music, Henry Mancini.
Nope, not Fun and Games. Damn, what was that one called? Outer Limits with Simon Oakland. Fun and Games was with Nick Adams. Damn, what was that one called? Second Chance. That's it. I should know my name's Chance. Second Chance was the same plot where it's set in an amusement park, and all these different types of personalities and people, they think they're on a ride, and it winds up actually going into outer space. Anyway.
Into setting up a meeting at Universal Studios.
I pitched Adam's Ark. And the bottom line is, even though we took it around and tried to get some people interested, science fiction was dead.
He was not able to produce it at that time because Star Trek was an abysmal failure on television. It never cracked the top 50, and nobody wanted to buy Adam's Ark at that point.
They hate us with every fiber of their existence. So it looked like Adam's Ark would never see the light of day, but at least the script got Larson in the door, and it was good enough to get him gigs writing for TV shows like It Takes a Thief and The Virginian. Over the next 10 years, Larson continued climbing the ranks, executive producing such shows as Quincy and The Hardy Boys. But this is where the story takes a strange twist. It's now 1977, and the world is about to be introduced to a film called Star Wars.
I just thought it was terrific. It was a whole new generation of special effects.
It was an amusement park ride. It had thrills and chills. It had humor. It had dashing characters, damsels in distress. it was a great audience-pleasing movie.
In Hollywood, stealing is called borrowing, and in 1977, everyone wanted to borrow the Star Wars science fiction formula. Outer space was back in, and Larson knew it. Adam's Ark, outer space, science fiction, money. Funny how dollars change opinions. Universal was suddenly interested in a script they passed on 10 years earlier, but that didn't matter to Larson. Adam's Ark was back.
Some of the networks were now interested in science fiction. So we pitched it.
It was a sensational script, whether Star Wars existed or not, but based on the success of Star Wars, it was an opportunity to sell that series.
I did an update on it to make it more current. I even had discussions with Isaac Asimov about this kind of thing. Instead of Adam, I made it Adama, and he was leading a wagon train toward Earth.
The idea is that out in distant space, there are 12 colonies of man, and they've been fighting a long war against a robotic enemy called the Cylons. And in a sneak attack, sort of like Pearl Harbor, the entire defense fleet for the humanity is destroyed, and the people are left with the option, where are we going to go? And they look into their most ancient mythology and say, we're going to find the lost 13th colony, which just happens to be called Earth.
Pretty cool concept, but would you watch a show called Adam's Ark? Remember, it's Hollywood, and we love to borrow. Star Wars, Death Star. How about Battlestar? Not bad. Give it an exotic twist. Battlestar Galactica. ABC agreed on the title, but how is Larson going to pull this off?
We had to go in and tell them where future episodes would go and how those would work and so forth and so on. And they extracted a certain amount of blood from us in terms of, how we would sustain this as a series.
The answer was simple. Exploding spaceships. Larson needed a special effects guru. Who better to do a Star Wars-like show than the guy who did Star Wars, John Dykstra.
John loved the project. And John said, I think I could bring a team to this and really make this special.
The ideal team would be the same group of people that we use to do the Star Wars work.
Touchdown. Major score for Larson. Dykstra and Industrial Light and Magic were the best, but it meant Dykstra would find himself back in bed with his old boss, Star Wars creator George Lucas.
Uh-oh. And we said, we'd like to use this facility to do this Battlestar Galactica show. I was not privy to the actual conversations, but the presumption is that George vetted the material that was being presented for production in his facility. And he said, fine.
Like a protective parent, Lucas became nervous about similarities between Battlestar and Star Wars. He called a meeting between Glen Larson and Star Wars producer Gary Kurtz.
They were concerned about what our show would be and that it would infringe in any way on their show. And he gave me a list of the things that he would prefer we not do, and we agreed to a list of things which are elude me now. One of them was the laser fires from the gun, so we never did that. We had a little light flash at the muzzle and then an explosion, but we never did those laser streaks and things.
Lucas seemed cool with that, so Larson turned to casting. Now think about this. You have a wagon train in space, and you need a patriarchal leader. Remember Bonanza? They had wagon trains. Why not borrow Lorne Greene?
Doing the show out of space, Battlestar Galactica, that's kind of from other space. What is it like?
What is outer space like?
I would like to know.
Well, it's like Dolly Parton. I mean, you don't believe it, but there it is.
Lorne was the established figurehead. Not that we needed familiar faces, but in terms of a patriarch, I thought that the audience would immediately accept him as that.
The most important thing in any series is the chemistry between people and the magic that's created. And when I met him, I think we felt the warmth.
Lorne Greene was a masterstroke by Larson. It was now the network's turn to ante up. The central hero, Apollo, needed Teen Beat cover potential. They suggested Richard Hatch, who had previously been in All My Children and the Streets of San Francisco.
I really did not want to do it, not because of Glenn, not because of anything other than the fact I thought this is just going to be another one of those, they always do a great movie and then they throw out a TV series to benefit from it.
That's exactly what this was, and Larson needed a hot actor. He he persistently showed up at the actor's home in a limo and took him out for expensive meals.
I must say that Glen was very much a gentleman, very charming, and very, very articulate, and seemed to care a lot about Battlestar. One of the things that really swayed me, as a matter of fact, is that he did seem to have a passion and a caring for the show.
Larson was no doubt one of the best. Hatch agreed to do the show, but that was an easy sell compared to the battle Larson was about to face.
Dirk Benedict was my toughest sell to the network. I really felt he had something special, and I wanted him. Because to me, he was Starbuck. He's got that twinkle. He smokes those little cigars, and he's just a charming guy.
ABC said, absolutely not. We're not going to hire that guy. We do not want him. He's not this, he's not this, he's not old enough, he's not talented enough, he's not funny enough, he's not strong enough, he's not sexy enough. All those things were said. Finally, the final line was, he's just not sexy.
I accepted the person that ABC wanted for the role. He walked in the door, and I had my cast assembled, and I think he wound up being like 5'2", while everyone else was 6 feet tall. And I took one look at it and said, this looks like the Wizard of Oz cast walking along with a this and a this and a this. And it didn't match. And I called him the night before and said, I won't go forward with this piece of casting.
I was forced on them, which is one of the reasons why there was such bad blood between the network and Universal. It was just an ugly beginning.
Beginning is a key word there. The ugliness was about to get uglier.
While Battlestar Galactica was in the early stages of production, a lawsuit was actually initiated against Universal and the series. George Lucas, the director of Star Wars, and 20th Century Fox, the studio that released Star Wars, felt that Battlestar Galactica infringed on the prerogatives of Star Wars.
The show would not have been possible had Fox not given us the facility and all of the tools to be competitive and to use that technology that they and John had, through George Lucas, had developed. And we could not have gone on the air without that cooperation and help. And yet they were the people that were suing us.
The only
You probably don't remember the 1978 Emmy Awards.
That's pretty cool. So, yep. I thought that was interesting. The lawsuit, God dang it. The lawsuit wound up getting settled, and let me see if I have something for you here. I was trying to find something. Yeah, I got it now. I think I found it. I recorded something on my clips. It's 3 a.m, folks. My mind is starting to falter. As I struggle to find this other clip, I thought that was very interesting. That's from my collection. It was something called Sciography from 1999, a great retrospective of Battlestar Galactica. So I want to play a clip now of Glen Larson. It should be a little bit better audio, talking about creating Battlestar Galactica. Let's see here. If I can get this to go. I'm having all sorts of problems tonight, folks.
One of the first projects that I attempted to take to Universal, to a guy in business affairs who took a liking to me, was a project called Adam's Ark. And my concept was, there was a Time magazine cover, I think, of everyone who had ever been on Time magazine's cover. They tried to have a birthday party or something. This is a long time ago now. And I mean, it would have had everybody on there. It would have had from astronauts to sports stars to scientists. It was really if you knew that you had D-Day approaching or a nuclear disaster approaching, and my premise was that Howard Hughes's computers have predicted that the end of the world as we know it within a finite period of time, and these people were all invited for this cover party at this massive something in the edge of the desert in Nevada. And this is at a time when Howard Hughes was not, nobody knew where he was, supposedly up in that suite on the top floor. And Mayhew and all these people, very few people. I interviewed a guy later. He said he only saw him 3 times in 20 years he worked for him. Once was on a railway exchange car when he was on his way into Vegas. So, but he was also the dean of aviation and science and all of those things. So I thought it made some sense. So he invited all these people, and at some point they hear this kind of rumble and whatever, and someone makes it up to like the bridge, and they realize that they're in the air, that this massive modern building has taken off and is carrying off into the universe the creme de la creme of the world's most brilliant people. And the idea is that they're.
I played
this is
this
going to
already.
be
Yeah,
a-
folks,
a
I hear you
journey.
screaming, Chance, you already played this. You already played this. So let me find what I didn't play. Yes, here is Glen Larson on casting Battlestar Galactica. My apologies.
Dirk is someone I had met in New York, and I just thought he had a lot of style, sex appeal. I liked him right away. Richard came to me by way of the network. I think it's soap operas and some movies of the week and things that they had done. I liked him right away. Lauren was sort of a natural. I mean, is the idea if you could take Lauren Green, who was the, I mean, there's two ways to go. Totally unknown, or if you were offered a guy who was instrumental in one of the longest-lasting family, westerns, and in many ways, a space show is a western. Lauren Green was I guess one of those people you really couldn't say no to. It just made a lot of sense. Because one of the things that you deal with in science fiction, and one of the reasons it was hard to sell, is that it always enjoyed a very small niche audience. It did not have, more and more of people who are here today who could look at this tape or other things have grown up with space. But going back to the origins of Star Trek, we hadn't grown up with space, nor NASA, nor all of the things we've accomplished and learned. All of that, none of that was around. So a lot of people just didn't care. It didn't have relevance, and especially women. Maybe boys liked rockets, but women weren't too crazy about them. And so the idea that a show like Bonanza was able to capture a huge Sunday night audience for that length of time, and I think Lauren was a blessing too. He was very good at sitting down and really talking about stories and people and those kinds of values.
Yep. And continuing on with Battlestar Galactica in Glen Larson's own words. Here's Glenn talking about the conceptual choices in terms of the concept.
My feelings were that if you took the Egyptian culture as sort of a role model, and we took that design, our coins and everything had pyramids on them, and the uniforms all bear the strong influence of Egyptian, that Mideast culture, because that's where the scientific advances were in our planet, and I figured it made some sense. We actually shot some stuff in Egypt, on the show. Mm-hmm. And my thought was that if we're going to be a galaxy thousands of light years, maybe millions away from here, and in a time frame I never wanted to lock into. When Admiral Perry sailed into Japan, he didn't find people walking around wearing Brooks Brothers suits and ties. And I went crazy trying to avoid the red fire extinguisher on the wall or the push broom that looks exactly like the one we got at Home Depot. Even silverware and eating utensils and the look of food. We spent so much time trying to avoid anachronisms that are just, to me, representative of lazy or sloppy writing. We tried very hard. I'm sure we didn't succeed all the time, but even when it came to slang, and I know you'll probably bring it up because one of the wire services called a few weeks ago. He says, okay, so you made up the word frack. Well, we were trying hard not to use common terminology that you'd hear in Burbank or up in, what's the town up in Canada where everything is shot?
Vancouver.
Vancouver. You know, it just drives me a little crazy that I'm out of here, or, you know, whatever, that everything sounds exactly like Dawson's Creek in space.
Glen A. Larson. And now I'm going to play a little clip from John Dykstra, who did the special effects for Star Wars, and he left Lucasfilm to do the effects for Battlestar Galactica. It created a rift with George Lucas. And I tell you, there's kind of a funny story where John Dykstra, before the camera, you'll see Battlestar Galactica, the photo story. And in the actual first episode of Battlestar Galactica, in the Lights of Caprica, John Dykstra sneakily put the words, I'm saying a bad word here, the F word, so brace yourself. It says in lights, and you can see it in this book, the words, fuck off. Now let me play John Dykstra in his own words, talking about creating the spaceships for Battlestar Galactica.
If you were thrilled when an X-Wing fighter flew across the screen in Star Wars, then you've come under the spell of special effects pioneer John Dykstra. He and his compatriots at George Lucas's fledgling Industrial Light and Magic used motion-controlled computers to operate the camera for the filming of miniature spacecraft and planets.
We mounted the camera in a way that allowed us to add motion, and I think really that was the key difference between Star Wars and its visual effects and its forebears, was that the camera constantly moved.
It was a very crazy group trying to do something that had never been done before. There was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of talent.
George Lucas.
But not very much experience. John seemed to have the biggest vision about how we could accomplish what it is I was after, which is primarily to do motion control blue screen, which seemed like a very good idea to me and doable.
Dykstra's work on Star Wars earned him an Academy Award and the distinction in Hollywood as the father of modern motion control. Dykstra's start came in 1970 when he got his first effects job working for Douglas Trumbull, visual effects supervisor of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Together, they created effects for Star Trek: The Motion Picture and Trumbull's own Silent Running. In the early 1970s, Dykstra took a leave of absence from Hollywood.
I was working with Doug Trumbull, and the opportunity came to work for this group called the Institute of Urban and Regional Development in Berkeley.
The Institute sought to simulate urban traffic patterns on a miniature scale. A model of Marin County, California was constructed, and a camera fitted with a small periscope-like device called a snorkel lens was moved through the streets simulating the viewpoint of a car. The moves were programmed into a computer, which operated motors on a camera motion rig. It was a tedious process, for the system could only move very slowly, limited by the simple computers of the time. But Dykstra's motion control cityscape became the foundation for the next giant leap in motion control photography. A little film about a galaxy far, far away.
The hardest part, I think, of producing the images for Star Wars was taking out the consistent smoothness that motion control, at that time anyway, built in.
To give the computer-controlled camera footage a more realistic documentary feel, the effects team input directives that intentionally produced uneven moves and off-centered framing. This helped create the illusion that a cameraman in space had actually filmed the battle scenes, struggling to stay focused on the thrilling action around him.
There you go. So he was a pioneer in terms of special effects, and he went on to do the effects in Battlestar Galactica. Now, in 1982, I always play a clip of Late Night with David Letterman from the vintage years on NBC. Here's from June 1st, 1982. Letterman had only been on since February 1st, 1982. So February, March, 4 months. This is like 4 months into Late Night with David Letterman on NBC, when he first started in late night television, David Letterman. So I didn't realize until recently John Dykstra was a guest. Let's listen to a little bit of that interview. In this point in time, Return of the Jedi would have been in production, and a gentleman named Brian Johnson had replaced John Dykstra with The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi as the head of special effects. And he had worked on Alien, he'd worked on Space 1999, the television show Brian Johnson did previously. Anyway, let me just play some of this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. More than ever before, the movie industry is being dominated by highly visual and stylized motion pictures. My next guest is considered one of the most sought-after special effects wizards in the world. He won an Academy Award for his work on Star Wars. He was nominated for an Oscar for his special effects in Star Trek, and produced and designed the television series Battlestar Galactica. Please welcome John Dykstra.
And he worked on the first Spider-Man in 2002. He's kept up with computer technology. He's still around working in movies.
Nice to meet you. This is exciting. I think most people by now have seen, at least for sure, Star Wars and have enjoyed your work. And we mentioned the other shows. They all had to do with, movies. They all had to do with space. Is that pretty much the area of influence for special effects now?
Oh, I don't know. I think that probably special effects has got application on a much broader basis. Basically what we do is take people to places that they can't go on location to shoot, or where it's too hazardous to shoot, or where they really can't create that kind of environment, like in fantasies.
Yeah. So you pick up a script. Somebody has hired you to do the special effects, and in the script that you see where I don't know, a rocket ship or a flying saucer has been destroyed, and then what do you do?
Well, usually in the script it's something like and unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the catchphrases.
Yeah.
Or then they attack the Death Star, and that's that much, and that's it.
That's it, huh?
Yeah. Usually you break it down from the point of view of what the director, whoever the creative people are, director wants to see in the film, and draw little tiny pictures that outline exactly what it's going to be.
Uh-huh.
Because it takes a long time to produce any given shot in order to come up with the amount of money it's going to cost, which for some reason they seem to be interested in. You have to lay out exactly what the elements of the shot are, because generally they're made up of several pieces of film, and decide exactly what the dramatic impact of any given shot and how they go together is. And this all happens after the script, before the film is completed.
And when we looked at this stuff in Star Wars, and a lot of that stuff, I'm guessing, was never before seen, like you mentioned, and that everybody oohed and awed. What exactly were we looking at? Did you do this stuff and then film it, or did you actually put it on the film, or?
Well, basically, we didn't go on location, first of all. That was tough. But actually what it is it's a combination of many things. In most cases, particularly in the case of Star Wars, it's a combination of miniatures. The spaceships themselves were about that long, most of them, and they varied in size, depending upon what you had to do with them. And then we'd shoot a star field, which amounted to a black piece of paper with little white dots on it, and then combine those two elements. And then in the cases of lasers, those were added as pure animation. And in the case of explosions, those were shot at a separate time and then double exposed, meaning put together on the same piece of film.
But was there ever an actual explosion that you filmed and added
in? Oh, yeah. In fact, I was very intimately involved with a couple of them.
Major, huge, big guys?
Yeah. Pieces flying and people running and stuff. It was good.
We have film of your work, which I guess is pretty much along the lines of what we've been talking about.
Yeah, this stuff I think is from Galactica.
All right,
yeah.
Go ahead and talk over it, right? When take a look at the monitors here in the studio.
Yes, here I'm looking at the monitor. These elements that you see here are elements
showing a Cylon ship, Cylon Raider on a blue screen.
In this case, in Galactica, there's a Viper and a Cylon. I don't even remember the names. This is the Battlestar, the large ship in the foreground. And now these elements will be combined with this background, which is the stars, and the explosion, which should be coming up here very shortly. Stars are kind of boring. Oh, lasers. And these are the animated elements. Each of these is a separate piece of film. And hopefully you will see these combined after a wonderful piece of graphic information with all of those elements individually shot, now put together in what's called an optical printer. And here comes the composite. Now, there's a lot of things that go into that to make it special.
I love special effects.
How long did that take? What kind of work did that represent, what we just saw there?
Well, and in the case of the individual ships, most of those would take between 4 and 6 hours to shoot individually. That means lining the shot up, figuring out what the move's going to be, and actually photographing it. then the combination of those, so we had 6 of those, let's say, so you got 6 times 6 is 36. I did that without a calculator, which is good. Then those are combined in an optical printer, and that takes probably about 2 weeks of time, although it doesn't take 2 weeks of continuous time. Each element has to be processed and then shot again the next day and processed.
So you mentioned optical printer. I don't know exactly what that is, but as long as you do,
that's good. Yeah.
Is your job more like that of an animator, or is it more of a guy who is exploding things in his backyard and filming it?
I think it's more like the guy exploding things in his backyard and filming it, or exploding them even if you don't have a camera.
Have you just for the fun of it? Maybe on a date.
We have a good time.
Pyromaniac.
Do you ever? Have we ever seen an unbelievable special effect in a movie and found out that it was just you, a cup, and a pencil going like that or something? You know, oh, look, it's the old coffee effect.
That's number 5. We charge a lot for that. Would you like a job? No, we've used an awful lot of oddball things. In fact, the miniatures in many cases are made up of all kinds of things. Wood, tank kits. Those tank kits are big. In fact, one of the ways to make spaceships that are seen in the distance is you take a piece of wood that's roughly pointed on one end, and you spray it with glue and then roll it in what we call model mulch, which is sort of like breading chicken. And then you put it off in the background, and it has things sticking out all over it, and you spray a little paint on it to make it look aged, which was Doug Trumbull was who I initially worked with, and he had a concept of making sure spaceships look aged. Doesn't rain much in space, but it seems to sell it.
Yeah.
So, and basically, that and, I don't know, I mean, we haven't painted too many baseball bats, that kind of stuff, but it is, you know, we use oddball objects a lot.
Is this something that you were drawn to as a kid? I mean, you would think that you would go to the Flash Gordon movies and so forth.
This has been putting things together. I mostly took things apart as a kid. I think I like mechanical things. My father was a mechanical engineer, and I've always liked photography, so it was a natural outgrowth of that. And,
the real problem that you people are up against is once somebody has seen an effect, the second time they see it in another movie, they go, oh, we've seen that.
That's right. Well, that's where it comes down to something we haven't seen before. It's getting to be tougher to show you something you haven't
Enter
seen before.
CGI.
I think that one of the things
in
that's
1989
important is that you are asked to budget something you've never seen before.
And then in
back
Terminator
when there weren't
2
that
in
many
92.
things that had been seen, it was pretty easy because you could take a pretty fair guess that something would work. But now you have to get into heavier and heavier technology, lasers and electromagnetic liquids. It's great fun.
Electromagnetic liquids?
Yes, I made that up.
Oh. Some of that sounds pretty good. Exciting. Yeah.
Hey, listen, they bought
the beverage of the 80s.
Just don't go through the airport.
But now you describe this becoming more and more elaborate. Are these special effects going to dominate films?
No,
putting actors and
it's still
actresses
storytelling, basically. I mean, what we do is it's like when you're a kid and somebody told you a story about horses running across a bridge, you know, and then you had the teacher who was heavy into kids, and she'd beat on her chest while she made the horses run across the bridge. So it's sort of a filmic beating on the chest, so to speak. But what it does is adds to the credibility of a story. It brings people to a theater to see a fantasy show and allows them to remain out of their seats, so to speak, involved with the movie. And that's why it's tough, because the more sophisticated the audience becomes, the more often the seams and the effects show, and the more often they realize they're in the theater and somehow are then dropped out of the magic of the story.
What about, what was your life like when you won your Academy Award?
Oh, it was very surprising. I hadn't been involved in the business for that long, and basically it was myself and a group of very good friends, ranging from a broad variety of backgrounds, including a social worker, lab technician, nuclear physicist, everybody. We got together and worked on Star Wars, and we were really elated because of the work. It was an opportunity to be ingenious, which we of course all were. And when we won the award, it was amazing because these were my newfound peers in a business that I hadn't been in long, and I was really overwhelmed by it. I was really surprised at the fact how overwhelmed I was.
Where were you making your home then?
In my truck.
Yeah.
My dog and I lived in my van for a long time. But I lived initially in Long Beach, and I traveled around working in the Valley area because effects shops seemed to congregate there for some reason. It must be the air or something. But I was between jobs at the time, and I was in and out of houses, and, you know.
Yeah. What about 3D films and 3D films on TV and 3D TV?
I don't know whether you had the video 3D event that we had in California last week.
No, I heard about that.
Yeah, so it's pretty exciting. Everybody got very close to their television set.
Does it work? Is it going to be around?
Well, in television it's really tough. 3D in itself is inherently a problem.
Not
because
anymore.
Your eye is focused at 60 feet or however far away the screen is, and it says this object's 60 feet away. And then the interocular, the distance between your eyes and how they converge, says that object's 3 feet away. So basically, you got a battle going on in your brain.
And it gives you a headache, right?
It gives you a headache. Some people have managed to achieve that with other things, but this is another method of getting it.
How did that look on TV, by the way? You actually saw it on TV?
Yeah, they didn't have it worked out very well, I'm afraid.
You know, in motion pictures, you have the luxury of a major budget and lengthy production time to establish a really nice, solid special effect. In television, we're working on a shoestring and no time whatsoever, but I think we still do a pretty nice job putting together a pretty realistic special effect. And if you don't mind, I know this is kind of intruding on you, we're going to show you now some NBC special effects here, and just keep telling yourself this is only a demonstration. And
is this for a new series?
Well, it very well could be. Let's
It shows like a cheap, like, flying saucer outside Dave's window. It's pretty funny. Like, smoke's going everywhere. It's obviously on a wire, and anyway, it's kind of visual. But that's on YouTube. John Dykstra, David Letterman. Just look that up if you want to see it. I think it's interesting. I'm a geek, though. I love special effects, so you're probably bored to tears if you're still with me at all, but I found that very, very interesting. So now we're going to move on past... No, actually, let me see if I can find this one quick... Literally, I keep saying it's a quick clip, and then it's not. But I don't know what I did with it. I had something from Battlestar Galactica to show you, or to play for you. Damn. Oh, yeah, here it is. I loved this line of dialogue from Lorne Greene. At the end of every episode of Battlestar Galactica, he said these words.
Fleeing from the Cylon tyranny, the last Battlestar Galactica leads a ragtag fugitive fleet on a lonely quest. A shining planet known as Earth.
I love themes with strong drum beats. Did you hear the drums in that? Anyway, I just like that. I just love that. So now we're going to move on past Battlestar Galactica and talk about Buck Rogers in the 25th century briefly. I really don't have that many clips except for one, and it's about 3 minutes long. No fooling. After Battlestar Galactica was canceled at the end of the 78-79 season, it did return as Galactica 1980 for about, I think, 8 episodes, and they found Earth, but it was dumbed down. It came on an earlier hour on Sunday night at 7 o'clock, so it had to be educational. The network, ABC, had a mandate that the scripts had to have an educational element to them. So, but before that, Glen Larson started a new show, again capturing the space craze that Star Wars started on May 25th, 77, when the first Star Wars movie was released. Buck Rogers was revived from the serials and comic books, but it came to TV as Buck Rogers in the 25th Century on NBC Thursday nights at 8 o'clock. Always Thursday night at 8. The network never changed the time slot for that show. And it ran from Thursday, September 20th, 79, until Thursday, April 16th, 1981, only lasting for 37 episodes, which was 1.5 seasons. The second season was cut short. And the only time slot change was during summer reruns for a month. It moved to Saturday at 8 from August through September 1980. Hiya, Buck. I loved little Twiggy, and that was played by the actor who played Cousin It, who passed away not too long ago. Felix Celia. And he was just a great little character. And Glen Larson talks really quickly here about the importance of a good TV theme song. Let me play this for you. I should have had it pulled up. How you doing, by the way? It's the Nostalgic Podblast. Thanks for listening to this as I struggle tonight. Let's see. Yeah, here's the importance of a TV theme by Glen Larson.
I sold Fall Guy off of walking in with David Somerville, who was a member of the Diamonds and joined our group late. And he had done something for some little stunt afternoon thing, and I wrote new lyrics that would go with what we're doing. It's a different show, but I wrote these lyrics and some additional music. We sang it in the office. There was no script. There was no anything. It was just, we're doing a stuntman who's a bounty hunter, and here's the theme. And they said, okay, go to script. And that was it. That's what we did. So obviously it can be important, and it opened the show. And from the time it comes on, he sings about Farrah, he sings about, saving Redford's ass and Eastwood and all these people. It sets a tone for a show. So music can be terribly important. I'm extraordinarily disappointed that NBC, Silverman and these people, Silverstein?
Ben Silverman.
Silverman. I'm annoyed with him. He just didn't return an email. I'm really saying, why aren't you using a theme that was 3 times, for Grammys, as rap groups all did it. It was part of a show that ran for years, and it costs you nothing. You own it. You publish it. And it really usually comes down to that whoever's scoring the show wants to put their own stuff in because they get extra performances from BMI or ASCAP. That's a silly reason to change something you own that is, it's of historic value, and it's a comfort zone. Very important. So I don't dismiss those. I don't just turn it over to someone and say, hey, put something on here. Make it count. Everything in a show counts. Getting attention, getting the audience comfortable, maybe helping to sell the concept. It's all important.
Well, you've been blessed with some of the most iconic themes in TV history: Battlestar Galactica, Magnum PI, Knight Rider. You hear those themes and there's an immediate emotional reaction. How important is having a theme and creating the identity for a show in that way? You seem not to be the least bit reluctant to repeat a theme throughout an episode in scoring in the underscore.
Well, the advantage if you have a collaborator, if I just shoved it at somebody and said, now you write the rest of this stuff, the deal I made with Stu is use the theme and you keep the performances, but use the theme. I'm more interested in the success of the show than grabbing a few bucks off of the underscoring. Mm-hmm. The main title, I'd get my percentage for writing it and so forth and so on. But the underscoring, if the writer is looking to do something else because he wants, he's looking for a few extra dollars off of the performances, you're going to lose something. And so that's how you work it out. You just, and I suspect that happens too often.
Now, Buck Rogers had lyrics. I played at the very top of the show. After the Eddie Rabbitt song, Driving My Life Away, I played an instrumental version by Stu Phillips of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, and William Conrad, who narrated The Fugitive, did the opening in season 1 to Buck Rogers in the 25th Century in terms of the narration. But there was lyrics in the movie version, which was in theaters 6 months before the September premiere of Buck Rogers in the 25th Century on September 1979. They had this like James Bond type opening with Erin Gray in sexy tight outfits, and she looked really hot. And they had this terrible, terrible version of the theme and the song. I'm going to play it now. It's called 25th Century Man. That's the instrumental. I am effing up left and right. It's called Suspension. That's right. Here it is. Jeez. Suspension. It's so bad. If I get the gosh darn thing to go. Live is tough, man. I'm telling you. If I could only edit this. But I can't. Not now.
Far beyond the world I've known, truths to reveal. What thoughts are fantasy? What memories real? Long before this life of mine, long before this time, what was there who cared to make it begin? Is it forever or will it all end? Searching my past for the things that I've seen. Is it my life or just something I dream?
Pretty dreadful, huh? Pitiful. So those were the lyrics, and actually the old Star Trek theme had lyrics too that were so bad. Starflight, I won't even read them. So bad, so bad. It's so much better as an instrumental piece. Now moving on past the sci-fi stuff for now. Glen Larson worked with Christopher Crowe when they created this show, starring Greg Evigan and a little chimpanzee. It was called BJ and the Bear. And I want to play, let's see, the only theme I could find didn't have the dialogue, but I fixed that.
Hey there, where you going? Not exactly knowing. Who says you have to call just one place? Oh, he's going everywhere. DJ McKay and his best friend there. He just keeps on moving, ladies keep improving. Every day is better than the next.
New dreams and better scenes. And best of all, I don't pay property tax.
So he's talking here. I'll play it in a second. I like the dialogue.
Rolling down to Dallas, my wheels provide my palace. And off to New Orleans, or who knows where. Places new and ladies too. I'm BJ McKay, and this is my best friend there.
Happened again. Not again. There went my camera. So I'm going to play, gives me a perfect opportunity to fix the gosh darn camera. Here is the version with the dialogue.
He's going to have to go into isolation immediately for blood tests.
Wait. You're gonna be a fur coat for a midget.
Why would Dr. Niven deliberately misdiagnose that animal's condition?
Do you have any idea what price a live primate in such excellent condition can bring?
But we are talking murder. Your chimpanzee, Mr. McKay, died last night.
the ball, I don't pay property tax. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do one of these days, boy. I'm gonna teach you how to sing. How'd you like that, huh, kid? Rolling down to Dallas, who's provide my palace? Off to New Orleans or who knows where. Places new and ladies too. I'm B.J. McKay and this is my best friend. Chicago, when I lived in St. Paul, I summered out the west and then I left in the fall. I chased down the spring through the month of May and run for a song till I captured today. Hey man, what's your complaint today, huh? What's the matter, you don't like my singing? It's your favorite part coming up. This is it. And
he just was a ham trying to sing that Greg Evigan. So BJ and the Bear started as a TV movie back in 1978 called The Foundlings. It aired October 4th, 1978 as a 2-hour TV movie. And the ratings were good, so it became a weekly series starting on February 10th, 1979. It lasted 3 seasons, and it ended in the spring of 1981. In May of 81, and 46 episodes were made in addition to the 2-hour pilot. The last original episode aired on May 9th, 1981. And there was a spinoff, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo. But let's see, I think I pulled, Glen Larson talking about BJ and the Bear, which again, this was kind of a mishmash of Smokey and the Bandit and Every Which Way But Loose and Convoy. All those successful movies merged into this lame TV show. Actually, I liked it, though. This is from a child's perspective at the time. Let's see what Glenn has to say about BJ and the Bear as we wind down the Podblast this week.
So, young guy that Fred fired at NBC named Dick Lindheim. He was head of research. And they didn't hit it off in some meeting. And I gave him a job as a producer at Universal. And he came with 2 8x10 cards. And he may have given me these before he came across town. If in a career that's lasts as long as I have, knock on wood, chronology sometimes becomes either improbable or impossible, understand that this stuff comes fast and you don't always remember the exact order of events. But he gave me 2. One was about a trucker, because he felt, trucking is so generic, again, to the heart of the country and to our economy and to everything. He says there's a good story, there's a good trucker series in there. And the other one was Sword of Justice. It was, I don't know that he called it that, but it was about dealing with people above the law. And we really did the Count of Monte Cristo. A guy's in prison falsely and then comes out. And so that show, Sword of Justice, started that way. We put it on the air. One screening at NBC and they canceled it. It's too bad. It was a show that had some legs. It could have done well. BJ, that was fun to record, by the way. They do the theme song with
Greg Evigan?
Greg Evigan sang the theme, and I had the Blossoms, who are 3 great blues singers, and and that was a fun. I'm not sure I did that one with Stu. That might have been with a different composer that I worked with. I would get a melody in my mind, and I would come in and I would try to sketch it out as best I can with my limited skills when it comes to putting paper to pen. In my mind, I always hear the chords I want and what I want, and I play limited guitar, and some of these themes go beyond my chord competence. So, and then in a good collaboration, there's no such thing as purely equal. You could have script where someone brought you a cup of coffee, or where someone gives you the whole key at some point. I mean, there's a song called Big Man, and it didn't have that title. I talked big yesterday, boy, you ought to see me now. And Bruce Spelling came in and says, the biggest phrase at UCLA is big man on campus. So that's very important to that collaboration. So people who try to collaborate, well, I wrote 4 more lines than you did. That's not the issue. The issue is, do you get along? When we did the Battlestar theme, I knew the main theme I wanted, and he wrote it down exactly the way I wanted it. And then he wrote this great reprise, release. Da, 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 da. It's been recorded by more symphony orchestras. I'm so proud of it, but it was a great collaboration. Stu was great at, you could talk shorthand. And so BJ's theme was special.
Yeah, I kind of like the theme as well. And there were some interesting characters in BJ and the Bear. Like there was a nemesis, Hammer, another trucker. It's played by Charles Napier, who a lot of trekkers or Trekkies would know from Star Trek, the hippie episode. He played Adam. Anyway, Charles Napier, and he was in The Cable Guy. He played the cop. Sing us a song. Anyway, you've seen Charles Napier in countless TV shows and movies, but he played Hammer on BJ and the Bear. Now, let me see. There's a clip I pulled for you all called BJ and the Bear Then and Now. Let me see if this is worth listening to. Yeah, this is good.
Here comes that cherry red striped Kentworth semi, and with Bear as a co-pilot, nothing can stand in their way. BJ and the Bear, a memorable and short-lived series.
And it's never been released on home video. Not VHS, not Columbia House VHS, not DVD, nothing. And it's not in syndication or in reruns, not on MeTV, Antenna TV. I think it would do well. Last time I saw it was in 1995 on WOR, Secaucus, New Jersey, on cable. 1995 to 1996.
Followed B.J. McKay and his bear, a proper furry friend,
It's nostalgic.
not an actual bear. He was his ever-so-stylish pet chimpanzee named Bear. We watched 3 seasons.
Let me stop this. I wonder if the chimp, I should have researched this before I podblasted. I'll find out for next time if that ape is still, or the chimpanzee rather, the chimp, if it's the chimp that was in the robot suit in Battlestar Galactica. I don't know. Because that was not a real Daggett, as it was called, a robot dog. If you remember the first Battlestar Galactica, Boxy's real dog, unfortunately, is killed in the Cylon attack of Caprica. And so on the Galactica, the Doctor makes a robot dog to console little Boxy. And the real dog was called a Daggett. That was the dog breed in Battlestar Galactica's time. So I wonder if that was the chimpanzee. The real robot Daggett was the chimpanzee. So anyway, I don't know. I should know that. All these years anyway.
All their wild adventures, kinda like Dukes of Hazzard meets Convoy. The show was produced at the height of the CB radio and trucking craze in the US, and produced by the one and only Glen A. Larson.
Yeah.
The same year he was developing Buck Rogers for TV. I mean, did this man sleep? Jury's still out. But what isn't up for debate is how fun BJ and the Bear was. Truly escapist to the interstates. I'm your host, Nostalgic Nick, and if you enjoy our deep dive, be sure to honk our horn by clicking that thumbs up icon. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
And the channel is Do You Remember on YouTube.
Alright, now where's Bear?
Oh, of course there's an ad.
Greg Evigan. BJ McKay is a good-looking young trucker who traveled across the country in his big rig with...
Now, I got some trivia for you, and they'll probably cover it. I haven't pre-screened this video. Trivia. Why is the monkey named Bear? It's not a grizzly. He's obviously not a bear. He's a chimpanzee. So why is that chimpanzee named Bear? Let's see if it's covered here.
Adorable and fashionable pet chimp. BJ was always a step ahead of the pestering lawmen, a great leading man and a good old boy, and you could root for him to avoid the law while dealing with corrupt truckers or some problem, and await.
And he was a Vietnam vet. There's an episode called Siege, where the Country Comfort, their hangout, where they would refuel their trucks, and it was like a trucker hangout joint. It's taken over by bad guys. I don't even want to say the word with a T. Think 9/11. Anyway, just in case a bot will flag me or something. But it's revealed in that episode. It might have been in another episode too that he served in Vietnam and he can fight. So anyway.
Each week's gorgeous lady that would be incorporated. And their hair had to be perfectly styled to avoid being overshadowed by Greg Evigan's feathered locks. Another potential BJ McKay was the great Dennis Quaid. Too bad, Quaid. But before Greg had all the girls swooning, he was just a kid growing up in New Jersey, where at age 8 he took to music, learning piano and sax. And his musical talent helped land his first break, a small part in the 1971 Broadway production of Jesus Christ Superstar. Then he became Danny Zuko for Broadway's Grease, before finally deciding to move across country to LA, where he immediately booked the exploitation film Scorchy in 1976.
And he was in The $6 Million Man in 1976 in a 2-hour episode titled The Bionic Boy, with Vincent Van Patten as the Bionic Boy, a paraplegic who gets the bionic implant so he can walk. And Greg Evigan is like a bully in that episode. Anyway.
Starred Connie Stevens, who, funny enough, played Miss Mason in Grease 2. Then Greg booked a season 4 episode of The $6 Million Man titled The Bionic Boy. And before you knew it, he was headlining a TV show which showcased once again his musical talents.
What do you do in New Year's?
The 1977 rock and roll drama A Year at the Top. He played Greg alongside Paul, played by Letterman's music director, the great Paul Schaefer. And just a year later, he'd become a sensation in BJ and the Bear. And you'll certainly remember Greg from his 3-season run of My Two Dads beginning in '87. He co-starred with the very funny Paul Reiser. And then the mid-'90s, he co-starred with William Shatner in Tech War, based on a book series that William Shatner himself penned. Most recently,
for the USA Network on cable.
Paul Evigan star in the Hallmark film Once Upon a Holiday, co-starring his daughter Brianna, who also has a great career, as she was the star of the 2008 Step Up sequel. And Brianna too is beautiful, just like Dad. Today, Greg Evigan is 68 years old, and his next film is a TV movie that stars a bunch of the Brady Bunch kids. So be sure to look out for Blending Christmas this season on Lifetime. Eric Server. Lieutenant Jim Steiger was played by Server after he played a truck driver on season 1, and then Agent Billings on a season 2 2-part season opener. Server began acting in 1963. Most people will remember his voice as the computer brain Dr. Theopolis in the 1979 series Buck Rogers in the 25th Century.
You are now in the 25th century.
Server appeared in some really great shows, like 5 episodes of The Streets of San Francisco in the 70s, and then Simon & Simon in the 1980s. Eric stopped acting after his 1993 role in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, but he did return for a role in 2014's Mom's Night Out. Today, Eric is 76 years old and works as a tax consultant with his son at Server & Associates LLP. Linda McCullough. Her Callie joined the show towards the end of season 2 and was prominent for season 3. Linda didn't act much, but it all began with the hit 70s Travolta-led Welcome Back, Kotter, where she played Sally for 3 episodes. Really, her only other notable role is providing the voice for Sky One in 1997 for the Knight Rider reboot attempt Team Knight Rider. Linda was married to soap actor Lawrence Lau for 2 years in the early 80s, and today she is in her late 60s and resides in LA, where she works as a photographer, painter, and designer. Murray Hamilton. Captain Rutherford T. Grant was the corrupt head of the Special Crimes Action Team and a silent partner in a competing trucking firm. Murray Hamilton first began acting in 1944, his breakthrough alongside Henry Fonda in a long-running play, Mr. Roberts. 2 notable film roles include 1959's Anatomy of a Murder and then 1967's The Graduate.
So I hope you won't mind my giving you a friendly piece of advice.
But many fans first think of an eerie 1975 horror film where Murray played the stubborn Mayor Vaughn in the hit Spielberg-directed Jaws.
Love to prove that, wouldn't you? Get your name into the National Geographic.
And we have a video where you can revisit that entire cast whenever you want to jump back into the waters. Murray Hamilton's role in BJ and the Bear was one that came later in his life. He worked alongside some Hollywood greats like Andy Griffith and Robert Redford. Hamilton sadly died of lung cancer at the age of 63 in 1986. He worked right up until his death. His last role being 1986's Whoops Apocalypse, co-starring with MASH's Loretta Swit. What a career! Murray was part of 5 films that were selected by the Library of Congress for the National Film Registry. Truly incredible. Judy Landers.
Oh yeah, Stax.
Landers played Stax. Stax was part of the 7 lady truckers that worked so well with BJ in this show. You'll certainly remember.
And her sister was Audrey Landers on Dallas.
Because when she started working in Hollywood in 1976, she was everywhere.
Gee, well, guess what?
Beginning by playing Boom Boom in an episode of Happy Days. Then she was part of the first season of the popular show Vegas, which led her right to BJ and the Bear. In 1982, Landers was part of the surreal puppet show Madam's Place, featuring Wayland Flowers, the premier puppet comedian for adults. And this series only had one very memorable season. Over 9 years, Landers boarded the Love Boat 8 times, and she still acts occasionally
Paramount
too,
Plus.
recently reuniting with Greg Evigan in the 2019 film Manipulated. Today, Judy is 63 years old, and since 1987, has been married to former Major League Baseball pitcher Tom Niedenfuer. They have 2 daughters together, Lindsay and Christy. Mills Watson.
Yeah.
Now we couldn't forget Deputy Perkins, who was part of the original 6 episodes, the first being the TV movie. But after these early episodes were such a huge hit, producers immediately forked the road and gave Lobo a spin-off, which Perkins rode shotgun to. The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo ran for 2 seasons. Mills Watson is probably best known for his role of Uncle Buster from the 1981 TV series Harper Valley PDA. Mills acted until he retired in the 1990s. His final role was 1992's Gunsmoke to the Last Man. Watson is currently 81 years old and lives in Talent, Oregon, which brings us to Lobo himself. Claude Akins. Sheriff Lobo was the main corrupt cop that BJ had to deal with before Lobo went primetime on his own series. Now, Claude Akins is an acting powerhouse. His booming voice frequented many hit shows and films.
If you wear dentures, I'll bet you know what it's like getting food stuck between your dentures and gum. Like this chunk of salt. Ouch.
Beginning in 1954, he booked 2 episodes of Dragnet, and throughout the 50s, he worked constantly. But it wasn't just on TV. In 1959, he played a gunfighter in the tremendous Western Rio Bravo, but he was never the lead of his own show, until a show about a big rig. No, not BJ yet. Claude was the star of 1974's Movin' On. Then it was Lobo's time to shine, before things started to calm down for the aging actor. Claude worked right up until the year he passed away in 1994. His final notable gig was in 1992 in the John Mellencamp directed and starred in film, Falling from Grace. Claude Akins passed away at just 67 years old from stomach cancer. Bear and more. Of course, we're all waiting for Bear, named after Bear Bryant, the famed football coach for the University of Alabama. This adorable chimp had a smile that cut to our core. A 20-year-old chimp named Sam. But after portraying Bear, it's not quite clear what this adorable chimp got into. I do hope he's enjoying his retired trucking life in Malibu. Although Bear is out of the picture, that beautiful rig is not. The truck behind the show remains a showstopper and frequents car and truck shows around the country. And there you have it, the cast and rig of BJ and the Bear. So let's talk. What's a great episode of this show you remember? Did you have a favorite season of the show? And was this the best animal acting show ever? Or were you a Flipper fan, or Lassie, or maybe Mr. Ed? Get in the comments and you let us know. And if you enjoyed our deep dive, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel so you never miss
Do Not Remember
From
YouTube
all
channel.
of us here at Do You Remember, thanks so much for watching.
They did a great job with that. Really a great job. And I do want to talk about the spinoff, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo, because season 2 partially was filmed here in Atlanta, Georgia, where I am, way back in 1980. So let's see. I did want to play a little interview with Greg Evigan, the star of BJ and the Bear from back in the day. This is a vintage interview from film. Let me get this for you now. This is a rare interview. The quality's a little rough.
The song says, rolling down to Dallas, my wheels provide my palace. Off to New Orleans and who knows where.
I didn't know
Off
you could sing,
to
man.
the third season. It's BJ and the Bear, our guest Greg Evigan and Sam the Chimp, and we welcome you and start by talking about the show for the third year. We've got some alterations in BJ's locale to start with.
Right. I'll be in Los Angeles, around the Los Angeles area, and we're setting up a new business. Trucking business.
Yeah.
My business.
Is your business really trucking, or is it the people that'll work for you?
I don't know yet. We have to see how the scripts turn out. There'll be seven women.
7 beautiful women working for BJ.
Right.
How about adversaries? Are you going to have some of those again?
Oh yeah, we'll have another bad guy sheriff and all his guys, and they're going to try to make this sheriff a real sleaze, I think, you know.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Talk about working with this incredible guy here named Sam. It must be some trip.
Yep. That's it.
That's it, huh? Right there.
Yeah.
Have you got a story you can relate about what he would or wouldn't do on the set that was rather unusual?
Yeah, I can tell you, there's a lot of stories. Let me see. I remember one with an elephant. We worked with the elephant. That was a good one. We kind of thought that there was going to be problems when he saw this big elephant, you know, because instinctively, chimpanzees and elephants don't get along that well in Africa. And in fact, they don't even see each other that often. And so the first time he saw the elephant, he was supposed to get up on top of it and sit there, you know. That was out of the question, right? So first time we saw him, he turned around and tore up this tree, the nearest tree he could find, you know. He just split to the top of the tree. And within seconds, I mean, he was to the top of this tree, hanging there, and you just see the tree just swaying up there, you know. And then for Marvin Marvin's the trainer, trying to get him down out of the tree. It took us, I don't know how long, to get him out of that tree. But that was one. And then finally we got him to ride it, but it was never, he never really enjoyed it, you know. It wasn't really the highlight of his day.
What do you like best about BJ and the Bear show?
I like I think I like the attitude the best of the feeling that we're trying to get across to the people. The attitude of you know, not having to answer to anybody, to be out there, you know, to have your own mind, to have your own spirit, what you want to do. That's what I'm trying to get across, you know.
Oh, it comes across.
Good.
Did you always want to be an actor?
No, I never really thought about being an actor at all. A singer was what I wanted to be, you know, just a singer and musician.
Well, you are indeed still a musician of sorts, and don't you have a rock group?
Yeah, we've got a band.
Tell us about that a little bit.
It's 6 guys besides myself, and we do jazz, rock, R&B type of, you know.
How did you get
music.
the part, BJ?
I had a screen test for it. Got the script on a Thursday night, and I tested for it on Friday morning. I found out a week later I had the part. So it was, you know, pretty quick.
Right away here we go on Saturday again on NBC, huh?
Yeah, we went on the road right after that. It was like 2 weeks later. I went and I got my license for the truck. I had to go take the test. I had to go through the learning of how to drive the truck, and then I went and got my license, and we went off on the road for 5 weeks, made the show. And then we had to wait for 6 or 8 months before it was picked up or before anybody said anything about, you know.
Yeah, well, Greg, your show's a hit in Central Illinois, and I'm sure it will remain that way, and we wish you the best in the 3rd season.
All right, thank you.
The handsome and talented Greg Evigan and the comical Sam Bear, BJ and the Bear, this fall on NBC.
There you have it. I'm devoting a bit of time to this. I know it seems like a silly show, but it's just so rare. Never been on home video, so there's not really been any supplemental DVD or Blu-ray sections. All you have are these vintage interviews. Let me see here. I'm just going to play a little bit of him singing. Just a little bit of him singing. Greg Evigan singing People I Know. playing the saxophone. He's playing.
I don't want nothing to think about. Baby, nothing I feel I have to say. We never have much here to talk
All right. That's kind of weird.
off that way. I just got to be with people I know I wanna be around for a while. People I know just wanna share.
Okay, I'm going to cut that. And then I did have from One Day at a Time that he did an episode where he's singing a song with Mackenzie Phillips. Been watching that show for the first time on DVD. I'm already sort of almost towards the middle of season 8 of 9 seasons, and it's really good. I'd never seen it before, so it's all new to me. Yes, it's like over 40 years ago. But I was thinking, Valerie Bertinelli, if only she changed her name legally to Van Halen. Isn't that a cool sounding name, Valerie Van Halen? But of course, I know there's branding and agents, and people probably told her, oh, you can't change your name. At least not publicly, but Valerie Van Halen, what a cool name. Anyway, let me play a little bit of this from One Day at a Time. Let's see, because she could sing, that Mackenzie Phillips, and he could sing too. Let me see.
I've been to Chicago when I lived in St. Paul.
I'm going to cut this. This sounds dumb.
Out the west and then I left in the fall. I chased down the spring through the month of May and run for a song till I captured today. And I'll never leave, even if I could. I don't want to ever be without you.
All right, that's enough. And I think that might be all I had for BJ and the Bear, but I do recommend an episode called Siege, which I don't know why I'm recommending it. It's not out. You can't find it. I have it. I've got the series, and it was the one I told you about where these terrorists take over the truck stop Country Comfort, and the main guy, the villain, was played by Jeffrey Lewis, who is the father of Juliette Lewis, the actress and singer. And he'd been in a ton of movies. You know, he was in a lot of Clint Eastwood movies like Bronco Billy and the Any Which Way You Can movies. But he was in Siege, and that was just. And Marky Post was in Siege, and she plays Mrs. Country Comfort, the reigning Miss Country Comfort with a crown, beauty queen, and she's going to relinquish her crown, and she's taken hostage in the back of a truck. Anyway, that's a good one. You know, not that this was a great show by any means. It's fluff, but you know. What are you going to do? And I'm looking online at an episode guide of the next topic, which is the spinoff show that Glen Larson did with spinoff of BJ and the Bear, The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo that you heard about in the previous clip. And this online episode guide is wrong because the first episode that aired was titled The Day That Shark Ate Lobo, which was a takeoff on the Jaws shark at Universal. They used the shark from Jaws, the mechanical shark. And it was like the 9th episode that was filmed in the debut season of The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo, but it was the series premiere. I don't know why the network picked that terrible episode. It wasn't a very good episode. And it's not even listed in this episode guide. And I know I'm right. The first one listed is Dean Martin and the Moonshiners, which was the first one shot, but that's not the first one that aired. There was one before that. Anyway, and Dean Martin, of course, guest starred in Dean Martin and the Moonshiners. I am going to play the opening credits to The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo because the theme song was sung by the one and only Frankie Lane. And I pulled that clip, and it's actually from my YouTube channel, my other YouTube channel, Chance Acting Demo. I had published that. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. The audio might be a little low, but it's really good quality. Let me see if I can get it for you now. This is from my channel. Here we go. Gosh darn it. Here we go. Here it is. I kind of like this theme song. It's rare. It's not on any of the TV's greatest hits compilations. Here it is.
There is a man the legends tell who stands for never shirks or cowers from a fight. He is our Sheriff Lobo, mighty Sheriff Lobo. Lobo, keep us strong. He has no fear, he's always here, his morals stand alone. A man of dreams who guards our things as if they were his own. He walks the streets from early dawn, he stands behind our law. Both big and small, he bends them all who dare to fight his cause. He is our Sheriff Lobo, mighty Sheriff Lobo. Lobo, Lobo, keep us strong. Move 'em out! Keep us strong. Keep us strong. Keep us strong. Keep us strong.
There you have it. And getting back to that Siege episode, forgot to mention Mark Goddard is in that one, where he plays a senator, and they strap a BOMB to him. The bad guys do. It's just Mark Goddard hadn't been seen in years, and he acted in that episode. You know, he played Major Don West in Lost in Space. So I do have an interview with Claude Akins, who played Sheriff Lobo. I'm gonna play the end titles just because I like that stupid theme song. I don't care how dumb I sound. Let me, here we go. Because they're slightly different lyrics.
He walks the streets from early dawn, he stands behind our law. Both big and small, he bends them all who dares to fight his cause. He is our Sheriff Lobo, mighty Sheriff Lobo. Heart of gold, Lobo, keep us strong, keep us strong.
No, that's not the right one. I effed up. I messed up. That wasn't even the one I wanted to play. I pulled the wrong clip from my own YouTube channel. Unbelievable. Oh, well. I am going to play the interview now with Claude Akins.
One more. There you go. He goes
From
along
1979.
and so you got that if you need it.
Yeah, love it.
Keeps
Love
the
it.
bugs out of the house.
What a great voice he had. Claude
Well,
Akins.
Claude Akins, when are you coming to Fort Worth and play our colonial
Well,
course?
I was.
Okay.
Yeah. It's rolling stand. You
This is take two. Claude Akins, KXAS.
Man speed.
Claude Akins, we keep waiting for you to come and play colonial in Fort Worth.
Well, I'll get there just as soon as I get the crime cleaned out of Worley County.
Okay.
In Georgia.
Sheriff Lobo.
Yes, isn't that marvelous? The Misadventures of Sheriff Lobo.
Yes.
So hopefully the title is indicative of the fact that we're going to make a comedy. Sometimes you have to say that up front so that people understand it's funny. But now I think from the scripts that I've heard that we're doing and all, I think we're going to have a truly funny show. I'm looking forward to it because I started out my career in summer stock doing comedy. And I played a lot of heavies, and I got killed by a lot of people and killed a lot of people. Then I went straight when I did Moving On, and now we've come full circle. I get to do a comedy again.
What about BJ and the Bear? Are you still going to do that?
No, he's going to drive his truck off someplace else if he can get the fuel for it. And we'll be on our own. We'll probably run into him at a sheriff's convention in Las Vegas. There's plans for a show that will combine.
Three-part
the two,
crossover.
But we will mostly be separate.
Called Run for the Money.
Your father was a sheriff.
Was a police officer. Yeah.
Police officer,
That's
okay,
right,
but
yeah.
in law enforcement.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Is there anything at all of your father in the characterization of Sheriff Lobo?
I think there is. My father was a very good police officer and was my idol. But he was also a little bit of a con man. And in Sheriff Lobo, there is just a touch of larceny in the heart. And the shows will sort of
Glen
revolve
Larceny.
around how much can he get away with. I mean, you got a sheriff that drives a Cadillac Seville for a squad car. It's got to be indicative of which
Graft.
way we're going.
You think sheriffs around the country are going to like it or resent
I
it?
think they're going to like it. I presented some awards at California Highway Patrol recently for Officer of the Year awards up in Sacramento. And I said at the opening speech, I said it's amazing what happens to you when you drive a truck, you know, the places you get invited to. And then I said it's even more amazing when you play a crooked sheriff. And they all seem to understand that it's tongue-in-cheek.
But there will be somebody along the way, Claude, that will take offense to it. Are you prepared to handle that?
Oh, I think so, yeah. The reason that I now have an unlisted phone number at my home is because when we were on the road with Moving On, truckers kept calling, because I was in the phone book for all the years. Truckers kept calling like at 2:30 in the morning saying, "I want to talk to Sonny." And my wife would say, "Well, he's not here." Well, he said, "Listen, I got to tell him about that truck and the things, and you know." And finally she said, "Well, he's on," one of them found me in San Diego at 3:30 in the morning one time to tell me that we should have had a different gear change when we went up a hill, you know. So people will find the things, but I have always said any criticism is better than no criticism at all, because at least it means they're watching the show.
You bet. You bet. Is it true that you actually started your career as a youngster as a singing robin?
It was a part of a talking robin in a church play when I was 5 years old. That's how it all began. I tell you, I heard that applause, and I have been waiting for it all my life and working for it. That's probably what started the whole thing. My mother said it's because I was just a show-off. I don't like to think that's true. I like to think it's because I'm an actor who wants to hear the applause.
Well, what does the talking robin say?
I don't know. I don't remember the script on that. I don't remember the lines, but I remember it was a church play, and I remember I was very proud because I got picked and I got to do the part of a talking robin.
Claude, supposing you hadn't been fortunate enough to carry on, because we both know actors who are good but never really have had a chance to make it, what do you think you might have done?
I really don't know, and I shudder to contemplate that. This is such a part of my life, and I have been so fortunate that I have made a good living doing what I enjoy. And actually, though I would not want the word to get around, I would pay them to do what I'm doing, but I, of course, don't want them to know that. But I don't know what else I would do. I'm possibly something in sales or rob banks or I don't know, you know.
Maybe be on the golf circuit or...
Well, no, I have no talent for that. I have a love for golf, but I'm not a very good golfer.
Oh, come on, I hear differently.
Well,
what is your handicap?
It's a 10, but that's that's not what I would like it to be, you know. But I think I'm lucky that I fit in the slots. No matter what's in genre, I could work. Like when the Westerns were in, everybody's doing, well, I could be a cowboy. When Cops and Robbers were in, I could be the cops or the robbers. And I think that's how I've survived, that I've managed to fit into whatever is going at the moment. I don't know if semi-crooked sheriffs are going at the moment or not, but maybe we'll start a trend.
Well, we'll have a chance to find out
Yes.
this fall. Claude, as always, it's
Thank
just
you.
delightful to talk with you.
Well, it's nice to talk to you again, and I hope all the Texans watching enjoy Sheriff Lobo as much as we're going to enjoy doing them.
There you go. And so I'm right. It did debut on September 18th, 1979 with The Day That Shark Ate Lobo on NBC. September 18th, 1979. Then the next week was Dean Martin and the Moonshiners, which was the first actual episode that was filmed for the spinoff series. I've just got to mention Mills Watson, who played Deputy Perkins, and Kerwin, who played like the straight man, the good deputy, Birdie. I just thought Mills Watson was so underrated, and he could play a heavy as well, just like Claude Akins, who could play a heavy, meaning a villain, as well as a comedic foil. And he's retired from acting now, as you heard in the piece by Do You Remember? And, like Claude Akins said, people would find his number in the phone book. Well, I researched and tried to find Mills Watson to interview him on the Podblast, and I found him. I'm not going to say how, but I found him. And I called up, and the voice greeting was definitely him. I left a message, and the next day, someone on behalf of Mills Watson got back to me and let me know that Mills Watson does not do interviews. They were very friendly, very cordial, and it was nice that they took the time to give me a buzz. And in my message that I left, I said I'd love to interview Mills, or purchase a signed 8x10 glossy. And so when the female person calling on behalf of Mills Watson called me, she politely said he doesn't do interviews. That's just his policy, but he'll be happy to send you an autograph photo for free. Isn't that nice? So anyway, I thought that was really, really nice and classy. And that would explain why I've not seen any interviews in my research with Mills Watson. But again, he could play a straight man or a comedic buffoon, obviously. But I really liked an episode in season 1 called Hail, Hail, the Gangs Are All Here. Hail, hail, the gangs all here. And that's where Deputy Perkins is hit over the head. It's kind of a terribly ridiculous plot device, kind of like in TV and Amnesia. When someone's hit over the head, they lose their memory, then they're hit on the head again and they get it back magically, which would never happen in reality or real life. It's just a typical plot device. But Perkins is hit over the head and he doesn't become a buffoon. He becomes a badass. And Mills Watson was awesome in this role. It's my favorite episode of the entire series. And then in season 2, like I mentioned earlier, they changed the setting from Orly County, Georgia to Atlanta, Georgia, to the big city. And Nell Carter had one of her first television roles in that season 2. It was the year before the Gimme a Break sitcom started, which really put her on the map. And she could really showcase her talent in that series as a singer and performer and actress. But I do want to play a little bit of the opening to season 2 where they totally shifted gears. And they, like I said, they filmed in the summer of 1980 a nice opening credit sequence at CNN Center, which was downtown. They had an ice skating rink down there, and you see like the first MARTA buses. That's right when MARTA, which is the public transit in Atlanta, Georgia, started. And they did like a nice little opening sequence, a funny opening sequence, showing people getting pickpocketed and just all sorts of funny stuff. It's on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. I pulled a clip. Again, I have these episodes in my collection. But I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's basically a cover of the great Ray Charles song, Georgia. But let me just play a little bit of the opening so you get a sense of what it sounded like. Let me see if I can get it. Come on now. I apologize for all these delays in my clips and stuff. I mean, it's from my gosh darn channel. Dang it. But wasn't that cool that I got a hold of the real, well, almost the real Mills Watson, and that they're going to send me an autographed picture, and that's from my address, and I gave it to them. All right. I don't know if I can get this to play, but it's on YouTube, and I posted it. Maybe I shouldn't admit that, just in case somebody gets mad at me out there and tries to cause me problems. Lobo Season 2 Intro, Georgia is what it's called. Damn, I wanted to play it. Here it is. Let me get to the beginning.
Well, you don't mean... That's right.
In the plot, the governor is going through Orly County, and Perkins accidentally causes a car wreck to his limo, and he gets hurt, and he's in a hospital. He's broken many bones in his body, and they don't realize that Perkins actually caused the car wreck. So, inadvertently... Sheriff Lobo is named a hero. He's hailed a hero, and so he's promoted. He's given this post at in downtown Atlanta, like near the state capitol. And so the whole gang goes. And there's some funny lines by Nell Carter, who I mentioned earlier is in the show, where she refers to them as Klansmen and stuff. She's like, come on over here. And she just thinks they're a bunch of dumb rednecks. And so there's some pretty funny dialogue in that first episode of season 2, just retitled Lobo. They dropped the misadventures of Sheriff in the
This
title.
Sheriff Lobo can do for Atlanta what he's done for Orly.
And it's amazing the shots of Atlanta, how undeveloped it is compared to these days in 2022. Compared to 1980. Summer of 1980. Brian Kerwin. Birdie. I'm gonna get that boy. That was Perkins' line. You know, he was always intimidated by the intelligence and good looks of Birdie, the good cop. Cop, C-O-P. So the last episode aired on May 8th, 1981 of Lobo. It ended the same time as BJ and the Bear on NBC. Both shows were done. And so Glen Larson had to start all over again, which he did when he went to 20th Century Fox. And he shot the pilot for The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors, Doug Barr, and Heather Thomas. And Joanne Flug as the bail bondswoman Samantha Big Jack. Samantha Jack.
And the happiest day in mine. To be given an honor like this after all my years of dedicated service just shows what hard work and honest toil will do for you.
Not to mention blind luck. If I hadn't wiped out the governor's limo, we'd still be back.
Harkins! If those words ever pass through your chubby cheeks again, I will personally rip off your lips and feed them to a dog. Georgia, yeah, Georgia, the whole night through, just an old sweet song in my Georgia. The building's bigger than downtown Orleans.
I bet it's just filled with secretaries, too.
Mills Watson there.
Running a whole department like this. Wow.
Perkins. Perky.
First impressions being so important, maybe it'd be best if you had your meeting with the chief on your own.
So, Mills Watson's character, Perkins, he's married to Sheriff Lobo's sister, Rose. Anyway, and she was funny in season 1. They dropped her in season 2, but that was a funny actor there. All right, so one final thing about Lobo. I'm going to play another quick interview with Claude Akins because I think he's just great to listen to. That's just me. And I try to be educational here and give you some stuff you just can't hear every place. And let me get this. This is a quick, let me see how long this is. 3 minutes. Let's just listen to a little bit of this from video.
Slow down to 5, please, and 5. All right, let's take it.
This is the same guy that interviewed Greg Evigan in the previous clip. I played a couple clips back.
Pat O'Brien once observed, you know, acting makes you feel like a burglar taking all that money for all that fun. And fun is the name of the game on Lobo, and of course the star Claude Akins.
I wish I'd said that.
Well, it is fun, and
Oh,
just seeing the new screening of the new episodes, it sounds wonderful, looks wonderful.
Well, I think so. I tell you, it is such a thrill to go to work because Mills Watson, I said that working with Mills Watson is like living constantly in a Neil Simon play. You know, he's always going. And the kid that I think is very deceptive is that Brian Kerwin. I think he can't be more gorgeous than that. But he is such a talent that he makes the difficult look easy. And he has a great sense of humor. So we're back again this year. We've even enlarged the format and having more fun than we had last year.
Speaking of fun, the episode where you go to Atlanta and you run into the chief of detectives, I think it is, and his secretary.
Yes.
That's super. Tell about those two people.
A guy named Nick Coster is playing the chief of detectives. And of course, we go to Atlanta, we're assigned by the governor for a governor's crime commission. And they don't want us there. So Nick Coster, at one point, I come in the office, he says, "Don't sit down, you won't be here that long." And his watchdog is a little gal named Nell Carter, who won a Tony for Ain't Misbehavin', the black musical. And she's a firecracker. She just walks right up and down your back. So she's the watchdog, and she doesn't want us there. And we're getting a lot of good situations where, for instance, I come up to her and I say, "Hildy, I got to see the chief." And she says, "He'd rather see a tax collector." And at one point I say, "I'm going home." And she said, "I hope you mean Orly." You know, but that kind of stuff. So we're the fish out of water in the big city and a little bit swamped by the whole thing. And I think that the stories so far, I think, give us a wider scope than we had last year. And I think we've got a couple that are just hysterical.
Well, you mentioned Brian Kerwin a moment ago. Doesn't he have one with a women's magazine?
Oh, yes, yeah, Macho Man. You know, the guy that is the centerfold is killed, and we trace back and find that the one the month before was killed. It begins to be a pattern, so I send him undercover to be the Macho Man of the month. And of course, Brian's character, you know, Mr. Innocence, it's all so embarrassing and so forth. But it's fun. And I go undercover as his agent, and of course I play it very, very broad. As I got this piece of beef that's better than anybody this side of the Mississippi, my boy Boydie. And she says, boy, I say, yeah, Boydie, you know, Boydie. But it's really hysterical. I don't know how it will be received, but I'm having a ball.
Oh, I should say, running out of time, but a final question. Police work in the show is not exactly foreign to Claude Aiken.
No, my father was a police officer the last 22 years of his life, and I'm police-oriented, and I'm thrilled for the change this year because it is straighter police work. Lobo's scams now are trying to get somebody to help him solve a crime, and I like it a little better that way.
Indeed. Well, we like the show, and we wish you great success.
Well, thank you. My best to everybody in Illinois, right next to Indiana, where I grew up.
Indeed, indeed. Claude Aikens of Lobo, the King of the Road, right here on NBC.
All right, so I talked about how after BJ and the Bear and Lobo ended, Glen Larson went right into Fall Guy, and right before that, still for Universal, Glen Larson had a major hit begin that went on until 1988. And I can't play the actual theme song because of music rights bullcrap, but here's a cool cover I found of this theme song. Here it is. Magnum PI. Isn't that a killer version? That's by Mad Sonics, Madsonix, the Magnum PI theme, if you want to look them up. That's just a killer version of that theme, because I can't play the original, nor can I play the original of another show down the road in our story as we wind down this Podblast. I can't play the theme to Knight Rider, actually. I'm going to try to find a facsimile. So Magnum PI, I won't be too long with this. It ran on CBS starting December 11th, 1980 on Thursday night until April 1986 when it moved to Saturday night and then Tuesday night, then Wednesday nights at 9 from September 86 until the end of 1988. And it ended with a big 2-hour grand finale on May 1st, 1988, which is incidentally my mom's birthday. 156 episodes were filmed, not 162. Online it says 162. Again, I count episodes by air date. So in reruns, 2-hour episodes were split up, re-edited, and were later counted as 2 episodes instead of 1. Actual 2-part episodes I do count by air date. So even though it's the same story, but if it really aired on 2 separate weeks, I count that as 2 episodes. So according to my count, with that logic, 156 episodes, not 162, were filmed for Magnum PI in Hawaii and other locations. You know, and I've said this before in the Podblast, you know, older TV shows really get screwed over in terms of editing for time for commercials. you lose like 3.5 minutes of a half-hour show from like the 50s up until as late as like 1987. And then our show, hell, you lose like 6 minutes and counting. Like there's more and more commercial breaks in today's television. I think a 1-hour show without commercials, probably down to 40 minutes, 40 minutes. It's ridiculous, man. It was 51 minutes, 17 seconds back in the day. And then it just shrank from there to 48 minutes and 15 seconds in the 80s, and then 46 minutes, 15 seconds. Anyway, then 45 minutes, then 42 minutes, and now I think it's 41 minutes, if not 40 minutes. It just, where's the content? It's going to be all ads. And that's why people are going to streaming services like Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, Netflix. It's commercial free, and you can find the classics there uncut. I'm watching Hot in Cleveland on Paramount Plus. Hilarious show. In the passing of Betty White, I've been watching those again. I think that show's hysterical. But you can find so much entertainment, uncut, unedited. I was glad when the Muppet Show wound up on Disney Plus. If you like classic stuff. Now, of course, I like new stuff as well, and I'm sure you do too. For goodness sakes, we're not just living in the past here. But it's nice that the classics, and I wish Paramount Plus would add Love American Style. They have the Love Boat, which was like the next generation of Love American Style. Same kind of thing, like a cheesy anthology of love comedy stories. But only season 1 of 5 seasons were released on DVD back in 2009 for Love American Style, and then that was it. So I wish Paramount would open the vault for Love American Style and play them in the original 1-hour format. They were cut for reruns into half-hour episodes, like Night Gallery was. Night Gallery was a 1-hour show. Then in reruns was cut down to a half-hour show, and a lot was lost in editing for syndication. But anyway, moving on. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on Fall Guy because I did a Podblast, a good feature for the 40th anniversary of the Fall Guy in a previous show, and I'm going to revisit the Fall Guy in the future. So I don't want to talk too much about it, but you've heard the theme. I don't know if I need to play the theme to the Fall Guy, but there were, let's see, according to my logic again, where I count actual 2-hour episodes as one episode, there's 110 episodes of the Fall Guy over 5 full TV seasons. The first 2 seasons had 23 episodes, then season 3, 4, and 5 had 22 episodes. And as I said, it starred Lee Majors, Doug Barr, and Heather Thomas, and Joanne Flug in season 1 as the bail bondswoman that Colt Seavers and Howie Munson, who are cousins, worked for on the side. They were stuntmen in Hollywood, and then to pay bills, they also took on jobs catching bounty hunters catching bail jumpers. And then Markie Post became the new bail bondswoman, Terry Shannon, who became Terry Michaels in season 3. For whatever reason, they changed her last name. It was Terry Shannon in season 2. Became Terry Michaels in season 3 and 4. And then, of course, she left the show to do Night Court on NBC, which was a wise move for her career. I don't think the writers on Fall Guy were giving her enough to do. I think she got really bored with the role. But in the beginning, it was great. And I thought she had awesome chemistry with Doug Barr. I was hoping that the writers would write a romance for them. I thought they would have been a good couple on the show. Howie's character and Markie Post's character, who was a law student. While she was helping Big Jack, supposedly in the story, she took over Big Jack's business, her bail bonds business, while she was putting herself through law school in the story. So I guess I'll play a little bit of the theme, but I think it'll get muted if you're watching on Facebook Live after the fact, which I think most people will watch this after the fact because it's the middle of the night. It's like 4:37 a.m. My gosh, I've gone over 5 hours. Let me just play a couple bars of the classic theme. This might actually make it because this is the 45 version of the theme. It's a longer version.
Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with fire up. I've never been with anything less than a 9. So fine, I've been on fire with Sally Field, gone fast with a girl named Bo, but somehow they just don't end up as mine. It's a death-defying life I lead. I take my chances. I die for living in the movies and TV. But the hardest thing
ever do is watch my leading ladies kiss some other guy while I'm bandaging my knee. I might fall from a tall building, I might roll a brand new car, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that made Redford such a star. I've never spent much time in school, but I taught ladies plenty. It's true, I hire my body out for pay. Hey, hey, I've gotten burned over Cheryl Teague's, blown up for Raquel Welch. But when I wind up in the hay, it's only hay. Hey, hey, I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, 'cause I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine. They'll never make me president, but I got the best first ladies. Some days I've got 'em as far as the eye can see. Ooh-wee. A morning dive with Jackie Smith, I crash in the night with Cheryl. But in the end, they never stay with me. I might fall from a tall building, so Burt Reynolds don't get hurt. I might leap a mighty canyon, so he can't kiss and flirt. While that smooth talker's kissing my girl, I'm just kissing dirt. Yes, I'm the lonely stuntman that made a lover out of Burt.
Unknown Stuntman, sung by Lee Majors. All right, so now we're going to move on to Knight Rider, and I'm going to play a clip now of Glen Larson talking about Knight Rider in his own words. God rest his soul. Here's Glen Larson talking.
We had done one episode on BJ in which we had kind of a special car, a cop thing, and had nothing to do with Knight Rider really, but it sort of, you know, it left a kind of a flavor in the air, and I had left Universal early to go to Fox. And in return for letting me out a year early, I said, I'll sell all my rights, everything I have for $1, because they're sort of famous for not paying you anyway. So, you know. And I get out 1 year early, and they said, but you owe us at least one show down the line. And it's marginal whether or not that contract expired. It probably did, but Kerry McCluggage, and if you remember I mentioned Dick Lindheim, they came over to see me. I was very flattered by this. You know, they said, you know, you're the only guy who could do this show. We want to do a show about a supercar. Now that's, you know, a car that gets involved with fighting crime. Now that's the extent of what they told me. And I think the lawyer that did such a good job a hatchet job on me at Universal with Tom Selleck and all that, he became best man at my wedding and my lawyer. So he's now representing me. He says, you know, I don't think you have to do this. And I said, you know, I could get into it with him. And I says, you know what, I think this could work. This could be a good show. The only thing I was afraid of is because I want to make it a supercar and I want to do all kinds of things. The only thing that was haunting me was going back to my old braid when I was in NBC Page. Was they once did a show called My Mother the Car, and it was true disaster in the history of television. But I said, well, that's not going to stop me. Anyway, I took the assignment and went to Hawaii. I wrote the script in 10 days. I came back and turned it in. And actually, Kerry McCluggage came over and visited me while I was writing. And we brought it back. We turned it in NBC. They said, they don't even have time to make a whole pilot. We'll do a presentation. So we took 30 minutes of the show. Close to an hour, but we cut it. And we shot it. And they called me. I was in a car, and they called me from New York. It was the last pilot into New York. And they said, we don't know if we want a car that talks. We don't know about some of the other stunts it does, and we don't know about David Hasselhoff. I said, what did they buy? So they came back to town, and we talked them into about everything else that we said, yeah, the car's going to talk, and yes, it's going to do this, and it's going to do that. And we put, now I was doing all of this at Fox while making it for NBC. It caused all kinds of, it was kind of fun in a way, but because I was running dailies at Fox, we had the casting session for the three guys, which I already told you. That I had David Hasselhoff, Don Johnson, and three other guys. They said, we don't like any of those guys. And I said,
really?
What's wrong with Hasselhoff? Pause. He said, you want him? I said, well, yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job. He says, I'll get back to you. Called me back. About 2 hours go by. Okay, you got him. I said, boy, this is dedication and commitment. They're crazy about this. I figured they're really just giving us lip service. I don't know if they want anything, but so we shot it. We went to New York and we sold it. And, the rest is just, they ran the 2-hour movie 3 times in the first season. I found out America has a love affair with cars because I expected, okay, we're doing a good 8 o'clock show. Kids will love it. I got calls from every professional person I knew, lawyers, doctors, I mean, everybody. Boy, we like that show. And there's a convention coming up soon in Las Vegas with 20 replica cars there. And it's interesting when something catches somebody's fancy and they it goes. It just goes.
It does. And, you heard him talk about the cars. It irritates me so much, and this harkens back to Fall Guy a little bit. Colt had this great GMC Sierra truck, souped up 4x4. It had a cellular phone in it. It had all the extras, roll bars. It had like hydraulics in the back that the writers forgot about after season 2 or so. But you never hear about Colt's truck. It was a badass truck. All you hear about is the van from the A-Team, which is a GMC van. You hear about Kit, which is understandable, but I think Colt's truck was the baddest vehicle in TV besides the Batmobile. I think the Batmobile's number 1, of course, but it's very underrated. You never see Colt's GMC Sierra truck on the list. Anyway, and I forgot to mention that Fall Guy ended on May 2nd, 1986, around the same time as Knight Rider ending. Just like BJ and the Bear and Sheriff Lobo ended at the same time, so did, even though they're on different networks, ABC had Fall Guy, NBC had Knight Rider. And I remember being a kid and Punky Brewster aired before Knight Rider for a while on Sunday. Anyway, another quick clip, and we're going to almost be done with the Glen Larson topic. Gosh, it's been going a long, long time. No wonder it took me so long to prep this show. Looks like it's going to be another 6-hour show, folks. Sorry about that. But here is Glen Larson talking about William Daniels as the voice of Kit. And you know what Kit stood for? Little trivia. Kit, the car. K-I-T-T. It stood for Knight Industries 2000, spelled out. The 2 T's are for 2000. But let's listen to Glennie Larson talking about...
I was heading much more,
William Daniels,
candidly, towards, we're talking about a computer. And I was thinking much more of Hal.
From 2001.
Yeah, that kind of a presence, something much more supercilious. I liked his edge. I had used him in Battlestar. I had used him. I love him all the way back to Two for the Road with Audrey Hepburn and Albert Finney. Where he's counting paper clips and pennies and driving everyone crazy. That prissiness, I thought was interesting for the show. Aloof. I miss him now in what they're doing on NBC and amongst other things.
Was he your first choice, or did you use somebody else?
No, first choice. First choice. I love Bill. I just think Bill's terrific. Now, the interesting thing is that those two are a comedy team on that show, but they'd never met because the script girl does the lines on the set,
right?
And Bill would do his lines at the looping stage, And so they met for the first time at a Christmas party 6 months after the show's on the air, and a big hit. How do you do? I'm your comedy partner, and it was terrific.
What sort of qualities did you want to give the car? What special powers and abilities? And were you happy with the final result?
I wanted to find tools, writers' devices that you could work with in episodes so that the car could function. And I had a pretty good idea of some things that turned out to be, it's ambitious to say providential, but I used to think about cars that could sense the side of a road, or in later times could adhere to, a paint stripe that might have some qualities of its own. It could even be sensitive just to a white line. But I wanted a car that could steer itself and had all of these sensors on it. I like the ejection seat thing because I could use that in a few things. For whatever reason, I was attracted to that Pontiac. It hadn't come out yet. And we got the first 3 off the assembly line. They were destined for Florida someplace or Little Rock, I don't know. And the dealer didn't get them, we got them. And I knew that car, it was very clean, very simple line. And it was, it turned out to, just to be a good choice. And that's seat of the pants, either you're right or you're wrong. I think I was right on that one, and I got a young kid who worked for Mattel. He had never done any car stuff, and he came up with all the LEDs on the dash and things that are all common in cars now, but weren't at the time. I mean, they didn't even say buckle your seatbelt or anything else that and we certainly didn't have OnStar or all those other things which we have now. So it was kind of fun to sit down and think, how would you? I've always had some interest in science fiction, whether or not I always did it. You don't do it if nobody wants you to do it, and no one's buying it. But once someone says do something that's special like that, I'm working on the feature with the Weinsteins now. It's a whole nother bag when you have to sit down and try to reinvent the wheel and think of something new and different. It's easier the first time.
All right. So, and of course, he passed away, sadly, in 2015, Glen A. Larson. Very underrated. I hope this is educational for you. I do this as a semi-TV historian. I don't think enough attention is given to Glen Larson and his contributions as a television mogul in television land that he deserves. But let me play another clip of Glen Larson talking about Knight Rider, about the enduring appeal of Knight Rider.
Knight Rider's the Lone Ranger. It's one man comes into a town and he has a little more going for than people think, and that's a great theme. That's not, I didn't make that up. That's what it is. Right now we have people doing a show who don't understand that. They think it's a team. There was a show, it's one of the biggest disasters in the history of television, called Team Knight Rider. They thought, gee, if you've got a car that talks to a guy, what about 6 guys and 6 vehicles talking at once? 12 people all talking at once. Brilliant. Put her on the air. And they did. It's a disaster. It was. Now they come back with the new Knight Rider, and guy's got a good sense of sex appeal and a few other things, but he doesn't give Knight Rider anything to do. He's surrounded by other people doing things, and that's not paying attention to the concept. I know I've read they're trying to adjust a few things and get back to the basics. I hope they do in time.
They didn't ask you to be involved?
But eliminating the theme isn't helpful. Well, they knew I was working on the feature. Look, there's a little bit of, when you hand something to a producer and say, we want you to turn this into something great, they want it to be theirs. They want to claim territory and mark it out, and they don't necessarily want any input. They have to pay me whether I give it to them or not. But there's a big amount of ego involved in doing this stuff. And I made a position a little while ago that said, if you're running something and if you have a vision, you're going to fight for it. Now, it's unfortunate if your vision isn't correct or very good, because you'll win if you're in charge, unless Ben Silverman gets in there and stops it.
Final clip about Knight Rider, and then I have one final word about Knight Rider, and then we'll move on to a couple other shows that Glen Larson created or wrote for or produced. Here it is, and this is Glen Larson talking about David Hasselhoff, the star.
I had no problems working with David whatsoever. My deal on that show was to do the pilot. I got paid a lot of money to do a pilot and supervise 13 episodes and whatever that entails, but not to then have to worry. And this isn't, because I just want to be out of there. It's because that's the deal I made, and I'm at another studio. And obviously I'm getting in the way of other things that they're doing if I'm going to be spending all my time over there. And we hired Bob Sinader, who worked for Jack Webb and did a lot of things. I mean, there was a number of choices, and I didn't choose alone. The studio also had their choices. And Dick stayed very close to the show, Dick Lindheim. So once we launched that show and set the prototype, I became less and less involved. I think if you look at the pilot, you'll find that the pilot is a more sophisticated, funnier, more like a movie than most of the episodes. I screened the episodes I was asked to. I made suggestions on things I thought they should do or shouldn't do or whatever, and they had the right to decide whether or not they wanted to do those things. I noticed frequently they didn't spend the extra money or whatever I asked for, but one of those shows that just, had a life of its own. And David I found very easy to work with. But I was not involved later when things either could have gotten tougher or whatever would have happened. The show had a charmed life, so he shouldn't have had an unhappy, relationship.
There you go. And again, that's thanks to the Archive of American Television for that clip. Good clip. Now, I'm going to read from my TV Bible a little bit about Knight Rider, and then we'll move on as we wind down this discussion of Glen A. Larson, executive producer and writer and musician. All right, so Knight Rider began on September 26th, 1982. It ended on August 8th, 1986 on NBC. And originally it was on Sunday nights at 8. And then they moved it to Friday nights from 9 to 10 from October 82 to August 83. Then Sunday night, 8 to 9. I remember it being Sunday night from August 83 to March of 85. After Punky Brewster. Anyway, not that I watched Punky Brewster. A little old for that. And then they moved it Friday night, 8 to 9 from March of 85 to April 85 for just a month. And then from April 85 to August 85, back to Sunday, 8 to 9. And then from August 85 to December 85, NBC moved it to Friday, which is a terrible night for that kind of show to be on. It was on from 8 to 9. But then again, in CBS in the late 70s, early 80s, you had a Friday night lineup that was tremendously successful. Dukes of Hazzard, The Incredible Hulk, and Dallas. Anyway, I digress. So Friday nights could work if it was done right, programmed right, without a whole lot of competition. And it depends on the time of year, too. Is it football season or, depending on what time of year it is. And then from January 86 to April 86, NBC moved it up to Friday night from 9 to 10. And then from May 86 to August 86, it was on Friday from 8 to 9. So they shifted it around on Friday night. Hard for an audience to stay together if you keep moving it around and you're inconsistent like that. But, of course, David Hasselhoff played Michael Knight. Edward Mulhare played Devin Miles, the rich guy who... Michael Knight had his face reconstructed. He was shot in the face in the pilot, the 2-hour pilot. And so he got a whole new face in Michael Knight under Devin Miles. And then Barney Barstow was played by Patricia McPherson. The weird thing is, after season 1, she was the mechanic that worked on Kit. She left, and then she was replaced by April Curtis, played by Rebecca Holden. And then after season 2, Bonnie was back, played by Patricia, same actor. Then William Daniels was the voice of Kit. Anyway, and I liked the evil Michael Knight. He played like a dual role. But I was a little old for Knight Rider, so I wasn't a tremendous fan of that show. And of course, it's not highbrow stuff. It's just action, but it's not boring like Fall Guy. I like Fall Guy better than Knight Rider by far. But let me just read something here. Brandon Tartikoff, the then youthful head of programming at NBC, once gave California Magazine this version of the creation of Knight Rider. It seems he and one of his assistants were discussing the problems of casting handsome leading men in series because many of them can't act. Why not have a series, they mused, called The Man of 6 Words, which would begin with a guy getting out of a woman's bed and saying, "Thank you." And then he would chase down some villains and say, "Freeze!" Finally, the grateful almost victims would thank him, and he would murmur, "You're welcome." End of show. In between, the car would do the talking. Well, the series that made it to air as Knight Rider was scarcely less preposterous than that, but it was played with such a twinkle in the eye that viewers, especially kids, made it one of the hits of the 1982 season. The opening episode told the story of how a dying millionaire named Wilton Knight, with a K, Knight, rescued a young undercover cop who had been shot in the face. After plastic surgery, Officer Michael Young had a new face, a new identity in the form of Michael Knight, and a new mission in life: to fight for law and justice in Knight's incredible supercar, the Knight Industries 2000, or KIT for short. It was love at first sight between Michael and KIT. The car, a sleek black customized Pontiac Trans Am, was impervious to attack. It could cruise at 300 miles per hour, could leap up to 50 feet through the air, and was loaded with such armaments as flamethrowers, smoke bombs, and infrared sensing devices. Best of all, it could talk, and in fact had a personality all its own. A bit naughty, but totally protective of Michael. It could summon the car. Michael Knight could summon the car when in trouble, and it would come crashing through walls to get him and save the day. Its deceased inventor had left behind a huge fortune to finance the crime fighting, and a trusted associate, the suave Devon, to look after things. Based at an estate called somewhat grandly the Foundation for Law and Government, Michael and often Devon went forth each week, trailed by a large maintenance van that served as a sort of mobile command post for repairs. Rounding out the crew was a beautiful mechanic, Bonnie, or April, and RC3, a streetwise black mechanic who joined the team in the fall of 1985. Behind the scenes, the same Hollywood customizers who built Batman's Batmobile and the Green Hornet's Black Beauty worked on KIT. Though the gimmick in the series was the car, much of the show's appeal was due to actor David Hasselhoff, a tall, handsome former soap opera heartthrob on The Young and the Restless, who joked and kidded with his computerized companion. While he had more to say than the man of 6 words, his tight jeans, wavy hair, and laid-back style made women melt. His favorite phrase was, "You got it." So that's Knight Rider. That was a successful show. Lasted 4 seasons. Fall Guy lasted 5. So Glen Larson had some success, especially with Magnum PI. Let's see where I'm at. So the year 1983 came along, and in that year, Glen Larson had a lot of bombs in the fall of 83 specifically. He had a show called Automan that didn't last long, which looked a lot like the movie Tron. Desi Arnaz and Robert Lansing starred. Robert Lansing was the star in season 1 of 12 O'Clock High that I talked about way back in hour 1 of this nostalgic Podblast. I'm going to play a clip of the theme of Automan and then we'll move on. There's not much to say about it. But actually, it was memorable. Even though it only lasted for a handful of episodes, a lot of people remember Automan and the next couple shows I'm going to mention. But here's the classic TV theme to Automan in the opening of the show.
Walter Nebuchadnezzar. Doing what he likes best, fighting crime in the streets. You see, Walter's a policeman. Unfortunately, the chief doesn't want Walter on the streets.
Captain, get back to your cage, boy. Now!
So Walter must fight crime in his own way, in the computer room. That's where he's an expert. Fortunately for me, Walter's advanced knowledge of electronics led him to experiment with what is called a hologram. That's a very fancy word for a three-dimensional picture that, when perfected, can be made to look real, sound real. As a matter of fact, given enough power, it can even be made to feel real. That's kind of what got me into this world. My name is Automan.
Good grief.
You must be Walter Nebuchadnezzar.
How did you know that?
It's on the programming you fed into my system. I must say, Walter, you're very good. Very good indeed. I look wonderful.
If you do say so yourself.
Well, you programmed me to be honest. But tell me, why did you call me Automan?
It means that you're the world's first truly automatic man. You can do anything because you're not real.
Oh, but I am. I'm as real as you are, just different. And thanks to you, perfect.
Nobody's perfect, Automan.
Well, that's not true, Walter. You've programmed me to observe other people and do whatever they can do as well as they can do it. Jimmy Connor's playing tennis, John Travolta dancing. In fact, on a scale of 1 to 10, think of me as an 11.
I've created a monster.
No, what Walter really created was a wonderful force for good. Automan. That's me.
Pretty cheesy. Anyway, Automan began on December 15th, 1983, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on ABC, and it ended on April 2nd, 1984, lasting for just 13 episodes, which is half a season. The last month, it was on Mondays at 8 p.m. It was the second of 3 Larson shows that season to try to take on Gimme a Break and Mama's Family on NBC and Glen Larson's own Magnum P.I. on CBS. Trauma Center was the first show to fail in that time slot for ABC in the 1983 to 84 TV season. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So that's enough on Automan. I was going to read from my trusty TV Bible, but man, this show's getting a little bit long, so let's move on to the next short-lived show by Glen Larson, Manimal. Let me play the intro to Manimal. That was a weird show. It's kind of like a takeoff on the movie Cat People, but without the graphic violence. Remember that movie was a remake of the original. Man, the remake was really something else. But here's the intro to Manimal. Starring Simon.
Manimal. Dr. Jonathan Chase. Wealthy, young, handsome. A man with the brightest of futures. A man with the darkest of pasts. From Africa's deepest recesses to the rarefied peaks of Tibet. Heir to his father's legacy and the world's darkest mysteries.
My son, you must have faith and learn. This is not the end. This is the beginning.
Jonathan Chase, master of the secrets that divide man from animal, animal from man. Manimal.
Manimal. So you could transform into different animals, obviously. Let's see. Manimal, just as it sounds, was an action-adventure television series created by Glen Larson and Donald R. Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E. Ran on NBC from September 30th to December 17th, 1983. I have the whole show in my collection, believe it or not. The show centers on the character Jonathan Chase, a shape-shifting man who can turn himself into any animal he chooses. He uses this ability to help the police solve crimes. For every episode except the pilot, actor William Conrad, who you just heard from Jake and the Fat Man and Cannon and narration of The Fugitive we talked about earlier tonight, recites the opening narration that you just heard, and he tells of Chase's wealthy present life in his early days in Africa with his missionary father. Manimal premiered as a 90-minute pilot that aired on September 30th, 1983. The series featured the story of Jonathan Chase. I just said all of this. So you get the idea. He could turn himself into a hawk, a black panther, a horse, a dolphin, a bear, a bull, a snake. The transformation sequences were designed and created by Academy Award-winning special effects artist Stan Winston. Another aspect of the transformations that added to the show's camp factor involved Chase's clothing during a transformation. He was shown generally wearing a three-piece suit and tie, and the viewer would see it rip off him as he shape-shifted into an animal, though once the transformation was complete, there would be no sign of his discarded clothing. A bit later, he would transform back into human form with all of his clothing perfectly restored upon his person, even if he was unconscious. Kind of like Space 1999 with Maya. She was a metamorph. She could turn into creatures, monsters, whatever, a life form. She could maintain that form for an hour, but her clothing would change. But she had the power of molecular transformation, so almost in my mind I could forgive it, and I would say, well, she's probably changing the molecules of the clothing that she's wearing, which of course is BS. And also in the cast was Melody Anderson, in the cast of Manimal, who had played Dale Evans in the 1980 Flash Gordon movie. She couldn't act her way out of a paper bag. Go, Flash, go! Now, I liked her in that movie, but she was not a very good actor at all. And that's why her career went nowhere, really. Now, the next show is actually the first one in terms of air date that Glen Larson, it was actually a backdoor pilot from the Fall Guys called Trauma Center. And as the name implies, it was a medical drama. And ABC scheduled it up against Glen Larson's own Magnum PI and CBS. And as I said, Give Me a Break on NBC in the first half hour and Mama's Family in the second half hour. So it had a tough time slot. And once again, the narration was by William Conrad. And I'm going to play just a quick promo, ABC promo. This is just, these are literally a few seconds of clips, 2 clips from Trauma Center, which did not last, but I think there were a lot of unaired episodes of that show, and I have some on film that never aired. Let me play you a clip of Trauma Center. And who also was in the cast was Lou Ferrigno. He had a beard at this point. It was shortly after The Incredible Hulk had ended on television. Let me play you this.
Coming up on ABC, more extraordinary dramas, heart-stopping medical action, and television's newest dynamic duo.
Ernie Anderson narrating there.
Starting tomorrow. Life and death. The difference between them is a matter of time.
Time. 1 golden hour. We figure most accident victims have that much time. With trauma center facilities, we can use that hour. Of the people who die in emergency rooms, half could be saved in trauma centers.
Overcoming all obstacles. They're a company of angels, dedicated to giving 110%.
This little guy's coming out right now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
The premiere of Trauma Center tomorrow. Sunday, TV's newest good guys are back for more.
You're getting a kick out of this, aren't you? Yeah, I'm having a ball.
Only this time, they're taking on the big boys.
We're gonna get him.
Why? Just because he called you a donkey? You can't sue a guy for telling the truth. Come on!
He called me an ape.
a short 8. They're taking on the really big boys.
Mob guys put their pants on the same as
Bonus
anybody else.
Hardcastle and McCormick.
No, they don't. I know. I've been in prison. They hold the pants in front of them and jump in. And the real mean ones do it blindfold.
With some moves you won't want to miss.
What you doing, planning a little midnight raid on the police impound area?
Watch out for the flower beds.
Huh? Dogs, yeah, they're big and mean. You'll snag your pants on the barbed wire, end up hanging on that fence like a dog's dinner. I don't know about you, masked man, but
Hardcastle and McCormick. So, Trauma Center. There's one little short preview for it here.
Thursday. Hot headlines. Turn Trauma Center inside out.
The next person on this staff that gets their name in the papers is going to be fired.
Mayday.
This guy's not gonna have any gold now.
Trauma Center.
There you go. ABC. Now, like I said, it was a backdoor pilot, and they had a spinoff with Fall Guy. And what was interesting, I don't think that the actor Doug Barr realizes this, but his mother was introduced. Now, his father was in a season 4 episode of Fall Guy. There was a whole rather serious episode that introduced Howie's father, but his mom was introduced in season 3 in an episode of Trauma Center where he is severely injured in a set accident, which actually was intentionally caused by bad guys shooting out the tire of the stunt truck. Anyway, he suffers neurological damage, the character of Howie Munson, and he's taken to the hospital where Trauma Center is set. And there's a scene between Lee Majors as Colt Seavers and over the phone with Howie's mom, played by Patricia Crowley, who was a very good actor. And I don't even know, because Doug Barr wasn't in the scene, you know. I don't even know if he realizes that or if he saw it or what. But anyway, so Trauma Center began on September 22nd, 1983 on ABC. Only 10 episodes aired, but 13 were filmed. So the episodes titled Line of Fire, Win or Lose, and Smash Up never aired. The last one that aired was an episode titled Out of Control on December 8th, 1983. And I have a bunch of these on film. But there's only 13 episodes. But in the cast, get this, you had some really good actors in the regular cast, like Eileen Heckart. I think she's an Emmy winner. She played a nurse. Wendy Malick played a doctor. And she, of course, was in Hot in Cleveland, among other things, like Just Shoot Me, the sitcom with Chaplin, more like Kraplin. What's that? David Spade. Anyway, James Naughton was in the cast. Like I said, Lou Ferrigno. Anyway, you get the point. Alfie Wise. You had some really good actors in there. And it's a shame that show wasn't given a good time slot. So let's see. Moving on to that terrible year, 1983, for Glen Larson. Let me see my script that I wrote here. I think we're about done. Nope, Cover Up. I want to talk about this show real quick. It starred Jennifer O'Neill. There was tragedy amongst this show because John Eric Hexum, who was a really handsome actor, was killed on set with a blank. And, man, he held the gun to his head, pulled the trigger, and he was dead. Dead right there. It's really, really sad. But Cover Up was a show by Glen Larson on CBS. It ran for one season from September 22nd, 1984 until April 6th, 1985. And Richard Anderson was in the cast, who formerly was Oscar Goldman on The $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman, Jennifer O'Neill, whom I just mentioned, and John Eric Hexum, the ill-fated. Now, in the story, fashion photographer Danny Reynolds' life suddenly changes after the death of her husband. That's when she discovers that he was actually an undercover CIA agent. And when she learns he had been murdered, she recruits Mac Harper, a former Special Forces operator, to help her find her husband's killers. So I won't go on and on about this, but yeah, like I said, one of the stars died, and that killed the ratings. And I would play the opening, but it's a cover of that song, Holding Out for a Hero. I don't like that original song or the cover. I think the original song was in Footloose, the movie, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I don't like that theme. I did have an excerpt. I mean, this might be interesting about Cover Up, and then I've got to wrap it up here. Let's see. I should have pulled this clip. I don't want to play the theme to cover. I'll play a couple bars of the Cover Up theme. It's just so stupid, this song. Oh, and it won't play. It's a sign that I shouldn't play it. So I won't. I can't get the audio to work. So you've been spared the cover-up theme. Let me find this bit for you. Let's see. Yeah, this is.
I talked with Mrs. Rutledge's doctor.
This is from, I think, the very last episode. Okay, this is a John Eric Hexum memorial. Okay, here we go.
Time. She should be well again.
Oh, that's great. That's terrific.
Yes, they're fine.
Henry, why do you have that look on your face?
Huh?
Didn't we do a good job?
Oh, no. No, you did a wonderful job.
What?
Just wonderful. Oh, Jack.
All right, why do you two look so terrible? Other than...
The audio's too
it's
bad.
Great, you finally take my advice on how to dress.
All right, Jack, let's get on with it. Look, Henry, why don't you leave the two of us alone together? I've got a few things I want to explain to her. Good idea, Jack. Thank you very much. Danielle, if there's anything you need, you know how to reach me.
Henry? What's going on? You two have been looking at each other like this all week.
The audio's too bad. I'm not even going to try with that one. Let's see. So the next show, I'm running out of gas, folks. In the Glen Larson arsenal that didn't make it was a show starring Kirstie Alley and Greg Evigan, the star of BJ and the Bear, and Rod Taylor from the original Time Machine. It's called Masquerade. And I am going to play a quick promo for Masquerade. And here's the intro, actually, of Masquerade, and then I'll play a quick promo and tell you what the show is about.
The United States of America would like to invite you to come spy with me.
Adventures looking in your window. Something out of the ordinary. Come with me now and let's explore the secret passions. I come see you're someone special. Masquerade. Life is a masquerade.
Okay, I can't take it. I can't take it. And we are up almost over 6 hours. This is like a record. This is insane. Insane. I'm going this long. I sure didn't plan it. Here's a promo to Masquerade.
The United States of America would like to invite you to come spy with me.
Average Americans are recruited into the world of real spies.
Sybil Shepherd. Right before moonlighting.
Everyday people are about to take on
Ernest Borgnine, I just saw him in the trailer.
Your country needs you.
Fly to Paris on the premiere of television's newest spy game, Masquerade. Thursday, starting at 9:30, 8:30 Central and Mountain, right after the premiere of Automan.
Oh, I can't believe I'm getting a call at this hour. I can't take that call right now. Hang on a second. The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air. Oh, they hung up. So, Masquerade lasted 13 episodes from December 13th, 1983, and it aired Thursdays at 9 o'clock on ABC until Friday, April 27th, 1984. It was opposite Magnum P.I. and on CBS and Give Me a Break and Mama's Family on NBC. It replaced Trauma Center. The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air. You're on the air? Yeah. Somebody effing with me. Okay. So where was I? Yeah, again, I don't know why ABC kept trying series after series. God dang it. The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air. Hello? If they call back, I'm taking the damn thing offline. So, so after Masquerade, you had another mega dud titled Half Nelson, which starred, of all people, Joe Pesci. And it aired from March 24th, 1985 until May 10th, 1985. It lasted only 9 episodes. It was a 2-hour show that aired Sundays from 9 to 11 on NBC, and they put it up against, get this, the powerhouse, the Jeffersons, Alice, and Trapper John M.D. on CBS. Now, it was the final season of Alice, but the ratings were still strong. And it also was up against the ABC Sunday Night Movie. I will play just the theme to the Joe Pesci starring Half Nelson show for those that have never heard of it. So you can get a sense of what the show was like. Let me get that real quick. It is right here. Joe Pesci. Thanks a lot.
Yes, I am finding myself in the city, LA. You belong to me. Oh, LA. You belong to me, LA. You belong to me. Oh, LA. You belong to me.
Concerts and games, or see a few famous names. The climate here's still grand, the natives all healthy and tanned. LA is my home.
And that's how that was. So, continuing on, as Magnum P.I. was winding down, which was one of the biggest hits for Glen Larson, he also tried The Highwayman, which aired from March 4th, 1988 through May 6th, 1988. Magnum ended May 1st, 1988, which we talked about earlier tonight. But The Highwayman, which was kind of like a takeoff on Mad Max, it aired Friday nights, first at 8 o'clock and then at 9 o'clock Friday night on NBC. And Jane Badler co-starred. This was after V. She was the bad girl in V, the lizard woman, the sexy lizard woman. And the star of Flash Gordon, Sam Jones, starred in The Highwayman. But the semi-truck was the star, kind of like BJ and the Bear in a way. But it only lasted 9 episodes after a 2-hour pilot movie. Mad Max had gone out by then. They'd gone beyond Thunderdome there. But let me play the opening to Highwaymen. And then it's time to move on. That's the last bit I have for the great Glen A. Larson. I hope this was educational. Anyone that hung in there and heard the whole thing, God bless you.
Reality rides a razor-thin just beyond now, where reality rides a razor-thin seam between fact and possibility, where the laws of the present collide with the crimes of tomorrow. Patrolling these vast outlands is a new breed of lawman, guarding the fringes of society's frontiers. They are known simply as highwaymen. And this is their story.
Highwaymen. Now, wrapping up our discussion of Glen Larson, I'm just going to read some titles of things he did after the 80s. So after Highwaymen, he did a TV movie, Chameleons, in 1989. The Road Raiders TV movie, wrote the teleplay and story in 1989. In 1991, he wrote Knight Rider 2000, a TV movie. And then he did P.S. I Love You. You spelled like, not even spelled, it's the letter U. And that lasted 13 episodes from 1991 to 1992. 13 episodes is all. Then he did a TV movie, Staying Afloat, in 1993. A 19-episode series, One West Waikiki, from 1994 to 1996. He did a TV movie titled Nightman in 1997. And then The Darwin Conspiracy, he wrote as a TV movie in 1999. And then he did a TV show called Nightman, which lasted 43 episodes from 1997 to 1999. He wrote 8 of the episodes. So that lasted 44 episodes, and he created that show. He wrote a TV movie called Millennium Man in 1999. And then, of course, in credit only, the Battlestar Galactica reboot, as well as the Knight Rider reboot from 2008 to 2009 that he had total disdain for, as you heard in those interview clips. And Caprica. He has a credit in the new Hawaii Five-0 in 2020. And the new Magnum P.I. He has a credit, of course, after his death. And there's a new Knight Rider that was announced. And I guess it's based on his original screenplay. So rest in peace to Glen Larson. He passed away, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the show, over 6 hours ago on November 14th, 2014, at the age of 77 at UCLA Medical Center in Santa Monica, California, from cancer of the esophagus. So rest in peace, and he's buried at the Rose Hill Burial Park in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He really made a difference. Again, these were not deep shows for the most part, but they sure did make a lasting impression in pop culture land. So rest in peace to Glen Larson. Moving on to the current pop culture news. I'm really enjoying I'm still enjoying the Book of Boba Fett on Disney Plus. Highly recommend it. I have a few new features I want to start with the Podblast. I'm going to really try to abbreviate this because I've gone so damn long. Here's our new feature. It's called Bad Words. And I'm going to alternate this with the nostalgic word of the week. And bad words, these are words that are never good, no matter what definition you choose. This week's word that is never good is cancel, as in, my flight was canceled. My favorite TV show was canceled. Cancel culture got my favorite comedian. My insurance was canceled. The magazine I love to subscribe to was canceled by the publisher. Now, that's a real retro, nostalgic one right there, even though there still are magazines being published. But I had that happen to me when I was a kid with Pizzazz magazine that Marvel published. Anyway, so that's my not nostalgic, but bad word of the week, which is bad all the way around, any way you slice it. Nostalgic word or expression of the week, I'll go ahead and throw one out there. Turkey, as in, you jive turkey. You don't hear that much anymore. New feature, my fake rant of the week. Here it goes. People are too lazy to go to the grocery store and shop in person. They always get it delivered. Every time I'm at the deli counter, the deli slicers are humming, filling orders for people who aren't even there. So now I'm waiting in line behind a ghost. And that's in part why toilet paper cannot be found on the store shelf. And why it's hit or miss. Shop in person. I swear, now I'm competing with people that aren't even there. Nostalgic question of the week. I asked in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, what was the first R-rated movie that you saw in the movie theater? And I want to read some of the comments here as I wrap up the show for this time. Let's see. I got a really good response. The first R-rated movie I ever saw, Chance Bartels speaking, was The Jerk with my grandpa in St. Louis, Missouri. I don't think he knew that it was an R-rated movie. Let me read some of the responses from others. And let's see. And I got to give a shout out to Chuck Adams again. He came up with a really cool treat. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll mention him in the nostalgic treat of the week, which is coming right up. But let me read some of these R-rated movies. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm gone this long. Okay, I asked, what was the first R-rated movie you saw in the theater? I asked this on January 17th. Let me read some of the answers here. Shane B. said RoboCop, which I also saw in the theater when I was 16 with a guy named Jeff Logan. And then it was a General Cinema theater in East Cobb at Merchants Walk. Now it's a Georgia theater company. No one cares. And then Wade Hackett said Jaws, but that actually was rated PG. It wasn't rated R. Jason Wood also said Jaws. Again, that was rated PG, not R. Vicky Walden said Gypsy. I was a child. Nothing was rated then. Just happened to be playing at our usual kids' Saturday trip to the show. Chris says Scarface. I had just gotten my driver's license and took my 15-year-old next-door neighbor and my 13-year-old brother to the movies. We bought tickets for a different movie and snuck in to see Scarface. Oh, my God, the chainsaw scene must have been traumatizing for those little ones there. Jeff Logan said Caddyshack at the Park Air Cinema, which was in East Cobb County, Georgia. James Enstall said Cape Fear was the first R-rated movie he saw in the movie theater. Don Radford said Beverly Hills Cop. Bill Ottaviano said Animal House. I was 12. I told the ticket girl I was 18. She laughed and said, have fun. Kevin Crehan said, my brother took me to see the Woodstock movie. I guess I might have been 14. Danny Huff said Slapshot was the first R-rated movie he saw in the movie theater. Trent Reeves said, this was interesting. I learned this from him. An R rating here in Canada means all viewers must be 18 years of age. So I responded. I said, so even if you have a parent or guardian, moviegoers under the age of 18 in Canada are not allowed to see the movie? And I told him how here a restricted movie means the viewer must be 17 years of age unless accompanied by a guardian or parent. And he said, correct. Quebec is different in Canada, but the rest of Canada where I lived, every patron must be 18 years old to get in. They do not allow you to get in underage with a guardian. Wow, I did not know that. Jason Wood then said, after I let him know that Jaws was PG, The Shining was the first R-rated movie he saw in the theater. Sherry Dalton said The Amityville Horror was the first R-rated movie. Wow. And then Scott A. Dean said Pretty Baby on HBO, and I responded, well, what about the movie theater? That was the question. What's the first R-rated movie you saw in the movie theater, whether you snuck in or legitimately saw it? He didn't respond to that. And then Christopher Corman, who's the son of the Roger Corman, said, my first R-rated experience worth mentioning wasn't a movie. It was spending time over a lifetime with one of the funniest and cuddliest comedians of all time, Buddy Hackett. Wow. I adored Buddy Hackett as a person and as a man. Wow, Chris Corman, thanks for sharing that. So those are the answers so far to my nostalgic question of the week, which will be a new feature. So let's see here. Another fake rant of the week. I guess I'll save it for next time. We're running out of time, but I was going to do a little commentary on Jerry Springer, but I'll save that for next time. All right. I'm going to skip the complaint department. I want to have another question. Well, I'll save it for next time. Again, I'll save it. We're running out of time here. Disney does not yet own PlayStation, G.I. Joe, which I guess they'd really want G.I. Jane, the Jetsons, or the Flintstones. And then the Jeopardy update. I got to play the music. I got to. No matter how long I've gone, I've got to play the 1984 to 1990-ish Jeopardy theme. Where are you, my little friend? Oh my God. I think I'm going to have to wrap the show early and get to these birthdays another time because I've gone so gosh darn long. Oh my Lord, I've gone ridiculously long.
This is Jeopardy!
So Amy Schneider did it. Crossed well over $1 million, setting records breaking James Holzhauer's winnings on the show. So congratulations to Amy Schneider, who is the first transgender contestant. And look, I'm not going to get into that debate. This person's brilliant. However, could this be rigged by a rogue employee? Think about it. The Daily Double is computer controlled. How many times has Amy Schneider hit the Daily Double, which is completely random? Or is it? I'm just kidding. This person's brilliant, and I say go for $2 million, because they're going to tax you half the money, right, in California? So isn't that right? About half? Maybe not quite half. So go for 2, and then you get a cool $1 million, clear and free, right? Go Amy Schneider. The birthdays, yeah, man. I had some good ones here, getting caught up, but I'll just mention this, and I'll forego the clip. DeForest Kelley. Happy birthday in heaven to DeForest Kelley, who played Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy in Star Trek. He died, sadly, at 79 years of age on Friday, June 11th, 1999. I was going to play a clip of him, which you could find for yourself online, from 1976. It's a great interview with Tom Snyder on The Tomorrow Show from back in 76. Bicentennial 76, spirit of 76. So happy heavenly birthday to DeForest Kelley. He was born in Toccoa, Georgia on Tuesday, January 20th, 1920. They knew him as D. Happy 70th birthday to rhythm guitarist and singer Paul Stanley from Kiss. He was born Stanley Burt Eisen in New York City, New York on Sunday, January 20th, 1952. And I'm playing catch up a little bit because this date has come and gone. Happy 60th birthday to Allison Arngrim, born Tuesday, January 18th, 1962, also in New York, New York. She's best known as the original mean girl, Brat Nellie Olson, on Little House on the Prairie from 1974 to 1984 on NBC TV. She left for a time towards like season 8 and season 9, but I think they brought her back in the reunion movies. I liked Little House on the Prairie. That was great storytelling, and the best episodes were the ones that were written and directed by Little Joe himself, Michael Landon. By the way, Allison's older brother, Stefan, played that kid Barry in Land of the Giants, the Irwin Allen show from 1968 to 1970 on ABC. And there was a scene I'll never forget from the second episode of season 3 of Little House on the Prairie, which aired October 4th, 1976, titled Bunny, in which Nellie's abusing her horse, and the horse throws her, and she's injured, and she exaggerates her injuries into making her mom and everyone in the town think that she can't walk. And Laura feels really guilty. She feels responsible for her injuries. And so basically Nellie is using Laura and manipulating her and taking advantage of the guilt she feels. And Laura discovers she really can walk when she happens to see her in a window getting up out of her chair and being smug and laughing. And what does she do? Oh my gosh, she sends her down a hill in a wheelchair on a rain and a ride of terror, forcing her to be exposed to the fact that she can indeed walk. But it was pretty like shocking. Well, I think I was like 5 years old when I saw that scene, but it always stuck with me. Let me see if I can play. I'll play a quick clip of it because she's got a great scream, that Allison. And I posted it online, and people seem to like. Someone on YouTube actually posted an hour of the same scene, frontwards and backwards. She gets up out of a lake. She landed in a lake. Mrs. Olsen's reaction. Okay. You have to see it. But how about that scream? That's a good scream. Now, happy 67th birthday to Kevin Costner, one of my favorite actors, born Tuesday, January 18th, 1955 in Linwood, California. Do you have a favorite Kevin Costner film? I like Waterworld. I'm not saying it's my favorite. So many people panned that and hated it, but I liked Waterworld. But it would have to be Dancing with Wolves from 1990. And, of course, now he's on Disney Plus with his new show, Yellowstone. It's great stuff. Just what a talent. And he's in a band too. He can sing and plays all sorts of instruments. Good stuff. I was going to play the trailer for Dances with Wolves, but God, the show's getting long. Let me see. I guess I'll play it. It's just a classic. Just a classic. Coming from Orion Pictures.
Just hear that you've been decorated, and they sent you here to be posted.
Actually, sir, I'm here at my own request.
Why?
I've always wanted to see the frontier.
You want to see the frontier?
Yes, sir. Before it's gone.
There ain't nothing here, Lieutenant. Everybody's run off or got killed.
What about Indians?
Buffalo.
All right, this is very visual, and you get the point. It's just a classic movie. Oh, I like that music, though. So let's see. Who else do I want to mention here before we sign off? Now, I'll just probably pick these up with the next Podblast, which I might do Sunday. Let's see. Oh, God, the legendary talent. Dolly Parton, born Dolly Rebecca Parton, turned 76 back on January 19th. She was born on Saturday, January 19th, 1946, in Locust Ridge, Tennessee. And Dolly is loyal to her husband. She married him back in 1966, Mr. Carl Thomas Dean, and they're still together. I was going to play one of her earliest on-camera performances, which I posted in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, but getting a little long here. You know what? I'm going to pick up with that. Oh, I had so many good clips of Dolly. I'm going to play. I'll have to save that. And I had the pleasure of meeting her on the set of a movie called Joyful Noise. I was in a scene, big deal, you know. I wasn't even credited, but I played one of her four sons sitting right next to her in a funeral scene at the very beginning of the movie. And I got to talk with her in between scenes. She talked with me. She was very, very sweet. She's the same person, at least in my experience, that you see on camera and hear in interviews and see in interviews and hear on the radio and wherever you hear music. She's just a doll. She is a total doll. Let's see. I had a story about MLK Day, which was last week, which I've told before about Nichelle Nichols, but I'll save that. Oh, the nostalgic treat of the week, Little Debbie Swiss Rolls. Little Debbie snack cakes were a great after-school snack, and they were baked by the McKee Foods Corporation in Collegedale, Tennessee, in Hamilton County. The company was founded during the Great Depression by Other McKee and Ruth McKee. Other started out selling cakes from his 1928 Whippet in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area. Wanting to expand, he bought a small bakery, Jack's Cookie Company. The bakery did well for a few years, but they were still looking to expand. His father-in-law, however, did not share his ideas. O.D. decided to sell his business and start over. The McKees moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, into a new bakery designed by O.D. After some time, they sold the Charlotte plant. They moved back to Chattanooga in the early 1950s when Cecil King, Ruth's brother, was in poor health and needed help. They decided to buy back the bakery, which was renamed McKee Baking Company from King's Bakery back in 1962, and they decided to run it themselves. McKee Baking Company moved to Collegedale in 1957. In 1991, the McKee Baking Company became McKee Foods Corporation. Ellsworth McKee, the son of the company founder O.D. McKee, took over, but retired from day-to-day operations in September 2012 but he retains the position of company chairman on the board. It was announced on Monday, January 28, 2013, that McKee Foods would pay $27.5 million for Hostess Brands Drake's brand, which includes Ring Dings, Yodels, and Devil Dog products. The bankruptcy court approved the purchase on Tuesday, April 9th, 2013. So Hostess Snack Cakes and Little Debbie are one big happy family. And as of 2013, McKee ships more than 900 million cartons of Little Debbie products each year. And Swiss rolls are my favorite Little Debbie brand of snack cakes, followed by Nutty Buddy bars. And Chuck Adams, he gave me a great tip in the Facebook group. He said, freeze those Swiss rolls and eat them with a tall glass of whole milk. And I tried it, and it's awesome. So thank you very much, Chuck, for that tip. The nostalgic toy of the week, green slime, which I remember at first it was purple with little worms in it, but green slime. Slime was a toy product manufactured by Mattel Toys, sold in plastic trash can and introduced in February 1976. It consisted of a non-toxic, squishy, oozy green or other color like purple material. Different variations of slime were released over the years, including slime containing rubber insects, eyeballs, and worms that I talked about, and Masters of the Universe slime for Hordak's Slime Pit playset in the 1980s. In the late 1970s, they also introduced a Slime Monster board game. The object of the game was to avoid having your game piece slimed on by a foot-tall plastic monster that had slime oozing from its mouth. Other toy companies have produced their own slime products, such as the Ectoplasm Play Gel, sold with selected figures in Kenner's Real Ghostbusters toy line. Playmates Toys Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles figure line also had retro mutagen slime, sold in containers and included with playsets. While the substance was essentially harmless, a drawback was that it was extremely difficult to remove from carpets. Slime has expanded into other franchises such as, I just mentioned that, so I'm repeating myself. I remember also on Nickelodeon where they would slime people in this show called You Can't Do That on Television, on the original Nickelodeon, we're talking like 1981, 82, and they would dump green slime on people. So anyway, I'm going to skip taglines. Normally I would do my taglines of the week. I'll save that for next time. Got to sign off. Before I sign off with my final clip, I want to set this up. You know, Disney Plus is killing it, and Marvel Studios are killing it with their movies in movie theaters and on Disney Plus streaming. They're just doing a fantastic job, even though, as you know, I didn't really like the finale of Hawkeye. Big deal. That was one miscue in my opinion. But eventually they're going to have to introduce a major character, a major villain. I think he's the villain of all of the Marvel Universe, Dr. Doom. And before I play this clip, I got to set this up with some clips in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group that I have of a comic book. I want to set this up. Where the hell are you, my little friend? There you are. I'm going to throw out some comic book issue numbers. Fantastic Four issue 236, which was the 20th anniversary issue released on stands in August 1981. And what I like about that issue, it was a triple-sized issue. And Dr. Doom, what he did, it was really cool. He shrunk down. Well, he didn't shrink him down. God, it's because I'm tired. I'm not thinking. He transferred the consciousness of the Fantastic Four, which is Reed Richards, a dude that could stretch. He was sort of a ripoff, let's be honest, of Plastic Man in DC Comics, the competitor. But he was introduced in August 1961 in Fantastic Four issue number 1, along with his suitor, or his love interest at the time. They weren't together yet. Sue Storm, who became the Invisible Woman, Johnny Storm, who became the Human Torch, and the Human Torch was around since like 1939, but he was a robot in those early years, and they made him a human being. And what happens is, and then Ben Grimm, who becomes the Thing. Most people know this that are comic nerds like me, but these four go up in a mission. Then basically a rocket or a space shuttle, if you will. And they encounter cosmic rays, which transform them and give them their superpowers. Unfortunately, they would become a team and a force for good. So one of the major villains who was introduced in the 5th issue of the Fantastic Four was Dr. Doom. And he was a college roommate of Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four, who's a brilliant scientist. And what happens is Will it let me do a photo? Oh, I don't think it'll let me do a doggone photo, so I'm wasting my time with that. Well, I was going to show you a photo of or a scan of a piece of art from Fantastic Four issue 236, where in that 20th anniversary issue, the character of Doctor Doom, he has created android small bodies of the Fantastic Four and has transferred their consciousness into these little tiny android bodies. And the story was titled Terror in a Tiny Town. And so they've not been shrunk. They're actually like hooked to the their minds are hooked to this machine. I wanted to show you the artwork, but it's really cool. They're all four on this table, and they're not conscious, right? But they think it's 1961, the night of their flight, and they like Sue has a beehive hairdo, and the clothing, the cars, everything is 1961, and it's the day they go up in space, but before they went into space, so they don't have their powers yet, and they're in these robot bodies that don't have any powers. So, God, I'm being long-winded. There's just a great scene where eventually Reed Richards figures out what's going on, and Sue escapes, and she sees Dr. Doom playing the piano. And most people don't realize this terrible villain who did terrible things. He has a scarred face. He was doing an experiment in his college dorm, and he's under this dome, and it explodes. And supposedly his face, Dr. Doom's face, is melted and just horribly disfigured. I wanted to show you an artist rendition of that. But so he has a real grudge against Reed Richards. He holds him responsible for his face being deformed. And in that issue, the thing is, though, he can play the piano beautifully. And Sue Storm originally had two suitors. Submariner, who's a prince, he's like the Marvel version of Aquaman. Again, he was around since the 1940s in the comic books before the modern day Marvel comic books, and they brought him back in 1962 in Fantastic Four issue number 4. I digress. But he was after Sue Storm. And eventually Reed Richards marries Sue and wins her heart. And what I love about Marvel Comics is there's a lot of realism in it, thanks to Stan Lee, the writer, and Jack Kirby, the artist, and Steve Ditko, the artist, and The Amazing Spider-Man and Doctor Strange. I mean, there were stories where Sue Richards miscarried their daughter. I mean, serious stuff. This wasn't like a Saturday morning cartoon. There was a misconception that a lot of the shows, because there was literally a Saturday morning cartoon of the Fantastic Four in the 60s and in the late 70s, where they replaced the Human Torch with Herbie the Robot because they were afraid that kids would try to start fires and copy the Human Torch. And also there was like a rights issue, but boy, I'm all over the place with this story. So Dr. Doom. Yeah, so in issue 236, the 20th anniversary issue released on August 81, there's a great panel where Sue Storm is watching Dr. Doom play the piano, and I think he was like the third suitor. In his mind, Sue should have been his. He's a little demented. He's crazy. And I think he was like, I think Sue could have wound up with Dr. Doom, who actually has a kingdom in the fictional town of Latveria. And that was the only fictional town, or one of the few I know of in the Marvel Universe, because Marvel had New York City instead of Gotham City or Metropolis. In DC, they had fake fictional towns. But in Marvel, it was all based in realism amongst the far-fetched superpowers and metaphysical stories. But I want to play this music as I end the show, and I pretend that this, in my mind, in my weird mind, that this is Dr. Doom playing the piano as Sue Richards is watching him from behind, and he notices he's detected in the comic book, and she's shrunk down. Remember, she's in a robot body, so he grabs like a glass and traps her. And anyway, but before that, she's watching him play the piano. And I love this music. This is the theme from Dynasty by composer Bill Conti, performed by the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra. It's only been released in one album back in the 80s. It's very rare. I think this is beautiful music. And yes, there's an orchestra, so how could it possibly be Dr. Doom playing the piano? Just imagine with me now that it's Dr. Doom playing the piano piece. Oh, my mind is gone. As I end the show, and I'm sorry about the length, but you know what? Sorry, I'm not sorry. I hope you learned something about Glen A. Larson. I think he deserves to be highlighted, even in my little show, the Nostalgic Podblast, here on fistfulofradio.com, and in our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, and more importantly, in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast. Yes, I'm on Twitter and on Instagram, but I'm more active in the Facebook group than anything else, with articles and stories and collectibles and stuff like that. But without further ado, here is Dr. Doom playing the theme to Dynasty.